duelists, and welcome to day 0 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! European World Championship qualifier live from Brussels in Belgium. You join us in a sweltering heat wave here in Europe. And not only is the temperature getting hot, but so is the competition here, because today on day 0, we have our World Qualifying Points Playoffs. Now, this is going to be a very exciting day of coverage, but to discuss exactly what all of this means and what our duelists are playing for, I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing commentators, Basti and Leo, who are going to talk you through today's format. Boys, take it away.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's the points playoff. We are here at EU WCQ, or as we call it, Euros. And this weekend, we are going to send seven players to the World Championship to represent Europe. My name is Leonardo König, and I am, as always, joined by my fantastic co-caster, Sebastian Lemke. Sebastian, how excited on a scale from 1 to infinity are you?
I'm excited from 1 to Worlds, and I'm Worlds excited because we're starting things off strong today. You said it. In total, 7 people are going to Worlds this weekend, but we're finding 3 of them already today. And as we've done so for many years now, that is going to be done through the Worlds Points Playoff, qualifier playoff. And basically, if you're asking yourself who is going to play today, that was determined throughout the entirety of the season. They were collecting points at Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series events, at regionals,
OTS
at nationals, OTS championships, all that kind of stuff. And the best 16 performing players from all of those tournaments are here with us today, and they want to crown 3 people who will then advance and book their ticket to Tokyo.
It's the top of the crop, the creme de la creme of European Yu-Gi-Oh! Players. And we have a whole new format. But as always in these tournaments, I feel like something small always changes, and that happens again this year. So listen closely to me. As you remember, in all of those tournaments, top 16, then a top 4 playoff, and 3 of those players advance.
It's getting special.
Is changing this time. Basti, do you want to announce it?
Please, because we have a new special rule, a new special twist to this. As we are playing 4 rounds of Swiss, same thing as last year, nothing changes here.
Hold up.
But if someone manages to go undefeated, 4-0, that's the only score we will allow. If you go 4-0 in the playoff, you are directly booked to the World Championship. So if you go 4-0, undefeated in Swiss, one person immediately gets their spot and goes to Tokyo, which of course then could change the following things, as then if we have one person already with their seat locked up for the World's playoff, for the World Championship, we only have 2 more spots to give away. So Leo, what do we do then afterwards if there's only 2 more spots to give?
Players who ranked 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th after Swiss will play to semi-finals. I don't even think they're called semi-finals. I think they're just elimination matches. And the winners of those matches, the highest stakes you could imagine on the European level in the TCG of Yu-Gi-Oh! They are going to play for their spot at Worlds. So even the 5th player after Swiss can come in there. Last year, it was Luca, who was unfortunately with the X1 record also still not included in those top 4 matches. And this time around, the 5th place player would have the chance to still qualify for the World Championship.
Well, and now we explained all of those general things to be accounting for this tournament. But with all that drama, we of course have the best players of the season. So we have YCS winners, we have World Championship participants, previous ones. We do have national champions around. We have like the creme de la creme, really. Like, let's talk. I think also, which is really cool, we have very many different countries represented this time around as well, because we have multiple players from France, we have multiple players from Germany, we have multiple players from Italy, the UK is represented as well, Switzerland is having a really strong showing as well, with 3 players from Switzerland too in the playoffs. So you can't really tell who's having an advantage there, because we're all kind of even out in terms of representation.
Yep, and they have performed so well over the last year, so there's not really a favorite in those kinds of tournaments. I mean, people say, oh, I think this player performed really well. They all did. They all performed splendidly over the entire season. And now, that's what I love the most about especially this points playoff. We are in a brand new format. These very close tournaments of 16 players, they reward tinkering.
Oh, yes.
They reward players who are creative with their decks and who find maybe the best possible way to play
I have a
this.
strategic question in that regard for you.
Okay.
Do you think for that close of environment, only 16 players, it's a good approach to go for maybe the most consistent deck, or do you go high roll, I'm playing the biggest combo deck I could ever imagine?
I think that's that. I
Probably,
think
right?
you are trying to get for a little bit of a higher ceiling because, let's face it, when there's 16 players who are absolutely on par with their skill level, you are not expecting anyone to make mistakes. So I think that you will, this is a TCG after all,
of course,
you will need a little bit of the luck of the draw, maybe win some more dice rolls than the others, and then with the highest ceiling you can perhaps overpower players who are on similar skill level compared to you.
I mean, if you go into this tournament saying, hey, I am going to outskill my opponents with the biggest control deck with all the field-breaking cards in the world, you're putting yourself on a challenge, that's for sure, because you're facing the other best 15 players from the entire season. So it is a pretty hard task to fulfill. But, I mean, you're all waiting, and I can't wait to get this thing started as well. And we have picked a pretty cool featured match for the first round right away, because we are going to see someone back who already made their way through this very playoff last year straight into the World Championship, because we're going to be back with Yuna, who, of course, was also top of Swiss at the last World Championship in Paris, and she's back trying to qualify once again here.
Yuna has conquered the world of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, and she's back at it again versus Leonardo Sacchetti, and I think our players are ready, so let's head over to the table. Now, Basti, I know you're someone who followed Yuna incredibly closely over the last years.
Oh, there the die roll is coming. That's an important one that basically starts your journey for this. And that's a 12 from Leonardo. Oh, my.
Yeah, that's a good start. But I need to ask you something, Basti. We have seen Yuna perform well at the German Nationals already.
Yes.
Where is Malice Pete almost gone?
Well, the long bond between Yuna and Malice is broken, and it was already broken at the German National Championship as Yuna has pivoted over to the Q-Tune strategy, which has proven to be very successful in her hands with the second place finish at that very German National Championship. But she will have to go second now against Leonardo, and Leonardo has maybe taken the approach we have just discussed, because he brought one of the big combo decks in the format. He has brought the Power Patron strategy with a couple of those Archmage cards in there. So let's see whether that approach pays off. At least he won the first die roll, which is definitely quite the start. And we are starting off with Pendulum Treasure, and Pendulum Treasure is basically Foolish Burial, but Foolish Burial on Pendulum cards doesn't really work, so you just basically put it into the action deck instead, putting the first Power Patron card in there. And I think starting with those motions, you immediately do realize that this gotta be a pure Power Patron deck, because no other deck really is playing all of those different Power Patron cards.
Yeah, especially with the Treasure, Nervado is such a crazy starter, right? Because when you add it to the extra deck face up, you get to special summon a Power Patron, and then you are basically already summoning monsters without normal summon, and that historically in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is pretty good in combo decks.
It definitely is. It's crazy. And we talked a lot about Yuna, but Leonardo, I mean, as all of our 16 players here, has had quite a successful season as well, because he, in all of those YCS events, he always was in top 64. He really was, for every major event, showing up and making sure that his name is up there, was basically in the top 10 of the leaderboard for the points player of the entire season, and therefore, rightfully so, is in this playoff. And on the, it's completely a different thing to Yuna, because Yuna was always going with her deck. It usually was one deck that she was piloting, usually Malice, nowadays Q-Tune, but Leonardo, he has been switching decks like crazy. We saw him play Yummy, we saw him play Draco Tail. He was playing all kind of different decks. Even Malice also was sometimes a deck of his choice, but now on to completely new things, which are Power Patron cards.
But, I mean, those players, even though the deck is new, they have had plenty of time to practice with their new decks for this points playoff. The race was so incredibly close in the end with all of those national performances. Some big heartbreaks there from other players who didn't quite make it 17th place, always a really, really heartbreaking one. But that's the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? When you are competing at the highest level, you are going to face some losses as well in your career, and then it's your job to get back up on your feet and start kicking it off in the next tournament. Also, if you couldn't make the points playoff, there's still WCQ this weekend.
That is true. Basically, the plan B. I mean, it's a lot easier, at least just by the raw numbers, to go through 15 other players instead of going through over 2,000 other players to book your spot for the World Championship. Still, you will like that. You already put a lot of effort into your deck for this weekend, so having a second chance on the main event can't hurt. But for now, we do see Leonardo actually showing that this deck, and we haven't really had a real pendulum deck for a while, but this is a pendulum deck as we do go into our Link 2 here. We go into Beyond the Pendulum. And yeah, that actually is basically modern days Electromite, but that card is still not allowed, so you just go with that one instead.
Can you imagine how crazy Electromite is when he just mills the power patrons and then triggers them?
Right? Is it maybe time to bring it back, or is it too dangerous? I don't know.
Not our job to decide as well.
For real, for real.
But Electromite, a fan favorite and also not so fan favorite, so it really depends where you stand on the whole debate. But Leonardo is now setting up a possible pendulum summon, because Beyond the Pendulum also locks you out if you haven't pendulum summoned after her summon.
Yeah, that's true. So we make sure that that is actually good now, and we do bring both of these big guys back. And yeah, so I'm saying it's a pendulum deck, but it's one of those decks that I really like, because it really is going after every possible summoning mechanic you could ever imagine. Because we have seen there already is an Exceed monster in the graveyard, which we went through, which of course was with Jupiter, but there also was already a Synchro monster revealed for the effect of our field spell for the Vidolia, which is also the Junora, the Power Patron of Tuning, and then there even is fusion monsters, as you bring up onto the screen here as well. That's the beauty of Power Patrons, right? Yeah. It's like the new lore deck, you could say. It's basically after the Fallen story, after Fallen of Albaz. Now the new main guy is Medius, and Medius is also part of this deck, of course, and can be used in many different ways.
I like it when all of those summoning mechanics come together for decks.
Same.
I was going to say that...
There he is, I just mentioned him.
that branded cards, they miss out on Exceed summoning sometimes, because, and also on Link summoning. But in Genesis, actually, Fallen of the White Dragon is often used for rank 4 Exceeds. Gets you started in different decks.
Yeah, absolutely. And Leonardo is going through the motions. And ooh, there's also another one of those new cards which hasn't been around for too long, but in this pure deck is very, very, very much a staple stay as well. Secret Rare, TCG exclusive actually, and therefore something we are seeing here in our regions for the very first time, and that is the Shade the Obscure, which is now being placed into the Pendulum Zone, and that will, of course, be used wisely here on Leonardo's end. But I mean, you brought a combo deck to the points playoff, you rolled a 12 on the stage in your very first match, and you go uninterrupted until now. Because Yuna is trying to use Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit on that effect, but Leonardo immediately pointed... You could be tricked. You could think this is still beyond the pendulum, but we are beyond that point, and we have exceeded that, and we went into Exceed the Pendulum instead. And very quickly, we saw Leonardo just pointing on that Exceed the Pendulum while Yuna was activating the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, as we have just use that effect afterwards.
Yeah, the summoning of a pendulum monster from your hand or graveyard is actually a quick effect of the Exceed the Pendulum, so you can respond to the Ghost Ogre with that. You're taking away the Link arrows, however you've already pendulum summoned. But I want to ask you a question. If you are bringing a combo deck to a tournament like this, and I do agree with you that it is more of the higher ceiling approach that I like, if the possibly best deck and perhaps most played deck in the room, Cool Tune, which would not be a read that is too crazy,
for sure,
plays like 20 different hand traps, how safe is it to play one of those decks?
Well, if your deck plays through hand interactions as swiftly, as nicely as a Power Patron deck, I don't think it matters really. Like, we just saw that Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is in a lot of those decks for QQ nowadays, because it has applications into, for example, this Power Patron matchup as well, but we just countered it perfectly and without even second thinking. So I do think we don't really mind it that well. And one thing you gotta say about the Power Patron cards, something I think we also realized at Nationals while we were playing and casting those cards they play into fields so incredibly nicely as well, because whenever you deal with it, whenever you destroy them, they're like, oh yeah, I'm activating my effect in the extra deck now, so I still generate value, and it trades so well into any kind of field. So going first, which we are witnessing right now, we're able to put up crazy fields, but even going second, the deck definitely has some nice applications.
Especially one of the most loved cards from the last month as a non-engine piece was Fallen and the Virtuous.
Totally.
And that card versus the Power Patron engine is very much lackluster. You can kind of negate the scale effects, however your opponent is still going to trigger the extra deck face-up effects. So they are still going to get something out there.
Oh, we're still not done with the combo, because that is Archmage non-finito. But, oh, we do set a card after. Is that our turn now? Because that is not as crazy. Surely we're not done yet. We bring out Shade the Obscure, and from Shade the Obscure and Meteors the Pure, we do continue to combo off, going into that new Power Patron Link monster as well.
So Leonardo just keeps on cooking with the Purification Power Patron. We are getting access to Etherealize. Now that is already looking a little scary. We are setting a card, I believe that was a pass. Now that is, you said it, not the craziest of end boards. However, Cool Tune is also not known to play super well into big boards or semi boards as well. You want to basically hand trap your opponent out of the entire situation. Or you're taking the Triff approach, as people call it. Just keep your hand traps in your hand. If you're playing versus a big combo pile, you throw them on the first turn. If not, you can just use them as breakers.
That's true, but now Leonardo, immediately, you mentioned the card, Fallen and the Virtuous, and that is such a safe approach usually against the Q-Tune deck to just get rid of their first normal summon. And there also is an answer to the Q-Tune Synchro, which would have worked out nicely there. But, okay.
Has she searched for the Reco?
She probably didn't activate the effect, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, that is.
And we're picking up the cards! Big combo from Leonardo, backed up by the Fallen and the Virtuous and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, means that he is the one in the lead. He is the one on the board here in that very first round match of the points playoff. And I mean, Yuna, last year was Swift, right? She came in as the underdog and then just swept through the Swiss stage. And basically, with the rules that we are applying this weekend, she would have already been qualified with that 4-0 in Swiss. But she managed anyway, so she didn't care. She just qualified into the main event of the World Championship in Paris-Van through that top 4 match that she still had to play. But that's not the dream start now.
But with our new rules for the qualification here, it is not as tragic to lose the first round.
That's true.
Because sometimes you said, okay, it's then about tiebreakers, right? If you lose the first round, that's really bad for your tiebreakers. You might become 5th place after Swiss, even if you go X1. And with the new rules, I don't think that's that bad anymore, because if there is someone undefeated and they don't get, a double loss in the last round, then problem.
No, you're right. That could actually be very good for... someone might be very happy that someone ever goes undefeated in the tournaments, because that could mean, hey, I'm actually part of this top 4 match now as well. It's weird to call it top 4 when it's actually 5th place playing against someone else.
Let's just call them elimination matches.
We'll figure it out along the way. Elimination match is one I like. I can definitely get behind that. But now, going first against Power Patron. One card that has been around for a while, and I think also still is around, that never is a happy sight for Pendulum decks, is Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Yeah.
You're just praying that that card is nowhere to be seen when you are on a Pendulum-themed deck. Let's see, is it in the side deck of Yuna here? I don't want to give it away just yet, but there are trap cards in her side deck, I will say that.
But in a synchro-based deck, it's going to be significantly harder to search for that card, basically.
True.
So that is a good thing for the Power Patron deck. However, I think the going first field, especially when you're able to look at your opponent's hand, off the Cool Tune deck is still pretty strong. However, there is crazier end boards. I mean, the thing that makes Cool Tune so strong is that strong pilots with the deck, they know their opponent's hand, they can manipulate the top deck, and then they can work their way around whatever their opponent has. If you're playing versus a deck that has a lot of play going second, that has so many different pushes, it gets tougher, especially when you're playing versus a strategy like Power Patron. Not every one of these duelists may know the entire deck by heart.
I'm sure Yuna does. Yuna spends so much time on testing. Surely she has played against this matchup a million times already.
That's actually maybe a good point. But if you're encountering someone who doesn't know all of your cards by heart, then maybe there is an opening to play around the combo of Cooltune and break the field.
That's fair. From the top of your head, you do in Cooltune have the chance to just basically access one of your hand interactions from the deck by special summoning it out with Q. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring or Ghost Ogre and Snow Rapid against the Power Patron deck. What do you think? In case you don't have either of them.
That's a very tough one, but I guess we will let Yuna decide on her own because the players are ready, so let's go over to the table.
You're not getting off that easily. What's the answer, Leo? I think it's still Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in the end, right? Like, Ghost Ogre is a nice application into the matchup, but I think Ash Blossom is just so versatile. It can hit other cards as well, so I think you want to go with that. Ultimately, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring would be a good find in the opening hand already, as we could counter the Molchami Fool loss thrown down by Leonardo, but it seems like it has resolved.
The good thing for Yuna is that even if you just end on a track maker, that's not the worst thing in the world. Starting with the Rotary and the Rekko, I would heavily recommend to at least make the track maker, give one draw, and then search for double Cooltune Synchro. I really like the abbreviation of this, KTS. That sounds it sounds cool. It sounds like a band.
Yeah, it does very much sound like a band.
That fits the theme of Cooltune.
It does, it does. They're just jamming. Leonardo, throws down Droll and Lockbird, nullifying the Molchami Fuvalos that he himself has activated there. That's a crazy decision.
I think it's still correct, actually, because if the play is from Yuna to just start with the Rekko normal summon, then you are going to be able to draw before the Trackmaker Synchro, and that is absolutely massive. She still gets to look
at that hand. Wow! We got a new card in the hand to look at, and that is the Pot of Sloth there. Shiny version of it as well here on Leonardo's end.
And
that's a good card to have going second.
It's backed up by triple tactic talents. Even if you want to Ash that is going to be rather tough. But now another part of the effects of the Cooltunes come in, because you can also add back monsters from the graveyard instead of just searching them. And we're starting off with a Remix. And Remix actually enables us to summon something back from the graveyard, add something back, and then immediately perform a Synchro Summon, which is a form of interaction on the opposing turn. And we're going, I think, immediately into a Zalen.
That seems right.
That is going to help. However, the triple tactic talents is so incredibly threatening towards Yuna, because you would want to negate the Pot of Sloth.
For sure. You got it, right?
Do you? It's just a draw for 2. So, I mean, you're basically putting the other cards back then, so you're not drawing anything, really.
That's true.
Oh, we're going in with a Remix immediately, so I think we're summoning a Rekko, and that is supposed to search as a Clip. So Clip is going to be our interaction with Zalen, and that's pretty good. That really saves us from Sloth plus triple tactic talents, because if we have the Clip on Sloth activation, we can go Clip, negate Zalen, and then we summon RS, so we are protected from the triple tactic talents as well. However, then we have nothing else to negate.
And there's the Clip. We do go for that approach. Sounds reasonable to me.
Someone clip this.
In case you missed it, that was the draw phase of Leonardo already happening as we drew for turn. And of course, we're leading with the Pot of Sloth.
Do you negate? I think you let it go through. Honestly, if we only have very few negates, I think we have to kind of let it go through. I'm wondering if Yuna... I mean, surely she took back the Mix, right? Because then that's another form of interaction.
Yeah, she did.
If you summon out the Clip, you leave the Clip on the field, you go Rekko and Mix into RS, so you get a pop as well to answer something at least.
Here's where you can already tell that they are top-notch players, because I would have been way too impatient. I would have been like, that Pot of Sloth, it's crazy good, I'll negate it. But actually, it's just an Upstart Goblin here, like a little bit of an improved Upstart Goblin, I want to say.
I mean, the thing is, I don't think you can. Versus the cards you only saw, you cannot do that, never.
We found Meteors the Pure, which does get met with Effect Veiler, which is a huge application for it, because Effect Veiler struggles to find good targets against the Archmage strategy, but this is the prime candidate to throw it on, and that is the card that Leonardo got with his Pot of Sloth there, most likely.
Now triple tactic talents could be activated, however, you're just going to be faced with Clip into Zalen. Maybe Leonardo also has something like a...
But Leonardo was talking, so maybe he wants to go into the battle phase here.
I would like to see that, because you're basically forcing Yuna to sequence her interactions weirdly. So you could go Clip make RS then and pop the Meteors the Pure. But then if you want to use your Zalen negate and you have nothing else to use from hand, you would have to use RS on something and then Zalen, otherwise you cannot start a bigger chain than one.
That's true.
So,
or maybe we're just checking whether there's anything else on resolution from Yuna, which clearly there wasn't. And Leonardo is locked in. This is the opportunity of his lifetime. He wants to qualify for the World Championship, and he does throw in these talents now.
Does he have Fallen into Virtues? That would be absolutely crazy. If there is a clip now, you chain Fallen into Virtues onto the Rekko or the Zalen, you are going to get something. Yeah, target the Rekko, and I think you have to Zalen negate that, because otherwise you're losing so much. But also the triple tactic talents is really, really tough.
Resolve. What are we doing with it though, Leo?
That was the perfect top deck.
Are we taking? Are we drawing? Are we looking? You have all options on the table here, really.
I mean, with the other cards we know in hand, and the Meteors being negated, and those were a Pot of Sloth. Ah no, we don't know anything because Pot of Sloth resolved.
That's the thing, yeah.
Oh, Fallen into Virtues was so perfect here. I think with the Effect Veiler in hand, you kind of have to let the you kind of have to negate the Pot of Sloth, because then Meteors is
that's where my logic comes in again. Yeah. Maybe sometimes it pays off to be impatient.
If you have the Effect Veiler, I think you have to. But now, we go into the B2B, which is a good way to add the Effect Veiler back into the hand.
That's true, but I think that's the danger of Pot of Sloth. Like, you allow the player that has already revealed their hand previously to basically just reshuffle and reorder their hand. So that you have that advantage of knowledge about their hand, and you're giving it up by them resolving their Pot of Sloth, really.
Yeah.
So it's really a tough game to play. I don't want to say that one thing is necessarily right or wrong, but it's definitely not as easy as a decision as it may seem on the surface. And there is Vidolium. We found the field spell, reveal the Nerva, searching for another Power Patron straight from our deck.
But the Fuvalos Drone Lockbird combination was so incredibly strong for Leonardo, just because he was actually also able to deny a clip. So the top deck was never known for Yuna.
That's true. And there, hold on, we're allowed to search, but we as well may be able to just immediately special summon onto the field the big Power Patron. And we do have one of the most annoying of them, of the Power Patrons, because it is so incredibly strong in the Pendulum scale. And this is where the magic happens. We have outed the back-to-back with the Pendulum effect of that Power Patron. And now, after already making sure that works, we have in the process destroyed two of our very own Power Patron cards as well, which now both trigger in the extra deck. So we have dealt with an opponent's card, and we do get two cards as a replacement for it. That's crazy.
We get to search and we get to add. That is absolutely huge. And now Yuna is sitting there with basically nothing. The B2B was outed before any monster effects were activated. Perhaps a RS could have helped a little bit more, because RS is actually a pretty good way to deal with a Geppetto in scale, because it just doesn't do anything with it. It just negates the effect. So that one is rather static there.
Now it gets interesting. Geppetto enabled all of that. We have now also activated maybe the most powerful spell of the deck, the Terminus, which is going to send the Power Patron from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard. And then you can also add a Dark Fairy. Some other decks are actually using that card to maybe even search for Dark Lord's cards or something. But here you can just grab more of your engine, and we do go into Beyond the Pendulum here. And as you've seen already, and maybe you already know, those Power Patrons, they're big. So in terms of just putting up 8,000 points of damage going second into this situation here, I would be surprised, honestly, if Leonardo doesn't find a way to do that.
I mean, not all of them are big, right? Geppetto is sitting at strong 300 attack points and 200 defense points, but he's got levels.
Yeah. And also, like, on the other hand, we just accessed the Vidolium, the Unstable Power Patron of Unity, which is 5,000 attack points, which helps a lot, honestly.
That is true.
That is more than half of the attack points required to go for game. We draw two more cards into this field. Yuna actually did get to combo decently well, it felt like, even through the Drone and Lockbird. But that one Pot of Sloth just snowballed like crazy here for Leonardo.
Yeah, I think if we can take away one learning from this game, it's with Cool Tune you have to negate Pot of Sloth, or else you're losing all of the advantages that your rotary worked so hard to get you.
Either that, Or maybe the learning also is Pot of Sloth may be the new staple in the format since it's released. And like literally last week that card released. And that card is just going second. Maybe something everybody should play.
Yeah.
Or maybe you should even play it in the main deck, honestly. Because when you go second and play that card, it's crazy.
Yeah, when you're going second. But then Lightning Storm is also a really good card. Would you main deck that?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I have before.
That is true. You were a 10-pie enjoyer.
Uh-huh. I did have my fair share with that deck, that's true. But now we go into the effect of Exceed the Pendulum. We are still going strong here. Will we be able to get all of that required damage onto the field is the question here.
I want to mention that it's perfect flavor that under Exceed the Pendulum you can Exceed summon with 2 Pendulum monsters.
Yeah. It is. It all works out perfectly fine.
The card is basically telling you how to play the deck.
Yeah, it does. It does very much so. One thing we have to consider, I think at this point we're locked into only attacking with Power Patrons for the rest of this turn. So we need to make sure there is a way that we can just go for game with only those. And I think that will have to require having Vidolium around. Because without the 5,000 attack points of that guy, I don't think we can get there.
I think you are perhaps thinking a little too far. Because if you just get your standard field up with a so crazy diminished hand of the Cool Tune deck that basically doesn't have a lot of follow-up, especially not since you've been drolled on the first one on Reco Summon.
Yeah.
It's tough.
And I mean, Jupiter is also big, though.
Yeah.
3,500. That's nothing to sniff at. And Leonardo is now also going to use the effect of his Leonardo. It's, oh, wow, and we do, like, I told you about it in game 1, now we get to witness it as well with all of them also hitting the field, that we have Synchros, Exceeds, Links, they don't care, they go for all of it, Pendulum Monsters, that's Genora now on the field. Also 3,100, also a Power Patron, so, Leo, yes, I do see your point, but I also see reason to believe that this might just be a way for game, but there is Ghost Spell and Haunted mention on the effect of Genora here.
So, Leonardo now needs to find out how to, I wanted to say play through this board, however there's just a clip. So I think that's going to be the easier task. Can he go for a game in this turn or set up a field that is so big that Yuna can't play through it?
And also, small correction, it wasn't on the effect of Genora, but it was on the effect, I'm pretty sure, of Vidolium in the Pendulum scale, because that could have technically brought something back from the graveyard. But that ain't happening, as we did have that Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion. But now, I'm back on your argument. That's one card less in hand for Yuna to come back with. We're only holding on to, I believe, 1 or 2 cards in hand now, max.
It can't be a lot. I think the line of hand trapping in the first turn from Leonardo was impeccable.
It was.
He went for a Fuvalos to make Yuna think that she doesn't have Droll and Lockbird. And I know Yuna. She would, most of the time with a hand like this, always reveal Rotary and Reco, normal summon Rotary to play through Droll and Lockbird, set up to Cool Tune Synchros, because then that's all you need basically to at least play the game.
For sure.
Especially through a Fuvalos. But thinking that my opponent is not going to Droll himself after not getting a draw.
Surely not, yeah.
Surely they won't do this. But then, of course, still passing on a reasonable end field. So
oh! I'm going to use your monster here. Let's go Underworld Goddess.
And Yuna has maybe tried to activate Clip, but then the Goddess could have also... Oh no, it's only Synchro Summons for Clip. Never mind.
Now Vidolium is being summoned by shuffling back. And we're not locked into only attacks with Power Patrons, are we?
Oh, we are.
We are, and Leonardo is realizing, Yuna tells him, there's no way you miss out on this in...
the playoff.
The playoffs.
Oh, but that was a heavy investment to go into the Underworld Goddess. That's a huge Link monster there. So that might be some interruption that you have missed out on.
And you saw the smirky little smile in the face of Leonardo, like just punching in with both of these monsters. And then Yuna, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, immediately tells him, you are not allowed to attack with that Underworld Goddess. And now we're giving up the Underworld Goddess for an SP Little Knight. All of that, the entire turn. At some point, having 4 different monsters on the field, all of that will just end in one SP Little Knight. That's crazy.
Yeah, the Little Knight just banished the clip. That is not really what you want to have. But the SP Little Knight on very low cards in hand for Yuna, that's only 1 card in hand, could actually, maybe it's 2, could actually be crucial. Because if you normal summon and SP Little Knight banishes your monster, then you're kinda cooked. You need a combination of cards.
That's true. And it's only 2 cards in hand in total for Yuna. We're drawing to 3, and we are passing over. So Yuna still with hope. Because Leonardo surely went all in. I don't think he has many hand interactions left in his hand. He probably, if he drew into some of those with Pot of Sloth, he must have given up on them.
I don't think you are playing a lot of hand traps anymore after Pot of Sloth. I think people have pivoted to siding some breakers with this card because if you're finding multiple, it's going to be hard to play through that. Mix is being summoned, activated, SP Little Knight chains. Do you have another play? You know, you can search for Rotary if you have a Rekko or a Clip or any monster that synchros with a Rotary. This is your moment to shine, to get back into this game. Leonardo is shaking his head. Can Yuna find something to combo off with a Rotary? That is not a tough ask.
It really isn't. And if Yuna does manage to come back here, it's also such a mental challenge for Leonardo after really not having... Oh, wait, what are we looking for here? Leonardo is asking to... Wait, no, oh, we were just reordered. For a second, I was like, Leonardo's giving up. But let's wait whether Yuna actually has a playable combination here first.
Oh, we've banished the cards face down.
Oh, true, we haven't resolved Vidolium. Oh, you're right.
And now I wonder if that changes anything for Yuna. I mean, it's a little bit annoying that some of the cards are gone, right? Because with something like a Clip, you want to have access to something like your Zalen.
True, true.
We have searched for Rotary. That could be the start of something great. Reveal Rotary plus a strong tuner. Anything? Oh, she passes!
You gotta be kidding me! We search Rotary and we do not have anything to pair it up with. And Leonardo is still left with that SP Little Knight and also still the Power Patron, the Leonardo in the scale. There's no way. There's so many cards. You just basically only need a tuner to go along with it. And we search for Terminus as follow-up on the last turn. Leonardo didn't think he would need the follow-up as he invested all of his energy into ending the game. But it was just like a little bonus. We were like, oh yeah, I have another search. I may as well just search for the Terminus here. And now it pays off crazy as we do get to send the Nerva here to the graveyard. And we fetch for the Meteors from the deck.
Oh, maybe there is another interaction in Yuna's hand. She's got to have something next to the Rotary. Meteors is normal summoned effect, or perhaps special summoned. Looks like a reveal.
Oh my. We are going in.
In fact, do we have something like an Ash Blossom? Leonardo is shaking his head.
Did he think that's game? Because, I mean, Mia's is 18, and also the Little Knight is 16, so that's 34. And how big is Mix?
100.
Yeah, that would do it.
That would do the trick, yeah.
But seems like that is not on the menu just yet. We are going to use the effect here of Jupredo in the scale. We're destroying the Mix. I mean, we may as well, why not? But that should now just enable us to seal it here.
I think you're still trying to play on a little bit because you don't want to make the big old classic mistake of playing into a Magnamut that could for some reason be there. I don't think that's a side in going first versus Power Patron.
Maybe it is.
But if it is, you kind of lose the game.
I mean, Meteor's Vapeur is dark, so like, and it does end up in the graveyard occasionally, so I think it might be possible. But we're passing back over.
Are we locked into attacking again?
There's no way. We're giving Yuna another turn here.
And she has Rotary. She normal summons Mix. And SP Little Knight again chains to it. But we know that she has Rotary in hand for follow-up. You just search the Rekko now. You might search a Clip.
Leo, I was praising the Terminus, but the Terminus is the one that locks us. So we were only able to attack with Power Patron monsters, and there were no Power Patrons left anymore. So Yuna does have another way to come back here. We have summoned Q, and we are now finally back on the summoning out of Hydrolis Ammonia from the deck.
Oh, and now in a stalemate like this, manipulating the top deck with Clip is crazy important. But we are, first of all, going to go into a track maker. But the Hydrolis summon is so cool because that gives you such a fast access to B, where you can attack twice, not only once.
But are we on multiple back-to-backs? Is that a thing?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Because one of them is banished face down here at the moment. So maybe we just brought out that Hydraulis Harmonia to have big attack points.
That also does work, I think.
It does. So we are just trying to play the regular game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. We're just trying to make sure that we get enough attack points onto the field to end this game in the old-fashioned way. By just attacking with over 8,000 points of damage.
Some classic Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, right? You gotta appreciate it. One thing also noteworthy, Leonardo could not use the effect of the Albion in the end phase. Because first of all, it was banished face down, as we found out then in the process. But also, he drew into the other Fawn and the Vitreous, and he had to discard it along the way. So there was never another target probably in the deck. So he wasn't too unhappy about banishing his own Albion there, ultimately.
RS is not too chunky, but still a pretty big boy.
Oh, Leonardo, we're counting. We're counting face-down banished cards.
There's got to be some reason for that.
Surely there is, but we're also... I mean, you know what's also tough now? With this really uncommon way of how this game plays out here, and with us going through multiple turns that were supposedly never going to happen, that took some time off the clock here as well. So like, if we are playing a game 3, and allow me to say, right now it does look kind of good for Yuna that we are heading into a game 3 as we go into Visas Amritara here searching for Vanadium Reframing. That is not much time to play anymore for game 3. I mean, 15 minutes, sure, that can work out for sure, but it puts on some additional pressure, if there not already is enough pressure here in this match with World Championship participation at stake.
Passed over back to Leonardo. He gets this SP Little Knight back. The mix comes back. If you find a big enough monster with 3,100 attack points that can attack, you can just run over that mix. That is very dangerous as a position for Yuna. We have seen multiple times already in the history of this game that one attack position monster that came back from SP Little Knight that has little attack can be crucial to a game plan falling apart. Even it doesn't matter how much advantage you have.
And I actually found out why we were counting those cards so aggressively. And actually, that is a huge thing. The field spell, the Vidolia, it lowers the opponent's monsters by 100 attack for each banished card. And there's a lot of banished cards. Like, they barely have attack points. I would be very doubtful that this actually gets over an SP Little Knight at this point. And I mean, it's worded in the way it says for each banished card. So I think we're accounting for both players' banished cards. So that's a ton, really. So that Meteors the Pure is able to do a lot of damage over the mix. That's 0 attack points on the mix, so that's 1,800. And the Little Knight is big enough to attack over Amritara. And that is the game there for Leonardo, because Amritara is super small as well. Leonardo Zacchetti, in a crazy fashion, takes the second game, takes round 1, and is on his way maybe to qualify for the World Championship.
In a swift 2-0, what a back and forth. We thought he had the game for sure sealed up. Couldn't go for a game with the Goddess. Then had to pass back once, and the Cool Tune deck just couldn't play through an SP Little Knight. That is like full memento combo. So the deck is
mind-blowing.
Cool Tune, once you break their field, it has such a hard time of getting back into a game just because of the limited resources you're amassing during the turns.
That's true. And I think it's interesting that we see the Power Patron deck now kind of returning into the focus, because I feel like at the earlier national championships that we saw throughout the season, that deck was popping off. All of a sudden, like, we saw, oh, that deck is something that we should definitely be recognizing. You also played against it, for example, at the French National Championship. Powerhouse of a deck, really hard to stop, really hard to interact. And then with the later national championships, for example, at German nationals, we didn't really see it that much anymore. They kind of forgot, you're right. And now, where it matters the most here in the playoff, all of a sudden, Leonardo comes in and says, that is the deck to make it happen with.
Yep, and I remember that you, after French Nationals, told me, hey, you know what, I think in a couple of weeks we're going to see Jupredo in every deck.
I thought that, yeah. That card is just incredibly strong, as we just saw as well. It kind of proved the point that I was trying to make there. And that was really Wow, that game had so many ups and downs.
Yeah.
That already basically was my whole emotional schedule for the day, really.
Yeah, for the weekend, right?
For the
so,
weekend,
with us two, we are out for this weekend, so we got to leave it to the other casters. But there is going to be plenty more Yu-Gi-Oh! Action this weekend. Of course, we are focusing today on the Friday on the World Points Playoff. If you have just tuned in, 16 players who have qualified over the entire season for this final playoff where we send 3 players to the World Championships, and then as of tomorrow, the EU WCQ starts. Also an invite-only tournament.
It is.
But we're sending 4 people from a bunch.
I was about to actually address that as well, because that is also some very important news, as from the main event that will be played on Saturday and Sunday, top 4 will go through and will qualify for the World Championship here in Europe, making it a nice little total of 7 players heading to Japan, representing Europe, trying to bring the title to Europe, which has been the World Championship title in American hands for a couple of years now.
For a couple of years, there was a lot of participation from the European side, especially in the last year's World Championships with Tom Kleinegräber. That was a crazy finals. I think he could have won that game if it wasn't for this nasty draw and Lockbird off of the heavy Borger, but maybe that's the German or EU bias for us.
He has recovered, though. He's already walking around, and he told me, yeah, I'm qualifying again. Don't worry, I cooked. I got this weekend. You don't even have to know my deck. Just know that I will be there.
It got to his head.
Yeah,
it got to his head. Now, Tom Kleinegräber, of course, been dominating the Yu-Gi-Oh! Scene for years now. Didn't make it to the playoff, but he is as motivated as ever for this weekend. Now, this brings me to my next question, Basti.
Okay.
Not talking about the points playoff, but the EU WCQ.
Mm-hmm.
Who's it going to be?
I would say I always like an underdog story, so I will say at least 1, maybe even 2 players we don't have on the radar yet on the European high competitive scene.
That's Euro's magic, no?
Right? Yeah, you just have that one fabulous run straight into the World Championship. I always love those stories, so I think, yes, 1 or even 2 will have that wonderful story throughout this weekend. And then, who had crazy seasons but is not in the playoff here? I mean... You're talking to one of the biggest fans of Dinka Bui, so surely I got to mention that guy as well.
Yeah.
Right? But also our German national champion with our beloved Sky Striker strategy, Leonard Klein, someone I would also definitely be being interested in seeing how he performs over the weekend. All of our national champions, to be fair, like they had some. We have 1 national champion in the playoff. Wait, no, do we? A previous one, but not from this year, actually. We don't have one from this year.
I don't think so.
No, we don't.
But who we have? No,
yeah,
not
what's
in the
your
playoff. I think our last year's European champion, Lorenzo Muselli.
Ooh, yeah.
I think he has just had, so he has played phenomenal past few years. He has been major part of deck building in the best decks ever. He's playing for a team, and all of those players really perform well. They truly are the workers' elite. But Lorenzo just said that he handled it like a king. Just probably had the worst nationals performance of his entire life, where it really didn't go his way. And I think he's one of those players who has, every once in a blue moon, has a bad performance at a tournament and then comes back even more hungry. Realize, okay, I am actually immortal. Those things can actually happen to me. So let's go in there and win it again. So I think he's going to make a back-to-back direct qualification from the EU WCQ.
That's quite a statement. And I mean, it's always at those big championships, of course, also the case of until Sunday, until we crown a new European champion, he still is the European champion for now. So
that is true.
For this weekend, he can still walk around with that aura of being the current and reigning European champion. And I mean, maybe he just likes it so much, so he decides, I'm going back in, and then I'm going back-to-back on it. Maybe even with the back-to-back deck. Q-Tune, did it impress you there in that featured match by Yuna?
So when we were playtesting for the French Nationals, everyone kept telling me about how great Cooltune is.
Yeah.
And I was incredibly afraid of facing the deck, and then started to play versus, and I was like, this deck has no follow-up ever. So you do the full combo, it's okay to break. If you have like 1 upstart goblin, I mean, it helped that I was playing a good breaker deck.
I was about to say you buffed yourself by maybe picking the best possible matchup into it.
But if you get to break the deck, the follow-up is really not that crazy. Then I started playing the deck myself as well and realized, hey, the follow-up of the deck is really not that crazy. So if you actually manage to break that deck, which is getting harder with your opponent having a lot of knowledge and the players who really know what they're doing, they can play around your cards in hand. However, I mean, some decks just naturally are good breakers. And if you show the deck a hand of 5 cards and possibly a good top deck,
Yeah.
you can do 3 backflips if you want, but you are not getting through that turn.
You can, but I think that is also where the good players are shining, because I think a regular Q-Tune combo, like look at their hand, look at the top deck, and all of that, that is easy to accomplish. That is something you and I, we could easily do as well. But when it comes to actually making sure that you have good follow-up, that is, for example, something we saw from Yuna at the German Nationals. She was really showcasing a masterclass of how you play the deck a little more conservatively, and then actually make sure that you have enough follow-up. Here, in that case, against Leonardo, it wasn't really as good because we just didn't have the right cards to do so, and we got rolled. But in general, I would say it is possible with the deck.
The deck is really strong and one of the most picked decks for a reason. It's also really, really consistent. That's also another edge that the deck has. And having a lot of hand traps is so incredibly strong. But there are plenty new decks that just came out in Chaos Origins.
Which one are you most excited for?
I love the Blitzkrieg.
Okay.
The deck is really, really cool. I don't know if it right now has what it takes to take down an EU WCQ, but we thought that about the pure Vanquish Soul last year too. Want to say that. If the deck gets to play, the resources are almost endless. So you can loop every single card you have basically, except for the banished alternator. So that is a different thing. But the deck is incredibly cool. Whisker is crazy, but the deck has some, I want to say, choke points. If you have a Dominus Impulse on the Whisker, that's tough.
Well, just make sure to have no cards on the field. Wait, you're going second. That's it's really
it's tough.
It
is really tough.
Sure.
And the thing is also the engine is really inconsistent. So even if you are having a hand of your best 3-offs in the deck, like your Surge, your Grain, and your Whisker, if you have all 3 of those, which in every other deck would be the craziest combo you've ever seen with 3
card combo,
that doesn't play. That doesn't do anything. So you are really reliant on drawing those spells together with monsters, and those are some consistency issues. But I like that in those decks we're getting like the old friends of Ryziel's back. You love those, right?
Yeah. So I love my Daddy Detonator.
Daddy Detonator. And the thing is,
the Ryziel cards were kind of off the script for a while now, but they with that deck, a good combination of theirs.
They're still crazy. You have so many fun things that you can do. If you reveal a Crackle on the opposing turn, in the first turn you destroy something, you get to special summon out Ryziel's Sword and actually get to search follow-up while having Crackle still in hand. There's so many cool things. Alternator can search Sword, can also search a Ryo. So there is crazy, crazy possibilities of what you can do with that deck. But we have some more possibilities to showcase some things too, so we're giving it over to Charles for an analysis.
Apologies. Right, so we have Leonardo here, the winner of our first feature match of the day. Starting off here with your first game, you ended on quite, I would say, a modest end field. You had the, of the known things we had the Varudras, we had the Power Potion Link 2, and then we had the non-finito counter trap spells.
The FTK. Oh, my bad.
Apologies.
The FTK board with the Amorphage is not needed for this format because the whole board includes like Baguska summoned off from the Quartet Charming in Bloom, and you draw 4 of your combo. Then you usually draw non-engine and discard bad cards. You play like 15 non-engine to stop your opponent, then is enough because is enough layered and are enough interruptions for the format. And if you don't get OTK, you have draws and buy main summon with Oleum. That is quite killing for most of the decks.
Yeah, it's like I say, it seems reasonably modest. However, you do also have that backup of the non-engine that was unknown to Yuna at the time as well. As we saw going into the next part here as well. The opening turn for Yuna here, game 1, you see the normal summon the Rico. It was decided so quickly because it was the Rico into the Fallen the Virtuous, into the Cool Toon Synchro, into the Ash Blossom. You didn't even use any of your sort of archetypal cards there. How do you feel about how the game 1 played out for you?
Quite good. I don't want to talk about game 2, but game 1 I think I played pretty well. Because she summoned Rico, she didn't activate any effect, then it was the best spot to activate or the Link or the Fall on the Virtus to remove the body, and for all the extenders I have Varudras and Ash Blossom in hand.
Of course, yeah. Then we're moving on to I thought actually a very interesting start for game 2 as well for you. I won't go into too much detail on it, but just the start of the game.
Yeah.
We saw you activate the
full and the draw. Yeah.
So what was the thought process there? Were you hoping for draws off the Fuvalos, or were you using it as bait?
I always use Fuvalos in draw against Kultum for, of course, avoiding Q2 synchro. But when I seen that she started with Rico adding Rotary, I understood the hand was pretty weak, and the key point was to don't get the double add of Trackmaker and the Rotary. Then I draw them, because I say if she have like a full engine hand, and I'm sure that she doesn't have KTS Q2 synchro because she didn't activate in the draw phase, I say I'll guess. If she didn't draw, I will not allow to add it.
Makes a lot of sense. And then we saw the reveal of your hand as well in the next clip, which just, I'd say a Kultum player's worst nightmare, this hand, because it is obviously that sort of 1-card starter of the strategy, as well as 2 cards that allow you to change your hand, which obviously against a Kultum player can be very painful.
Yeah, very good. I just played pot, like yesterday I put in the list because it wasn't surprisingly good, but with the side we decided to make, it revealing not the best card, but a very good addition to the deck. Talent is of course the best card of the game, I think, and yeah, because it's allowed to draw the good cards, and this deck doesn't have so many bricks in going second, but it has not a lot, but some. Then you want to maximize your pushes, because you can push into Kultum Bird.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you for joining us here on the stage, and well done on your first feature match of the day and your first match won. We're going to pass it back over to the next segment.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Leo and myself. And we're sitting down a little cozy here in our lounge area, as we want to provide you, of course, with a plenitude of live coverage here from the EU WCQ this weekend. And yes, we have seen 1 match so far from the points playoff, but there's plenty of decks in the room, there's plenty of decks in the current meta game, and we're going to talk about the options for this weekend a little further, not only for the playoff itself, but also, of course, for the entire of that big event of EU WCQ, which will be starting with their first day tomorrow. So, Leo, what would you say? We don't know the numbers just yet, but what is going to be the most represented deck out of them?
I think it's going to be Cool Tune. People know how to play it already. It's been out for quite a while now. Actually, not that long, but, you know, they got their reps in, right? Yeah. It's very consistent. There is a lot of room for outplay potential, and the feeling that running a deck with like 20 hand traps, this secure feeling, it's like a warm hug by your favorite blanket on a cozy winter evening. That is, if you play 20 hand traps, you play Harmonia, you play Ghost Ogre, Ash Blossom, Ghost Spell, everything you want. You go into this tournament, you lose the dice roll, and you know, my deck has
I will be fine.
Yes, I will be fine. This is not that bad. And then you're playing versus a super big combo pile and you only see 1 Ghost Ogre, then that's of course a little bit disappointing in that regard. But still, the feeling of security that a lot of hand traps in a consistent deck gives you for something like a playoff, I think that's nothing to underestimate.
I'm with you, and I also want to know where you're buying your blankets, because that sounds very, very nice. And then second of all, I think a big contender still to qualify, and also just in pure representation that we're going to see a lot of, is going to be branded. In different variants, I think. Pure branded, certainly something we should expect and we will see plenty of. But also, branded Draco Tail, even though that deck, the Draco Tail cards, they have been hit on Forbidden Limited plenty, they're back into the action. We saw them perform well at the National Championships again, and that success is going to carry into this format as well. You have something to say about that, though?
I mean, we have Jordan Gallagher in the playoff. We don't know what he's running right now, but I would imagine there has to be one Draco Tail card at least in somewhere. He has been the undisputed king of the Draco Tail deck.
For sure.
And he has shown so many different types on so many occasions that he's just an absolute beast with the deck. But I want to say something about the branded cards, and that is with the release of Chaos Origins, people originally were very hyped to play branded with the new Chaos cards, so like splash it or at least put a small branded in the deck.
For sure.
If you're playing pure branded and you're facing the Chaos deck, if the Chaos deck doesn't brick, I think you're in for a rough one there, because cards like Black Chaos, phenomenal card, not only a good starter, but also unaffected that without targeting banishes 2 cards is so hard to play against. And then you have the Skull Archfiend that summons itself from the graveyard and then just takes away your fusion monsters from the graveyard that you worked so hard to get there. It is such an abysmal matchup.
It really is, and one deck I think that also struggles against that, with that deck now being around. And I gotta ask you the question, because you are now the striker head of course, of our coverage team. Sky Striker, is that a deck we should expect in terms of raw numbers? And if we do see it, which I think we definitely are going to see to some degree, how successful is it going to be in the end? Is it a deck to bring?
I think we're still going to have some Sky Striker players, because Sky Striker never falls. Okay, so we got that Sky Striker propaganda out of the way. But I think that the deck has a little bit of a better matchup against the Chaos decks than people give it credit for. Because you can just present them with something that could potentially out the Mind Shuffle and then chain an anchor onto the Black Chaos. So you basically put them in a little bit of a theoretical chokehold there. Because if you're playing SP Little Knight or an Azalea to get rid of the Mind Shuffle and the Black Chaos is on the field, they're like, yeah, okay, fine, I'm not responding. And then you chain anchor. So if they use Mind Shuffle to push the Black Chaos Magician back to hand, they're going to lose the Mind Shuffle in the process and on the Black Luster Soldier, or they're just getting the card negated in the resolution, and then they're still going to lose the Mind Shuffle. So you're taking them out of that loop, and if you have something else to follow it up with, if they have something like a Griffo in hand to get another Mind Shuffle onto the field, you are still going to be able to respond with a targeting effect that takes out the Black Chaos. If it's negated, you can also get rid of the Lemnis Gate, because then you can also get rid of it with non-targeting effects. So honestly, the deck doesn't put up that much. And if you don't put up that much versus Sky Striker and you're getting out of this I can't out this card mode, I think you have plenty of options to win the game on the spot, because the damage you're putting up with Sky Striker is a lot. A different matchup I'm more worried about is actually the Blitzkrieg deck. I don't think it's going to be everywhere in the main event.
Not necessarily.
Playing with Striker into that matchup is so tough.
It's hard.
It is. First of all, Whisker is a crazy card. If that thing summons itself in resolution, summoning like 2 other monsters or the Whisker itself, destroying 2 cards on resolution, and then also having the monster negate, you get infinite value. So at that point, the game might be lost. However, the hideout in the Sky Column gives you a level 6 Earth token. That is so incredibly useless.
What a striker is going to do with it? It's actually even hindering it, right?
It stops you from activating Engage, which is already a problem. You need you can't send it for Droplet, because you have to send to the graveyard for cost, and that's not happening with a token. So you need to find Fallen the Virtuous to pop.
That card actually is a breaker into Sky Striker fields, because you're like, the moment you activate that, you're like, okay, buddy, your Widow Anchors, not really afraid of them anymore, because you can't even activate them as soon as I give you that token.
You need to Lemniscate it, or zero it, or Fallen in the Virtuous. It's
beautiful.
As a breaker,
probably zero is best in that case.
The thing is, as a breaker, you're forcing out something, and then you can get it back later. And then maybe at some point, then you can still make a token. It's so good. It's something, if you have broken the field a little bit already, you can top it off with the hideout in the sky, because then afterwards, after you've taken out all of the cards, token.
So we addressed now the new cards from Chaos Origins quite a bit, and those new, you already talked about the Black Luster cards and everything. Do we expect that to be a relevant force for this event, possibly being in the top 4 ultimately of the main event?
I think a Chaos deck we might find. Chaos is incredibly strong. Blitzkrieg I hope we will find, because I absolutely adore the deck. It's very, very cool. I'm not too sure about the others, though. We also have a new way of searching Habakiri now.
They're always in Habakiri at the end of the day.
So we got basically a new pre-prep that is just searching for Habakiri by revealing the ritual, not the mirror.
Sure.
Because the ritual is actually written on the Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi. So there is some things you can do. I would like to see a crazy Mitsurugi Chaos deck.
Yeah.
Although Chaos is already running quite some bricks. And
it's fine, trust me.
Is it though?
It's a dangerous game to play for sure.
Yeah, then if you're adding a mirror, a Saji, and a ritual, then
Is there any crazy deck that you think could just come from like real rogue status into top 4 here this weekend? Is there something maybe that usually by players is only considered to be a local stack, but actually will have the run of a lifetime here this weekend?
I mean, a deck that has been used. Okay, chill. Elf Note has. I don't think that would be a rogue deck. It's roguish.
It's on the edge.
I think it's people are going to be mad if I say it was a local stack before, but I don't think the deck was at that high level yet, and I think now it is very resilient to hand traps. It's
crazy.
Able to play through boards, and the board you put up in the end is crazy.
I mean, we considered the Power Patron deck, which we saw in the round 1 feature of the playoff by Leonardo, as the combo deck. But Elf Note combo is even stronger, combo is even bigger, combo is even better, if it goes through uninterrupted, of course.
Yeah.
I think like it is a little more vulnerable to interaction compared to the Power Patron deck, but if it does not face the interruptions that is presented by the opponent, then it is putting up even bigger fields than the Power Patron deck.
It's like cards like Effect Veiler, which we also saw in the playoff already. They don't really do a lot because then there's Regina, and Regina is distributing something on resolution, and that card then does its own thing. So
I've gone through that loophole a billion times at this point, where actually was trying to stop one of the Elf Note monsters on the field, and every single second. Oh yeah, they only have one card remaining in hand. What could it possibly be? Surely it's not Regina, and it was always Regina.
And sometimes it's also like, if I let this resolve, I lose the game.
Yeah.
So I have to throw my Effect Veiler here or my Infinite Impermanence, and then they have Regina, and then you feel so stupid. It's like you took off the blanket and then you tripped over it.
That's true. But okay, so that is definitely something that you wouldn't necessarily expect, but could definitely be there. For me, I gotta say, I've been playing that deck quite a bit over the last couple of weeks, and we also had it in top cut of German Nationals, so maybe not necessarily considered to be like a rogue deck necessarily, but I think Radiant Typhoon, even though it lost to Chant, that deck is still out there. And I think we can maybe have a crazy run by Radiant Typhoon this weekend.
I feel like it also came back after it lost 2 Chants, right? But people had to adapt. Running Manifestation now, which is also a pretty strong card.
Yeah.
Actually, if you send your Phonics most of the time or your Vortex, that is also pretty nice.
True.
But the deck is really, really strong. However, it does have some choke points. I don't think it helped the deck that everyone and their moms is running Fallen and the Virtuous. That is a card that if you chain it to the activation of the mandate,
or the mandate even, that's true.
It's tough.
It definitely is tough. But I think we have a well-rounded meta game where like definitely at least from the top of my head, 8 to 10 different decks are capable of qualifying here this weekend, because it's not only about winning the entire thing. Of course, all the glory, it's very cool to win the whole thing. But basically, where it matters is that you win your top 8 match. You really want to make sure to go into top 4. This event, this weekend, WCQ always is that special setting of the most important match, not necessarily even being the finals, but rather the top 8 match, where you just have to make sure that you're actually qualifying for the World Championship. And we've seen it plenty of times. The moment where all the pressure falls off and they win their top 8 match, afterwards, they're barely able to play anymore because they have just, they're so happy and they're like, let's play top 4, no biggie, let's do it. But I really don't care anymore, to be honest.
What I remember when you say that is especially the game of Juhu versus Jessica Robinson.
Oh, yeah.
And she dusted him on his entire hand. It was
I'm done here.
Yeah. You know what? This is the handshake. Alrighty. I'm very happy this didn't happen in top 8.
Yeah.
Because this time around, again, remind yourself, we're sending 4 players to the World Championship. It's going to be 4 from the main event. 4, not 3, 4 players. So we are sending a full roster of 7 again. And I have already asked you what your opinions were, who's going to make it. Did you finalize your 4 players? You said 2 people that you don't know that well, 2 people that aren't household names. Then Dinkabui again, of course.
I threw that into the conversation, of course. How could you not? Definitely always a good shout. And I mean, we also saw Joshua Schmidt walking by the stage, not in the playoffs, but definitely trying to qualify for the World Championship again for the regular way of just making top 4 at WCQ. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it. And then, I mean, all of the playoff players, really. Like, we've seen it plenty of times that they fail to qualify to the World Championship in the playoff, which really is not that big of a fail because it's already a huge accomplishment to be there in the first place, and then it's only 3 out of 16. So odds are better than the main event, but they're still not necessarily great immediately. So then having that backup plan, having their way through the main event, we have seen it multiple times already.
How many times did we actually see it? I think Julian actually did win both.
In NA,
basically.
yeah.
And I think Jay Quincy did it once in Europe.
He did.
And then I don't remember anyone else
so
off the top of my head.
The actual qualifying then in the end has not happened as often, I want to say.
But they have huge runs.
Yeah, they always, like, we saw it super often that the playoff people also ended up in top cut, which is also no surprise because the way they got into the playoff is by making top cuts in plenty of those tournaments. So it just adds up, it lines up perfectly well. And I think, therefore, we have those definitely as forces to be reckoned with throughout this weekend. And I do think we're up for some treats.
I mean, it's not only that they just play well generally in tournaments. I think the preparation for the playoff players is different than the preparation of, I want to say, regular players of the others. I'm not saying that they are not preparing a whole lot for this tournament, but if you are in this top 16 playoff, you better take some vacation days from work because you are preparing for this tournament. These players have put their entire lives into this season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the entire last year, and they wouldn't want to waste any chances of getting to Worlds.
Absolutely, I do agree. And I mean, also one thing to note, all of those playoff players and also our national champions, they're starting into the main event tomorrow with a 2-round advantage, as they do have that 2-round bye. And I mean, that's such a nice start because, I mean, first of all, yeah, they are likely to win their first 2 rounds anyway. So you could say it's not that big of an advantage because the first rounds they're playing against maybe lesser experienced competition anyway. So for most of the people in the playoff, you would already sign them up for a 2-0 start in any kind of tournament. But using that time that you would be already sitting at the table playing through your combos and playing through all of those cards and transferring that over to sleeping longer, such an advantage when you're having such a long day of playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Especially since we have moved away from timed top cuts to untimed top cuts. It is increasingly more obvious that fatigue plays a role. I'm not even saying that this is a bad thing because that's just another set of skills that you need to bring to a table. If you are playing those deep runs and at some point it will get to you, you will be able to think less fast, you will still have to play at a reasonable pace even though the top cut is untimed, not the timer is untop cutted. You are going to make more and more mistakes. I think we've seen this in plenty of finals now after 2 long days, sometimes 3 long days of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Totally.
People were getting fatigued and they were slipping in some smaller mistakes in those final matches, or in my case, bigger mistakes actually. But this gets to you, and having 2 rounds off in the beginning, sleeping longer, I think that really helps.
Yeah, I think, Leo, at some point throughout this weekend, we should also be sitting down and chat again about your run at the French National Championship, because, I mean, this is also, of course, also the meeting of all the winners of the National Championships, as that is part of their pricing. When you won a National Championship, you actually got travel and accommodation here for this very event, here for this weekend. So even if you didn't plan to attend the European Championship up until this very point, and then you just out of nowhere win Nationals, you're like, oh, now I just get to go for free, and I get to meet up with all of the other national champions. They also get the 2-round bye treatment. So I think it's cool to talk about that process, to talk about nationals a little further, as all the nationals basically led up here to this weekend and led up to this cool and very exciting tournament that we are playing. I mean, I say tournament, but when I say tournament, I realize in my head it's so many tournaments that we're playing throughout this weekend, because there is the points playoff that we are currently already inside of, that we have started with. Then already running by the way, on a second stream, which you should also be checking out, the Genesis main event as well, which has started their first day here today on Friday as well. So that is already up and running as well. And then tomorrow, of course, the main event with the advanced format is going to get underway as well. So we have all those different events, and I'm not even getting started on public events at that point.
Yeah, that is true. Public events, a lot of fun. But let's talk about Genesis for a little bit, because what's going on in Genesis? I've been talking a lot about Blitzkrieg so far for the main event, even though it's probably not the biggest contender of the tournament.
Good shout, though. Will be in Genesis, I'm pretty certain.
What's your favorite deck from Genesis, or what's the tournament favorite deck?
Okay, good that you rephrased the question, because obviously if you just left it the first way around, I would have said Sharks again, because Sharks always is the answer, you know? But, you know, if you are asking for a clear tournament favorite, I want to say Blitzkrieg is probably one of them, but you already led with that one, so I will ignore that for the very moment. But I think another pretty powerful contender is Elf Note. I think Elf Note in Genesis, equally as it is in the main event, but in Genesis even more so, is a super strong contender that may be able to, in the end, take it all down.
Yeah, big combo piles, big combo decks are definitely something to look out for in Genesis. Another deck that has been a fan favorite back in 2015.
15, okay. What is it?
Tellarknight.
Tellarknight.
Tellarknight are making a comeback, especially combined together with Constellar. So you have the whole different Tellar package, basically. And they've received a bunch of new crazy support cards, especially like the Castor. You are able to put up such a big field with just any level 4 package. This is why hero cards are finally seeing so much play. You have Miracle Ejector, and you have Elemental Hero Stratus, and then you have the Dusk as well. So you have this big level 4 package of monsters, and you can just get started so easily with any one-card starter that gets you into rank 4 exceeds, really.
And you know, the crazy thing about Genesis is maybe there also is something that is so far undiscovered, as it is a new format that is not even around for a year. Maybe someone was just waiting for their opportunity here, had something cooking basically since the release, but was like, I'm going to not show that anywhere, and I will wait for the European Championship to there, where it matters the most, play that deck before anyone could put any points on them, so I can play it freely there for that one big event, because at that event here this weekend, at the Genesis main event, actually, yes, we're sending people to the World Championship in Tokyo through the main event and through the playoff. It's not the World Championship we're sending people to from the Genesis event, but they get to go to Jump Festa as well, the first two of the Genesis event, which is also pretty cool. So try-harding on that event, certainly worth as well.
Definitely. So, Basti, you were talking about Sharks as your favorite Genesis deck. What would you have cooked up in Sharks? Give us the details. Give us the goo.
All the searchers in the world. I definitely want to make sure to include 7th Tachyon, 7th Ascension, just have the most highest percentage ever possible to find my starters that I want to see in the deck. And then just good old Kraken control action, you know? You don't have to step out of your comfort zone. Just keep it simple, keep it easy. Maybe back it up with a couple of hand interactions, because the Shark cards aren't priced very highly. So
now there's one very highly priced card. Which one is it? Can you give me a guess which one it is? It's rather obvious, but not too obvious.
Rather obvious?
I'm gonna give you a hint. It's 81.
Bahamut Shark.
Yeah.
Was rather obvious, you're right,
True.
Maybe not necessarily because of the Shark deck itself, but it was kind of one of the most powerful Shark cards there is. But yeah, as you've heard here, there is plenty of things going on here throughout this weekend, and we will be guiding you through this beautiful weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action here at the European Championship, live from Brussels. So let's see what's next.
And there we are back again. This time around, I'm joined by Charles. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing very well. How are you doing, Leo?
I'm doing fantastic. We are in the World's Points playoff here at the EU WCQ in Brussels 2026, in case you've missed which year we have. But we are going to see round 2 now. In round 1, Leonardo Sacchetti beat Unadix, and we are moving on to the second Swiss round. Only 4 Swiss round, and then the undefeated player of Swiss, if we have one, moves on to Worlds. Already we get 2 elimination matches. That's it for the intro. The players are ready, so I think we're going to kick it over right to the table in just a second, but we are going to have it rather soon. So maybe the players are not quite yet ready. I was lying to you. Charles,
how could you? How could you do this?
How did you like the first round?
It was very exciting to watch from the back there, I have to say. I felt quite bad for Yuna watching that. I think she played phenomenally, to be fair, as they both did, obviously. But it was one of those situations where it was just every single card seemed to have an answer. There was a couple of mistakes, I think, made by Leonardo there, especially with the power patron not being able to attack the game there, which is very unfortunate. However, the fact that it was just... I can't get over the game 1, which was I don't think he even used any of his engine cards to win that game. Yeah. It was Fallen the Virtuous, Ash Blossom. That did it.
Yeah. I mean, the Cool Tune is kind of known for not really playing into boards as well. Something like an Ash Blossom plus an out to a normal summon can sometimes immediately break the entirety of the Cool Tune deck, especially because there was the Varudras on the end board. Yuna was not allowed to activate Rekko, so couldn't find follow-up to play through something as well. That makes it rather difficult.
Yeah, very much so.
But also, I think we have learned something, and that is something that the players from the playoff did not figure out already because the card is just too new. I think Cool Tune really needs to negate Pot of Sloth.
Pot of Sloth, that was, I think, what determined that game in game 2. Because it is that thing of you see the hand and it's Pot of Sloth and Triple Tactics Talent. 2 cards that can customize your hand in your own turn so that the knowledge that you've gained from using your Cool Tune combos doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah, it's Pot of Sloth. Maybe we're going to see much more of it this week, and I think it's going to have a heck of an impact. But now, I stand corrected, the players are ready, so we're going over for round 2. My days. We have Pierre versus Rico, and Rico still, he can't let go, is standing strong with Malice.
I mean, it's still a good deck. This is the thing. It's, I think, of the crossover breakers decks, we saw Ryuge have a good showing at UK Nationals this year. It got into top 32, I believe. We haven't seen Razio for a while. I think we might see Razio come back and forth a little bit of Blitzclick, but Malice just has not gone away since it came out.
Yeah, Malice is just, no matter how little engine you're allowed to play in a tournament, the players will find a way. With all of those Cyberse cards that just access each other, you will always find a way to play Dormos. And I think Rico won the die roll, so he has set a card. That does not mean it's a brick.
No, not at all. That can be actually a very powerful start. And we do see the normal summon Chessy Cat here with the set card. That's honestly quite threatening because even if you try to use something like Impermanence or Effect Veiler, you can dodge.
Yeah, that is, with the traps combined, a powerful way to actually get Kraken in the deck. But we're going to see, upon resolution, a draw and lockman. That is a card that was, in the beginning, not that strong in the Malice strategy, or against the Malice strategy, but now there is so many different draw cards, like Allure of Darkness, the Chessy Cat resolution. There is the Wicked Draw. Let's see how well Rico can play through it, because right now he hasn't accessed a lot much here from hand.
I will say, given the hits that Malice has taken on the Forbidden Limited list, it does now feel drawn a lot more than it used to. It does really want to get those draws. It wants to get the occasional surge that it needs to be able to keep playing. We do see now linking off into the Malice P or Q Red Ransom? P? Q? Q.
Yeah.
It is Q. There we go. Now, banishing that with the trap as well to be able to summon a Malice monster from the deck. Obviously, the Red Ransom coming back after that as well, paying the life points as cost, as you just have to. I always found that really weird with this deck. It's just a little nickel and dime with the life points, and it does add up towards the end of a longer grind game as well.
Yeah, in games where there was no access to the GWC trap, sometimes you even saw players go under 900 life points and then trying to pay for the Link monsters and the banishment.
I mean, you can try.
Yeah, you can try, but actually I think you're going to get a warning for that even, because that is just an illegal activation. You can do it when you're at 900 life points, but then you lose the game on the spot. Will not result in a warning, though.
Will it not?
No, you just lost the game. It was a legal activation.
That's fun.
At 850 life points, illegal activation.
I like that. I like that.
I find it cool too, but now you're seeing one of those games where actually Drone Lord Grab might not have the biggest impact because all of the Malice cards have been accessed. However, you're not going to find the craziest Cyberse package. What I'm curious about, if this is one of the more mid-range approaches of the Malice deck, because that has actually been toyed around with quite a little bit.
I think it might be given, it might be forced into that given the fact that we have the Jordan Lockbird resolving. Even if that's not the overall aim of the deck initially, Rico might have to try to do that kind of feel at the moment. Linking here into the Red Ransom? No, Heart Scripter. That's the one. They're both red, I get confused. And then linking once again, I believe that's probably into the SP Little Knight here. Okay.
SP Little Knight is going to give us immediate access back to our Heart Scripter. That was actually playing into something like an effect railer rather well to summon the SP Little Knight as an extender with no other card on the field, which is very rarely the case. And now that is an alt art thrust from the Chronicles decks, all foil edition.
Absolutely, absolutely. Setting Dominus Impulse, that is really going to be impactful, especially against Malice. So many of their cards have effects that summon. And it's not just Branded Fusion, it is, of course, Fawn of the White Dragon. It is Incredible Ecclesia the Virtuous. There's so many of the cards which need that effect to summon a monster in this deck.
And Malice is one of the few decks that actually just gets a trap card into the graveyard in their first rotation. So you actually also get the destruction effect, which can be incredibly valuable if you're playing versus something like a Fallen of the White Dragon, which could, if you negate the effect in hand, then normal summon something, or just if it was already summoned, but branded in high spirits. We're getting joyful here on the side of Pierre. However, if he looks at the field of his opponent, I don't know how joyful he is going to be about that.
Revealing Cartesia here from Brandon in High Spirits, which will obviously the Grand Guignol as well. Able to access your deck here as well in the draw phase, which I don't think that Branded particularly cares about draw in the first place. It's not really hurting the deck all that much, but it's nice to play around it still just in case.
Yeah, there's very, very few iterations of hands where you're actually losing to draw, but it just makes it harder. You don't really ever lose to it. But discarding the Cartesia with Grand Guignol here against this field of Malice is not even the craziest one, so something else, something revealing like a dragon from hand.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this plays out from here. Like you say, this is a very powerful Malice field to end on, and we do see the Fall of the White Dragon being activated from hand here, sending the Dragon that Devours the Dogma to summon itself, locking you into level 8 synchros and fusions, but obviously in the pure version of the deck, you don't care about that.
Question is if you start SP Little Knighting immediately. Oh, super polymerization.
Oh, that is a powerful way to start your turn.
And that dragon is devoured by the Dogma so much, and that is so good against especially the field of Rico, because do you actually have a way to get the Crypta back here?
I'm not 100% sure. It's you might have a Bestial in hand. It's doable. But that Dragon that Devours the Dogma with the Cartesia in the Ecclesia, it needs to be doesn't in graveyard, not Cartesia. But we do have an Ecclesia on the field here, which if that gets to graveyard, ooh.
It just resolves. That is so huge because he probably has the MTP set on the side of Rico and he hasn't activated that before the super polymerization. So if he used that immediately on the summon or on the activation of White Dragon, then he could have added a Marcher and Resolution, and then on the Dogma activation, banish. Actually, the Dragon that devours the Dogma also shuffles back banished cards, right? So
I believe so. I believe it does.
So then there is no real counterplay to that.
Yeah, it is great banishing as well. We see the normal summon Quem here as well, able to send a, that looks like Kit, I think, to the graveyard here.
Kit is also a really, really fun card in the deck. There's so many cool things you can do, especially also in the end phase if you have some Titanic lad action and you can summon out the Quem, get the Kit, get your setup.
I do find it very interesting how the branded deck has developed in 2026, because before the start of this year, when we got Burst Protocol Command, it wasn't really that popular of a deck anymore. It was obviously cut more so with the Drekitel cards, as a pure deck, as a pure strategy, wasn't really used all that much. However, with the advent of the Fall of the White Dragon and these powerful cards like that Fall of the Virtuous that were in the Chronicles deck, we see the deck take a completely different turn. And even, again, from the start of the year, it was a very sort of 20 engine, 20 non-engine, sort of what you might call a standard build of your average deck, and then as time has gone on, it is altered and changed to be this, I know it's close to what it was a year ago or 2 years ago, which all these one-offs and starters and this, that, and the other. It's a mishmash now, but it still works exceedingly well, as you can see.
It's really cool. But sometimes you just brick with a deck, right? There's sometimes you only one starter that you have, so there is actually a bunch of instances where you just pass to one hand trap.
Absolutely.
Then again, there's hands, which is why it never feels great to throw hand traps against the deck. There's hands where your opponent can have 5 different hand traps, and you will beat every single one of those, also combined.
Absolutely. I think we see the March Hare being activated here, targeting the Chessy Cat. If anything, I think just to get something onto the field here.
Could be setting up the defenses, but that triggers the Gran Guignol that was sent to the graveyard. So in the beginning we said it's not going to be too impactful, but after the super polymerization, everything Rico has to do to set up his defenses is just gonna be answered by more and more monsters on the side of Pierre.
Branded is one of those decks that can just keep playing. With the right hand, it just keeps going. There's no amount of interruption that's going to stop Branded from playing if it wants to keep playing. Despite how powerful Malice can be, if you know how to play it, I think this is also a thing with Malice, is that it's such a well-known quantity at this point. People know how to play around the field they set up.
Yeah. Even if it's not the biggest meta deck anymore, this is something that has been so on the radar for such a long time, especially also in games like Master Duel.
Yeah.
But it's looking at the deck list now when the Gran Guignol triggers, I think we're just going to summon out a Corides from the extra deck.
Looks like it. Oh! Incredible, rather, I should say that is...
Dogmatica,
thank you, yes. Dogmatica Ecclesia the Virtuous here. Also, not a bad card. Again, one of those weird cards that seems to have crept its way into a lot of branded lists as the years progressed. It does do well with the strategy, and it does have that powerful effect of not being able to destroy a battle with an extra deck summon monster, which is, it comes up more than people realize as well.
The thing is, this card gives your opponent a little breather. Because as soon as you activate the effect to search, you are locked out of the extra deck for the rest of this turn.
Absolutely.
So you know you're not going to lose the game this turn, so Rico can chill a little bit. However, the setup is just incredibly dangerous.
That Dragon that Devours the Dogma is a problem at this point as well. If there is an Ecclesia monster in... Oh, we do see the Dominus Spark coming out here as well. I believe targeting the Quem, unless I'm not mistaken.
And
that's powerful.
I do like that. I'm going to banish this card, take care of the resource for the moment, because the first Dogma was sent to the graveyard by Fallen of the White Dragon. The second Dogma was already summoned, so getting them back into the loop is going to be rather difficult.
Absolutely. I'm interested.
You need Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
Yes, you would. Yeah. I'm interested to see how Rico will play out his turn. He still has not used that Dominus Impulse here as well, which is very interesting. So there is still that element of holding back the resources he accrued during his turn, not using them at the first sight of danger on the opponent's turn here. And now, swinging back to his own turn, he has those resources still in place, and he's better positioned to be able to play through the field that Pierre's been able to set up here as well.
Yeah, if you're asking me, he should have impulsed the super polymerization, but I don't think he was allowed to.
You can try, but again, I think you get a warning for that.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. But yeah, this is looking tough for Rico. I mean, he also used the MTP to search Marcher. Marcher was activated, banished. the Chessicat, and that's basically the follow-up you get at this point when playing Malice. Oh, we are activating the Ecclesia. We are locked out of the extra deck for this turn, because I think we searched for Fallen the Virtuous, or FNV as we like to call it.
Yeah, absolutely. Interested to see what Pierre wants to summon here. I'd imagine he's just a Fallen of the White Dragon.
I would also agree with that. We have activated the summon effect as well. I think that's just the setup so that your Cartesia has more play in the next turn.
Sure.
So that you can immediately go into Albion or Lubellion, the Searing Dragon.
And it does put that Ecclesia in the graveyard to make the Dragon that Devours a Dogma so much more powerful and hard to get rid of as well.
Yeah, or, I mean, that also works when she's on the field.
Ah, thank you.
But I think we might be able to just add it back to hand. The question is, I like this. We're popping our own card now. And, okay, we take the Albion. We destroy the Dragon that Devours the Dogma. We're trying to, at least, because it's still unaffected. It's also unaffected from your own cards.
I believe it's opponents. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's unaffected by opponents' cards. But we do see...
By other card effects.
Other card effects, there you go. We do see the set of the Branded Retribution, which, again, very powerful here. In and of itself, the counter traps in general are so strong, and being able to search and set that from your deck during your end phase is so powerful.
I thought that the line that we were going for is to go for the Ecclesia.
Yeah.
And then shuffle back the Dominus Impulse. However, that would require us to lose our own Dragon that Devours the Dogma. And that is not something that you necessarily want to do.
We do see the activation of Gold Sarcophagus here as well from Rico, which again is a very powerful way to start your turn generally. However, I think that was... No? Was that allocated? Didn't see what happened there.
Well, he just added March Hare.
I see. Oh, yes, I see.
Just banished the March Hare, revealing that none tries to play here. The March Hare is now already been used from the banishment, so if we got rid of this with something like a Mirror Jade, I think it's going to be tough. But if we somehow get another dragon onto the board for Pierre, he can just go for a Chaos with Fallen of the White Dragon. And yeah, we summon Dormouse, and that's... I mean, you can also Mirror Jade that. This is a pretty good target.
Yeah. As soon as its banishment effect has been used at this point, and it's just removing something from the field as well.
But I mean, we could have also used... I think we have Fallen the Virtuous and the Branded Retribution set, because we searched one Fallen the Virtuous with the Ecclesia, and then in the end phase, I think we have used the Dragon that Devours the Dogma to add another Fallen and the Virtuous from our deck, and then activate that in the end phase, send the Albion on our Dogma to set the Retribution. So I think that the other card should be... Oh, Cartesia was just negated, and now this is a possible Fallen and the Virtues onto the Dormouse. Is there anything else that Rico can follow it up with? Oh, that is so nasty as well.
That is going to be... I think scooping up his cards here. Goodness me. Which, understandable.
Yeah, that is a very big forfeit after having a huge field there. But while Malice has layered Interruption, Pierre wins through it with just the really good breakers, because Super Polymerization taking out... I think... Wow, it's tough. I think there's a bunch of different things people have to take into account in this specific matchup to play around the Super Polymerization, which you don't always do. You don't always have the firepower to combat the Super Polymerization. But I think there is a chance that you don't want to end on SP Little Knight, that you want to end on exclusively Hard Scripter.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't even check if there were banished Malice cards, so I think this card might have even not been live.
No, I think you're right there, yeah.
But
I'm not sure it was.
I think you need to play around the Dragon that Devours the Dogma there.
Yeah. It's difficult. It's a hard matchup, I think, to be fair. I think it is a difficult matchup. Even just the Fallen of the Virtuous can be so impactful and just end your turn straight away in the wrong situation, as we can see there. Yeah, it's difficult. The set of the Dominus Impulse is fantastic. It's a wonderful thing to be able to set during your own turn, and the only issue with it is that your opponent knows then to play around that, obviously.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I would have... There were really not that many things that Rico could have done. If he actually just summoned one monster, the Super Polymerization wouldn't have hit that hard. However, then you just wait until the Fallen of the White Dragon resolves, summons the Ecclesia, and then you can go.
Also, I think with most non-engine, it's kind of hard to work around it sometimes. When you know what you're playing against and you know what engine you're dealing with, you can play around things. You know what you're dealing with, you know what you'll see, you know that this card leads to this card, and you know you can play around certain things. Non-engine, you can't always predict. So it's a difficult situation of, you don't even know that which decks run what non-engine is the thing as well. Super polarization is so powerful, but there's no guarantee your opponent's going to run that, and if you don't know that, you have to play around it.
I mean, if it's a branded deck, I think the running part is not going to be the question, but the drawing part is rather the big one, because it feels like two different decks when you're trying to break a field. If you have super polymerization, branded is completely cracked. And as soon as you have fallen of Albas on the field, nothing's going to stop you from resolving the super polymerization. There's 20,000 different cards that you could summon off of everything. It's funny, in Master Duel, when I learned the deck first, you know, in Master Duel, the game gives you a little bit of a hint what you can summon and what you cannot do. And they would always figure out new ways to summon cards each game. Like I was playing versus Elf Note. And then I realized, oh, they're all spellcasters, so we can just make the Secretarian Drake with
You can do that, and then they can't use their effects. Yay!
That was crazy. And then the big one, of course, you can make Titanic Lad with. You need a monster with 2,500 or higher attack points. That's also very relevant in some matchups, so the deck is so incredibly versatile. If you don't have super polymerization, it's harder. Yeah,
very much so. It is very customizable, as you say. You can. I think the most variation I tend to see in branded deck list is in the extra deck, because there are so many options you can access, and it's whether you want multiples of certain cards or just like various ones that are a bit more niche as well, like you say.
Yeah, but I think our players are ready, so we're going to give it over to the table for game 2 of round 2. Charles, in terms of side decking, what do you think does a Malice deck bring to the table?
I'd imagine maybe more traps, because you don't want those Dominus cards to activate, to resolve and get their bonus effects. But also, I don't know fully what's in the main deck, but there are the 3 Malice traps that you can go with here. And we do see the set card and the normal summon of the Malice P White Rabbit.
You said no traps. That was not an affected Malice P White effect activation Malice P White Rabbit. He just said no effect.
Was it just the one? Gasp.
It's either only TB11 or he also has the MTP in hand already.
Oh, of course. Oh dear.
And now we are, of course, going for the Dormouse. We did not activate the effect because we're not allowed to, because it was summoned by TB11. And we go into Haggard Lizardo, special summon the Dormouse, and bringing it back.
That is a real shame if Rico drew all of the traps he wanted to use in this strategy. It's not as if they're not maybe the worst draws in the world, but then certainly not what you want to see in your hand.
Definitely. And now we are going to kick off the combo for a little bit. I don't think we have had any draws or searches yet.
I believe not, no. We do see the Link 3 now coming out with the Haggard Lizardos and the Dormouse going into the Red Ransom here. Able to search the field spell, which again just gives you more extension and more plays here.
You could also search for Malice in the Mirror.
That is see happening as well.
A cool thing you can pair with the... Oh, and he has drawn a Lockbird. So there's 2 different reasonings for the sequencing. It's either Rico didn't have another Malice card in hand to banish with a Chessy Cat, or he was prioritizing the Malice in the Mirror search over the draw 2 from the Chessy Cat, because you can't guarantee that you're going to find useful cards, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Which may well be the case, like you say. That makes a lot of sense to want to get the... If you want to play around draw, you want to get your most impactful search first, if you know you have access to the other things later on. And Malice in the Mirror is a very powerful card in the strategy. It's like an archetypal Infinite Impermanence, but with bonus stuff as well.
Charles, do you reckon the Malice matchup would be better for Malice versus Branded if Whitebinder was still around?
Yeah, I think you bet into everything. I think if Whitebinder was around, every Malice player in the world would rejoice and celebrate. If it came off the list tomorrow, there would be partying in the streets, Leo, of course.
That is true. For some people.
For specifically Malice players.
That is absolutely true. But we are continuing to combo off. This is a Link 4 at max with only 2 monsters. That is a Cyber's Wicked that we are considering to summon here, which is interesting. Considering that Drone Lockbird has just drolled us and Lockbirded us.
Yeah, does it... interesting. It doesn't still manage for cost if it can't search, right? That's surely not.
Yeah, I also don't think that is the case. But now we're summoning the Druisworm, and we are getting back our Red Ransom. So we just need to get the Red Ransom into the graveyard so we can go for Druisworm, banish a March Hare, and that is not adding from the deck to the hand.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Someone needs
Gets
to
around it.
tell Emre Kizilatish that this is not how that works. Because by his logic, this card was in the deck, and then 5 seconds later it's in the hand, so it's a search.
Oh, we do see I believe that's Dominus Spark coming out here as well. Interesting, because the branded strategy does run a lot of lights and darks, so it makes a lot of sense. But if Rico has a monster in hand, because there is no trap in Pierre's graveyard, Rico will be able to summon that monster from the hand after this if it resolves.
He has the March Hare. Oh, you can impulse that because it will technically summon a monster. That is so incredibly cool. Well thought through by Rico. And
that was just cool.
Yeah,
that was great.
Yeah, that was cool.
I enjoyed that. I had a good time watching that.
Just 3 more cards left in Pierre's hand, so the play-through potential of his hand is dwindling. If you're going second, trading hand traps is really the worst for you.
Absolutely. It does feel awful when you use your interactions in a way that you think this should be impactful, and your opponent just goes, actually, as it turns out, no, it's not. Because you diminish your hand, like you say. I think you mentioned earlier the Triff method of just holding your interactions for your own turn. Obviously, some you can't really do that with, but certain interactions do work very well on your own turn rather than your opponent's turn as well.
Yeah. One of the newest hand interaction cards that we have really can't do this, like Blitzclick Crackle. That one only works on the opposing turn. I found that out the hard way.
Oh dear. I know you're interested in Blitzclick, aren't you? That's maybe something we'll see later on at some point during this weekend. But we see here, I think just considering their plays at the moment, I think it is still Rico's turn.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's right now going for a Link. I think we're going to try and summon the Hard Crypta. And this, there is a potential for him to just put out the same field as last turn. Like, this could be another SP Little Knight banish Hearts Crypta. Yep, we are not changing strategies. Never change a running system. How much?
I mean, if it works.
Did it?
No.
Yeah.
but we can hope it will this time.
He is playing into a Super Polymerization again. If he did not go for the March Hare from hand, there would have been a scenario in which you only end on Hearts Crypta, but I also do understand the sentiment that versus the branded deck, you want to have as many banishes as possible.
Yeah.
So another card we are 99% sure has to be MTP.
Having said that, we have seen 2 cards from Pierre's hand this turn. I think maybe just a bit more confidence from Rico of the chance of seeing the card you don't want in a 5-card hand is much higher than seeing it in a 3-card hand, which maybe the maths on that is not correct, but that's where my brain works.
Yeah, but I think the math is incorrect because we still had a 6-card hand. It's just 2 of the cards that are not the card are already out, and that is.
But that's my brain.
It works. Fallen off the right dragon. Maybe I'm also not correct because I'm terrible at math.
No, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm just talking. Fallen of the White Dragon, as you say, coming out here. So normal summon, I think.
Yeah, and that screams Super Polymerization to me somehow.
That or the... Oh, wait, no, you can't do the Abelenitas hit. That needs dragons, doesn't it?
Oh, SP Little Knight is chained to the effect, and Super Polymerization hits! Discards the Bestial Magnamute. And Rico is just smiling the pain away at this point.
Second time really is the charm. Once again, that Dragon that Devours the Dogma coming out here. A very powerful card, very difficult to deal with, and potentially causing, once again, a lot of issues for Rico. And we see the special summon of the Incredible Ecclesia the Virtuous here as well.
From hand.
Yes.
Also, but I don't think this is not the greatest thing for Pierre in the world, but I think at this point he's very much fine with this after resolving the Dogma. Now, what else is going to happen? MTP is being chained again. You get to search your March Hare, but how much does that really help you at this point? But another question is, how much can Pierre play? since there is no monster on his field, or on the field of Rico that could be Fallen of Albaz, like OG Albaz. Those two together don't do anything. You have already used your Fallen of the White Dragon. You haven't used the hand summoning effect in fear of a possible Dominus Impulse. That would have been very well justified. So you do not have the Graveyard follow-up. So you could basically punch for a little bit of damage, which would be 5,000, which is enough for game.
It is.
Rico is only at 5,000. Does Pierre see that?
This is tense now. This is very tense.
It's a quick turnaround. He can only punch for 5,000.
Wait a minute. He's already on 5,000.
Oh, that is the big danger of Malice. But of course, yeah, he added the March here, so he is very well aware. Maybe even Pierre forced out the battle phase and already said, I want to move into battle phase. And Rico then had to reveal. I think we tried to announce the battle phase again, and that is a big downside of March here.
Main phase only, I
thank
believe.
goodness it's main phase only. We're taking 300 more damage afterwards for the Chassis Cat. And now, now I think you can start playing your big engine. You have only one card left in hand, so what are we doing? If we go for Incredible Ecclesia effect, summon out the OG Albaz, as we like to call him, we can discard one and then we can make a useless Lubellion the Searing Dragon.
I mean, you say useless. It might, again, it's ever dwindling life points here. It might just be a matter of getting over. Oh, we're in battle phase as well.
Yeah. We're just going through this, and I like this a lot. The resources for Rico are ending quite soon. And he basically only has this one interruption. So Lubellion the Searing Dragon, if you don't have cards in hand, is not really offensive pressure. But if you Fallen of Albaz fuse away your only monster, the only monster your opponent has, that is very, very strong defensively. But Malice in the mirror, the other cards that we basically knew, is being activated. And now the Marcher is being banished for it. You can also banish the monsters from your field. And therefore, can't attack
Interesting.
over it, so there is resources, but 4,400 life points. That should have been a replay, so I think he should have attacked for 3,500, no?
I believe so, but I'm not sure why not.
That is potentially huge, the Ecclesia now, because this gives us Fallen the Virtuous. Yep, Rico is at 900, and that is the break point, as we like to call it.
Absolutely.
That is where you really don't want to be. If you put Malice to 900 life points and you clear the board, there's basically, if no GWC is in play, no way of coming back.
Very difficult, very, very difficult. Impossible, mayhaps not, but...
That's correct.
Difficult, difficult.
Now the big question is, what have we searched? Is there even another card other than Fallen the Virtuous that we can search? I do not necessarily think there is one. You might be able to search Guiding Quem, actually, because it's always treated as a Dogmatica card.
It's entirely possible that the counter trap was left in the deck as well. It's not likely, obviously, going second, but it's not an impossibility that that's still going to be in the deck somewhere. But we do see another Fallen Virtuous being set here as well.
Yeah. But I mean, the counter trap is a branded retribution, right? So we can't access this with... what you could do is search Dogmatica Punishment with this, but I think that's more of a blitzkrieg approach.
If you were to use your Fallen Virtuous and send like an Albion, and then that could set it, you know?
But we do not have two fusion monsters in our graveyard as well to activate it, so Fallen the Virtuous.
Is it not from field as well?
You can also send from field, I think, but...
Yeah.
So, where are we going with this? We have March here. We banish the Malice in the Mirror. That is going to banish us for a search, another card from the graveyard, so that's going to put us down to 300 life points. Where are we going with this, Rico? You need to decide now.
If you can somehow gain access to an access code talker here, that might be quite powerful. I don't think you can, but I don't know what is in Rico's hand, and I'm by no means a Malice expert, so could find a way, or there could be a different way out here that I'm not seeing.
Same. It's, I think, a very, very difficult position.
Yeah, very much so.
Does Pierre have another card in hand? I don't think so necessarily. Oh, yeah, he has the Ecclesia. But he's only playing one. No, he's... Okay, so since he is playing, maybe he sided out one going second.
Right, that makes sense, yeah.
If he's playing two Ecclesia, he can actually have multiple sorts of interruptions by sending Rindbrom to the graveyard, summoning back the Fallen of the White Dragon. That one could then summon Ecclesia from the deck, and that could make a Fallen of Albaz discard the Ecclesia that he has in hand.
Yeah.
So
do see the summon of the Chesikaya. I believe that being met with the Fallen Virtuous, which makes a lot of sense. You don't want more draws and more potential of unknown entities. You're not sure what's going on here as well. But just waiting to see what Rico decides to do here. This is a difficult situation.
He normal summons another Marcher. We have double Marcher on the field. Is it time for Dante, Traveler of the Burning Abyss, who is then going to face the Rindbrom in the graveyard from Pierre?
Are you not link locked by this point?
Yeah, probably are.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, he has paid once for Marcher. I don't know if Marcher link locks you. Probably does.
I don't think it does. Looking at it, I don't think it does.
And there's the handshake. That is too much and too little life points for Rico. He can't get into his Malice place anymore. There's just simply not enough life points left.
Very unfortunate. Again, it's one of those things. We are seeing the best of the best play here, and I think both players did phenomenally well in this situation, as best as they could in the situation they had and the hands that they were dealt. Super Polymerization, what are you going to do?
That is a tough cut. Actually, it even says on the card you're going to do nothing about it.
Yeah.
The combination of Dragon that Devours the Dogma with Super Polymerization is just absolutely nasty against some decks, especially against a deck that relies on monsters in the graveyard that can be then banished.
Yeah.
Even if you were to search follow-up like Marcher before to banish your Heartscriptor, that would definitely not help you, because the Dragon that Devours the Dogma also shuffles back banished cards, which is most of the time in certain matchups a way to keep your own resource loop going. So my favorite target for Dragon that Devours the Dogma is my own other Dragon that Devours the Dogma that I've sent already, so just so you can keep looping them, and if you don't have the access to the Incredible Ecclesia all the time.
Yeah.
But in this matchup, it's a real blowout for the Malice deck.
Absolutely. It is. Just call it a counter, maybe not, but it's very powerful, like you say. Made me chuckle with the comment on Super Polymerization. It's right. I had this conversation with a friend the other day. I like the card because it teaches me Zen.
Yeah.
You know what? That's okay. I can't do. There's no point in getting upset about that.
Yeah.
Go for it, you know?
There's sometimes in certain decks ways to play around it. If you try to clear your own field before you're trying to do stuff, like you can activate zero effect, tribute it, and then chain an anchor to the Fallen and the of the White Dragon or a Forbidden Crown. But this is you gotta know that they have it in hand. Otherwise, playing around Super Poly is really not that great. Something that can do it really well is Cool Tune, even though the entire deck consists of tuners, and then there's Theseus. But I think even most of the branded decks just drop the Theseus. I think you are...
Yeah, I don't think you need it. I think it's nice if you do need that help against Cool Tune. If you don't, their monsters are still available to be fused with different stuff.
And there's still a good chance that they are going to play around Theseus regardless.
Yeah.
So they just end on one monster, and that is phenomenally easy to clear for you.
Absolutely,
as well.
yeah.
So that is really, really strong. If you want to, you can go into different attributes, but avoiding having at least one light or dark on the field is going to be super tough for that deck. But for the Malice deck as well, I mean, we've seen combos versus hand traps twice. I don't know if without a Droll and Lockbird, the field would have been crazy different, but because what is the ceiling of that deck? You have two Dominus traps, you have a Heartscriptor and an SP Little Knight. I don't think there is that much more. Maybe it is, of course, the big Ignister.
I think the power of the deck now, as you say, the feel that it sets up just in Engine is by no means anything to turn your nose up at, but it's not quite as powerful as it used to be. But it is the non-engine you keep drawing, you know, that's the power. It's the Dominus cards, it's Shifter, it's things like that. You can do that, you can do it, you know.
Shifter is actually a card that is super funny in Genesis as well, because Shark players, just like Sebastian Lemke, they like to play because the engine is so basically free to use. They like to throw some dimensional shifters in there. So unfortunately for Rico, we haven't seen the card in the last game, because that really puts a stop to Brennan. I tell you what,
really
there's another card that really bothers Brendan after signing. It's a potential there. Dimensional Fissure, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real shame. I think what probably happened there, well, I say probably, we saw that going first, game two. We saw the non-activation of the White Rabbit. Probably not the best hand, unfortunately, but I think did the best he did with the tool he had. Not
the best hand into a Drone Lockbird is tough, but Pierre, he piloted it phenomenally, and I want to see Basti analyzing that.
Thank you so much. We're back on the stage here with our round 2 playoff winner. Congratulations, Pierre.
Thank you.
That's basically half of the way already done now for you, with 2 out of the 4 rounds winning. And you brought the branded strategy.
Yeah.
You've not really been a branded player over the last couple of months. When did you start to get into the branded arc?
Oh, I already played the branded deck to the French national.
Oh, you did play it already?
Yes.
How successful went that?
X3, I made the top 32. Yeah, so.
Top 30. Okay, that's not too bad actually. So branded has been your choice for the last couple of months.
Yeah.
And why is it your choice specifically for this very special environment here in the playoff, where there's of course only 16 players in total?
Yeah, we today what deck can the other participant can bring.
Yeah.
And we figure it out. There is a lot of cool tune.
Fair.
A lot of branded, and I think branded is more the deck with the one I have the chance to play all the game I can I enter.
Fair, fair.
Yeah, and I really like the deck. I think the play style of the deck really grindy, really lot to the grind. I really like this gameplay.
So you said you expected a lot of Q-tune and also branded. Now on Future you played against Malice. What did you play against in round 1?
I played against Archmage.
so 0 of the expected matchup so far.
Yeah.
Still you're 2-0, and you had a pretty decent start into this first match or first game that you played against Rico there.
Yeah.
You are main decking Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah.
Why is that the case? Because you expect a lot of Q-tune and branded, so is it that good against those 2 decks?
No, it's not so good. It's fine against Kultun.
Okay.
But it's terrible against branded. But the worst matchup for me is the new Ritual of Light and Darkness deck. The famous. And it's basically an impossible matchup if I don't have Droll. So I have to main Droll to have a chance to, win the game 1 going second. Without it, I just too reliable on the game 2. And after game 3, I can also be, my board can be broke by the deck.
So you respected that deck enough? So you expected someone to bring that deck to the tournament here in the playoff?
I expect some people bring it. I think in the majority will not take it because it's a new deck. It's really risky. Everyone have saw the big combo with it. Everyone play hand trap, so.
Yeah, fair.
So I think in the the rotate between Boardbreaker and hand traps, it's not so good as a deck right now. Maybe last week it was a good deck.
Fair. Against Malice, what do you think? How good is Droll and Lockbird nowadays against Malice? Because originally that card was never good against Malice, but
never.
Nowadays it's kind of okay.
Nowadays we have only 5 Malice names, so we have to add them. So Droll is good.
Droll is pretty good. Okay, then the next clip we have is a very interesting main decking decision by Rico, to be honest, because he decided to main deck Triple Tactic Thrust in his Malice deck. And what was your hand at this point? You already resolved the Droll and Lockbird, of course. And what were the other cards in your hand? Because that is still a super strong opening from him through Droll and Lockbird, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a really good. The best hand with Droll is when you have the Inista Wizard.
Okay.
But Ethan can do a little board. Sadly, the removal interaction are not really good against branded. And when he activated his Trust, I was surprised because it's not a card what is placed in Malice
for sure
habitually. But I was really scared of different dimensional ground when he activates the Trust.
That in the main deck would have been crazy, right?
I've main in my precedent deck during some weeks.
That would have been sick. But then, I think the reason why you won game 1 and maybe also game 2 in the end.
Yes. Basically, I played the same 2 games.
Super polymerization. It was interesting because you waited first, you summoned out the Fallen and the White Dragon to then get that big super polymerization for the dragon that devours the Dogma.
Yeah.
Was there even a target beforehand? Do you play a target where you could just fuse away the 2 monsters that they had, or was it always just the dragon that you had to work for?
I won't respond you on this question because of the next round.
No, absolutely, that's fair. But I mean, this is good anyway because this immediately forces out, like, it makes March here so much worse and everything. So getting this card out without a way for your opponent to respond is just huge, isn't it?
Yeah. I played Malice to the YCS in Vegas, and I go with a friend who play only branded, and we basically play the matchup every time during the travel. And I know Super Poly result against Malice is basically finished if you don't play GW, because you can't dodge the shuffle back in the deck.
That's
terrible.
Fair. Then next clip we have on the radar on our mind is the one where you actually use Dominus Spark. That card, I've seen in and out of branded lists. Lately, I would say I've seen it rather out, though. So why are you playing it?
At the French National, it was not a really good card because if you play only Breaker as the Nationals some weeks ago, you are fine because no board is unbeatable. So you can just play your deck and it will be good. Now this is not so true because if you are paired against Archmage, Power Patron deck or the Light and Darkness Ritual, no, bless you.
Thank you.
You have to use Summon Trap to anti-up them and not getting FTK'd.
Fair,
so in this case, Spark is one of the best entrap you can main in Bonded because if you draw it against, you can only use on the Breaker.
That's pretty cool. Okay, then, I mean, we already kind of spoiled it and for all the people watching the feature match, of course. Then the last game, the second game was also decided by super polymerization, and Rico was having flashbacks there. He was like, oh no, not again. If you like, that card is just designed to win you that matchup as well, right? It's such an overwhelmingly strong card. Overall in the format, though, you said you expected a lot of Q2 and you expected a lot of branded.
Yeah.
Is it good against those? Good enough?
Really good.
Really good against both of them?
It's the best card against branded because you use 3 of their monster, summon your tower, and shuffle back their name. And against Kultun, it's a breaker who develop your engine, so there is not. You just can't interact with this. Kultun, it's a good breaker against Kultun, but it's not very good against the Ritual Light and Darkness.
So Pierre, you won a YCS this season. Are you going to qualify this weekend for the World Championship as well?
I want 2.
Okay. So someone is ready here. Best of luck with that, of course. You only have to win 2 more rounds. Easier than locals, right? Just a couple of good players. How hard can it be? Best of luck again for that. And we have more live coverage coming, so stay tuned as I'm throwing it over to Leo and Dale.
Thank you, Basti. Good old Lamster. I am joined by Dale. Dale, what have you got for us?
So as most of you might know, in the brand new booster pack Chaos Origins, there was a cover card and a very nice upgrade for a lot of the decks, and one of them is the Ritual of Light and Darkness, utilizing 2 very iconic monsters and then upgrading quite a lot more. So as I dig into the good Ojama Green right here, who's holding on to all of my new cards, we're going to go through all of the new cards that were received, some of the upgrades, some that you might look a bit familiar with as well.
And I think so you don't have to dual wield the cards and the microphone. I will hold the microphone for you actually while you show the cards. Show me your favorites from the new deck.
I mean, I have to. You can't really say no to the new extended artworks. So with the extended artworks, what I love about these two is when you put them together. So you can put them together, you create a bit of a pattern. So you'll see that the sword and the kind of like magical spell blast kind of complete a good circle. So this is the first core boost set we've got with the extended art cards. Very, very beautiful. And both of them have really powerful effects. So what you do is to be able to get access to them, you can utilize a card called Mind Shuffle. And again, the artwork on this one is really, really nice. It starts to utilize the Black Luster Soldier and of course the Magician of Black Chaos on this one as well. And the idea is it gives you a nice way of being able to ritual summon monsters technically without ritual summoning them. So you're allowed to return a level 7 or higher monster on your field, which can very easily be a card like Harmonia for Drolius, or you can consider stuff like the Wanted Witch Sinful Spoils. Return those to the hand, and then you can bring down and special summon one of your monsters, ignoring its summoning condition. So it's very, very powerful.
That looks awesome, but can you tell me more a little bit about the effects of those ritual monsters? Because what makes them so good in the combination with Mind Shuffle?
Yeah, so what makes them work really, really well together is the Black Chaos is kind of the card you want to utilize going first a little bit more, because on special summon it will allow you to target one of your spell cards in your graveyard and add it back to the hand. Any spell card. So you can start to recycle some of the more premium cards in your deck, or you can start to recycle some of the more utilized cards in your deck as well. And then the benefit of that one is it also has an effect, so if you do go second, it's not completely ineffective, as it allows you to target one of your opponent's monsters and banish it. Then we flip it over to the Blackluster Soldier, and the Blackluster Soldier is more of the aggressor, because this one on special summon lets you target one of your opponent's monsters and then banish it. But then it also has a very, very good strong battling effect that allows you to declare in a second attack. So once you make your first attack on an opponent's monster, you gain 1,500 attack to the monster, to the Blackluster Soldier, and then you get to attack again straight away. So that will then be able to be a 4,500 monster, and that usually ends up attacking directly. So you've got your aggressor, you've got your defender, you've got your resource manager as well.
That is pretty strong. But how do you get cooking? Like, there's a trap card that really enables all of your combos. How do you get there?
So to get to the trap card, again, utilizing another classic card, you're going to be going for the Griffo. So the Griffo is Karibo featuring, of course, Griffle. And this card allows you to discard it during either player's turn. And in doing that, it allows you to place one card that mentions Light and Darkness from the deck and set it on the field. But it can be activated that turn. So that's how you can get access to your Mind Shuffle, and you can utilize the Mind Shuffle straight away on your opponent's turn or on your turn.
That is nice. And there's another card that gives you access to Mind Shuffle. I think that is a breaker for some of the matchup. Why don't you introduce us to Black Chaos?
Yeah, so speaking of Black Chaos is, of course, another kind of familiar card. It is the utilization of Black Chaos plus Blackluster Soldier. This card, again, going first, allows you to discard it to place a continuous card face up on your field, so that's going to give you direct access to your Mind Shuffle. But then as an aggressor going second, it also has the ability to be special summoned by returning one of your ritual monsters from the grave or field back into the deck to then special summon it. And then it also has another built-in effect that lets you non-target banish 2 of your opponent's cards.
It's pretty nice. Ever broke a field with that?
Yeah, I mean, a non-target banish 2 is actually quite interesting, though, because it has to banish exactly 2. So if your opponent only has 2 cards and they were to activate one of them, for example, the other one is safe.
So every new deck, every big meta competitor needs to recycle some of the resources. How do you do that with the deck?
Well, the best way to recycle it is one of Yugi's best ace monsters, and that, of course, will be the Skull Archfiend of Chaos, also looking like Summon Skull. So this card, not only does it allow you to recycle your materials, but it also gives you the ability to get your ritual monsters directly from the deck. So if it is sent to the graveyard by any means, you can send a Ritual of Light and Darkness ritual spell from deck to the graveyard, and then add one of the monsters that is specifically listed on that ritual spell. There go, get into your Black Chaos or your Blackluster Soldier. If that wasn't enough, it also has the ability to shuffle 3 cards from the graveyard, yours or your opponent's, as long as one of them mentions Light and Darkness Ritual or the Banish Zone, back into the deck, and then summons itself to the field. So unlimited resource.
Yeah, I would like to take your Albion and your Dragon that devours the Dogma from your graveyard and just shuffle them back real quick before they activate in the end phase. Thank you. But there's a bunch of other cool cards in the deck.
Yeah, so one card that's actually not directly linked to the Ritual Light and Darkness, but might as well be, is the generic Ragged Records of Rites. So this is a brand new spell card that kind of seems a little bit familiar, like pre-preparation of rites and preparation of rites before it. So this will allow you to add any card from the deck that mentions the ritual spell that you reveal. So in this scenario, we will reveal the Ritual of Light and Darkness, and with the rest of your monsters, even your Griffo or your Summon Skull, they all mention the Ritual of Light and Darkness, so you can add any of those from the deck to the hand.
It's pretty sick, but I'm seeing some hats there, you know? I like to wear something on my hat most of the time. So what are we doing with those?
Well, this is the Magical Hats. Again, looking very, very familiar from how Yugi used to play this. So this is a quick play spell card that, again, you can get access to off of the back of the Griffo. This will allow you to be activated the same turn. And when your opponent activates a card or effect, you get to target one monster that mentions your Ritual Light and Darkness. And then you get to, you get 3 spells or traps on the deck, all with different names. You special summon them as face-down tokens, and the effect your opponent has become activated becomes destroy a card your opponent controls, or a set card your opponent controls. So that ultimately, when you put the monster you targeted that mentions Ritual Light and Darkness face down, shuffle them up, and then your opponent gets to destroy one of those, and your hopes are it destroys one of your spells and traps, which sometimes can have some utility with a card called Waking the Dragon.
Oh my goodness! Don't tell me you're playing this card. I would have gone for the Black Goat last, but I think when you're talking about a ritual deck, there needs to be some kind of an easier way to ritual summon your monsters, because just having the ritual spell, the monster, and something like level 8 in your hand, that just doesn't always cut it. So how are we doing that?
Well, that is where the Light and Darkness Ritual comes into play. So this card, not only does it allow you to use your hand and field as traditional ritual spells might do, but it also allows you to use your graveyard as well. And that's how we loop ourselves back to the Griffo, because the Griffo can be required for the entire tribute resource, even though it's only a level 1, whether that be from the hand, the field, or the graveyard. And then this card also has the ability to target a ritual monster in your graveyard, or a monster that mentions Light and Darkness Ritual, and you can add this card and that monster back from the graveyard as well. So just absolutely endless.
Yeah, that is full circle. Woo, I got an arm workout in there. But this deck is absolutely fantastic. I expect to see a lot of it in the upcoming days of EU WCQ. But right now, it is Friday. We're finding ourselves in the middle of the points playoff. Who are we going to send to the World Championships? We're going to be back with the action with round 3 in any minute. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to round 3 of day 0 of the European World Championship qualifiers here in Brussels. I'm joined by our guest commentator, Emre. Emre, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing really good. I'm super happy to be here. It's an honor for me to commentate this round of the playoffs here in Brussels, so I'm super excited.
Wonderful, mate, wonderful. So, what are you excited for the weekend? What decks do you think are going to do well throughout this weekend?
So I think you have to distinguish between two things. First, the decks that are being played today. I think since you only play 4 rounds and then a potential 5th round for the top cut, you might play a deck that you won't pick tomorrow, which is really interesting in my opinion.
I mean, we've seen so many different decks so far. I was looking at the tables. There are Blitzkrieg, there is Invoke, which is really interesting. Like so many different decks that I don't expect in the main deck that much, in the main event that much. But today I'm expecting everything. I think you want to catch people off guard with your deck choices.
Yeah.
Because the player pool is, the players are so strong.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so I'm expecting Cool Tune a lot. I'm expecting Blitzkrieg a lot, which is a deck that I like. Yeah. I really like the new Ritual of Light and Darkness deck. Yeah, I think those 3 decks are my choices.
Wonderful, appreciate that. We are going to throw over to our game 1 now of this matchup. We do have, I believe, what I think quite an interesting matchup coming up as well. I know that one of the decks available to us at the moment is one of the new, new deck, a fan favorite deck, which has gotten some support in the most recent set, that being Invoked. How much do you fancy Invoke chances for the weekend? Because I think it's a bit of an unknown entity at the moment as well.
I think it's super interesting. The new cards that have been released in Chaos Origins are really good. We got really good spellcaster support in the past few sets in general with the Magistus engine. In Battle of Legends Glorious Gallery, we got a bunch of new spellcaster support. I think it might be a really interesting pick, and the player is 2-0 right now, so the result is speaking for him.
Yeah.
And as I said, with a deck like Invoke, you can catch people off guard in this really strong tournament. I was looking through those like really interesting choices in the deck. The way that I knew Invoke from back in the day, it was really reliant on with the graveyard. But with the new Invocation fusion spell, you can even fusion summon with cards from the banished pile, which is really interesting.
Yeah.
So I feel like the entire dynamic of the deck changed. All the weaknesses that the deck had back in the day have been resolved with the new spell.
Very much so, yeah, absolutely. 100% correct on that. Very interested to see how it all play out at the moment. I think it might have been Bastille Leo who said earlier that, and I'll pose you the same question. What do you think will do better in playoffs? Is it a consistent deck or high ceiling combo deck in the playoffs?
I think it really depends on what you want to achieve for. In my opinion, I always go for consistency. But I think if I know that my opponent are as good as I am, I might go for a strategy that's a bit more high roll.
Yeah, wonderful. I think we're good to go?
Yep.
Wonderful. Moving on to our...
Round 3?
Yep, round 3. I think we're moving on to it. I think. There we go. Moving into game 1 here of round 3.
It is Marco Parenti against Josh Kelly. It's not the Invoke deck. It is Elfnor Power Patron against the Light and Ritual deck.
Ah, okay, interesting. We had different information. That's all right. But yes, we do see a Light and Dark Ritual here, which is really exciting because that is also a fantastically powerful new deck we have available to us from Chaos Origins. I also just a fan favorite because of those old school cards that have had revamped powerful new versions with the full art as well. And we do see immediately going into main phase 1, I believe, going for the Black Chaos discard here, setting a rather activating face up from the deck, the Mind Shuffle. And would you immediately move the Ghost over and Snow Grab?
The Ogre is the card that you want in this instance.
Yeah.
It is really strong against the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. And I was looking at Josh Kelly's hand, and it seemed like there was an Harmonia and another spell.
Yeah. Oh, it is the branded variant. So we see the normal summon and then a Fuwalos here going out here as well. To be fair, against this deck, you're not going to get that many draws. This is maybe one of the worst ways to start this strategy because otherwise you would just get maybe one or two, maybe like 2 draws you're going to get from this, I'd imagine. But that is going to get you into your branded engine at the very least. Summoning from the Fawn of the White Dragon, I imagine targeting the Eclipse from the graveyard here, and then going into something from the extra deck as well.
Yeah, I really like the branded engine in this deck because it gives you so much versatility that the deck usually does not have. I feel like at the moment, if you play the Light and Darkness Ritual deck, you want a secondary engine, and in my opinion, the branded one is also the strongest. I've seen a Fall and the Virtus in the hand of Josh Kelly, which is a good card. I feel like if we just pass on this, we could set up a few interruptions. I think at this point the players know what everybody else is playing because they've been sitting next to each other. So having a fall into Virtus against Elfnode is really good in my opinion. And
absolutely.
That's what Josh Kelly decides to do.
100% as well, yeah. So we see Marco starting his turn off here as well. Interesting to see how he plays this out. I don't think getting more than one draw from the Fool Loss there, which, to be fair, against the Ritual Light and Darkness deck, that's more than you get most of the time because he doesn't have to give you any if he gets the right hand. But we do see Marco considering his plays here. Cut the deck. I was wondering what I was reaching for then for a moment.
Elfnode Power Patron is also a deck that I feel like is, I mean, it's a really strong deck in general, but I feel like it's more on the high roll side because you play so much non-engine and you're basically playing a really strong combo deck, which I feel like, and he seemed to be bricked.
Set one pass is really unfortunate. Not necessarily the end of the world. We don't know what that set card is. We don't know what's in hand. It might be a lot of hand interactions, might be a powerful set card, but it is not ideal way to start your turn here with the Elfnode Power Patron deck.
So Josh has now two options. He can play the slow game because he knows my opponent bricked the turn earlier, so the chance of him drawing a play next turn is really low. Or we can play more aggressively with the 3 Sword Soul Champions.
Ooh, interesting. That does allow you to add a spellcaster to your hand that has the same attack as its defense, which obviously works very well in the branded strategy. I like it personally because it searches Spenta. That's why I'm a fan of the card. But we see it here being read by Marco. Important to read your cards, important to read your opponent's cards. Make sure you know what the game state is and make sure you understand what's going on from both ends of the play.
Yeah, especially if you're in a game this important.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that everything goes according to plan.
We see the Ash Blossom here stopping that search from the three Brave Sword Souls here as well. Interesting to see how Josh continues to play here. That might be it, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes. Didn't see what was in hand. We do see the Branded in High Spirits coming in here as well. That's very interesting. Going to be searching, I believe, for a card from the deck. Wonder if that will be met with some sort of response from Marco here as well.
So what Marco doesn't know is we have a Fall in the Virtus face down right now, which can revive because we have Ecclesia in the graveyard.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, Ash Blossom already has been used, so we can't Ash this card.
No.
So it will resolve sending a Titanic Clad to the graveyard.
We see the Titanic Clad come to the graveyard, like you say, and that during the end phase will have its own power and effect of being able to search for a Dogmatica or branded card, but also can summon a Full of Allies from the deck, unless I'm much mistaken. And we see, Called by the Grave coming out here. Going to be targeting the, let's have a look what we're going for. I'd imagine it's Titanic Clad, but we just don't know yet.
Yeah, the Titanic Clad can special summon or edit a Dogmatica card or a Fallen of Albas in the end phase, which is really strong.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, Marco decides to do it here. I would assume we do it here because we have another Mulchami Fuvalos in our hand.
Very possible. It's interesting that you say that because in my mind, if I see my opponent set one pass, I don't think they have a Mulchami.
Yeah.
But you're right, like to be able to maybe try to signify that, and then there we exactly correct. We see the Mulchami Fuvalos coming out of the hand here. Perulia, I think that might be.
Oh, that's Perulia, yeah.
Sitting down here, which I think is actually slightly more impactful into this strategy. Normal summon of, special summon of the Fall of the White Dragon here as well. Interesting to see how Josh plays through this. Special summoning the Ecclesia from the graveyard. This is a lot of damage on the field now.
It's 58, I believe. So we're still off a few life points. I think with the Fall...
Synchro summon into the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon here as well. Not giving up any more draws to Perulia, obviously. But at this point, if you have the Branded Engine in play, you don't necessarily need to do that. Marco considering his plays here by the looks of things. Doesn't look like necessarily, at the moment at least, that this is a game-winning field. But not sure, again, what is left in Josh's hand here as well.
I feel like after we committed the special summon of the Albas from our hand, that's really strong here again against the Ecclesia, it seems like.
Yeah, we do see that coming down on the effect of the Ecclesia. One of the few cards that can really put a stop to it, because even if you Ash it, Bell it, Imperm it, Veiler it. It's then live during opponents and it's there again. One of the few cards that can just say, actually, no, you're going to the graveyard. Just attacking here with the 3 Brave Sword Souls. A nice chunk of damage, but it's going to be tricky to see how Josh is able to navigate this next turn going forward.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting the Albion Surge in the end phase, or we can just set a card in the end phase. The Ecclesia comes back to hand. The Albion is going to trigger in the end phase.
The patented branded main phase 3.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of different variants. A lot of people are playing a bigger branded package in the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. But some people are playing, instead of playing the big branded package, they're playing a really small Light and Darkness Ritual package in the deck. And now, interestingly enough, we special summon Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
Of the initial lineup of hand interactions, that's one of the ones that can be used from the field.
It's the only one. It's the only Ghost Ogre that can be used from the field, which is really cool. And it's also really strong against Elf Note because you can destroy the continuous spell and trap cards.
Very much so. We do see the special summon of Lucina into the center Monster Zone here, as of course Elf Note all revolves around the concept of that. Into the center Monster Zone, we saw that immediately met with the Fallen Virtuous here, unable to activate its effects and sending the Rimbrum to the graveyard as well, setting up Josh very nicely into this turn. I can't see if Marco has anything. I don't think he does.
He passed, and now the Rimbrum is going to be used in the end phase to special summon the Albas, which will special summon the Ecclesia, and that should be more than enough. Probably next turn, I believe. And Marco also is scooping up. So 1-0 for Josh. Really unfortunate for Marco here. Basically bricking on his non-engine, which is really unfortunate, as I said. But yeah, that's the payoff that you sometimes have to pay if you play a really high rolly deck, such as the Elf Note variant, which, I mean, without discrediting the deck, is still a really good deck regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, it's a very powerful deck, and to be fair, considering that that was a hand of seemingly nothing, he went quite far with it. He wasn't a poor way to play. I think, again, both players there played very well, as you'd expect at this level of play in the playoffs here. Interesting to see what the siding options are going into game 2 here. I'd imagine, obviously, we have Marco going first here against Josh. Going second. So Brandy can go second very well. I don't know how well the Leonardo's Ritual deck goes second is the thing. It's still quite an unknown entity, I think.
I mean, this is the first tournament with the new cards. I believe that, I mean, I don't know, but my game plan, if I was playing the Light and Darkness Ritual deck, would be to side in a lot of really strong hand traps, such as the Mulcharmies, because it is fine if my opponent combos, but if I start drawing cards while they are comboing, I can break the board.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I like about the power of the Charmies, is that it's you get them to play into it. They take the Charmy challenge, as it were, and you have enough cards to either play through interactions or break the field, or you stop the way they play that they would perhaps want to play. And I think that is the thing of either way that it goes, unless it gets stopped, more Charmies are impactful to the game state in any given situation.
I also really like siding in Draw on Lockbird, because if you draw on Lockbird, your opponent, their field will also not be as strong as if you wouldn't draw on Lockbird them. So I think it's a mix of Mulcharmies and Draw on Lockbird, which is kind of ironic because the Draw on Lockbird does stop the Mulcharmies. But if you resolve one of those, I think you're in a really good spot going second.
Absolutely. It is the sort of the turn enders, as it were. It is the thing of sometimes you can play through, sometimes you can keep going, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you have that hand where you're like, well, you've either got to give up 7 draws into full loss, or you've got to maybe have to search a handful more times, and you just can't keep playing. They're very powerful cards, as you say. I think we're getting ready to move into game 2 here. So the opponents cutting each other's decks, and I think we are ready to move into game 2. Looks as if we have Marco starting here. Unsurprising, as you'd expect. Seeing Josh check his cards. We do see a Charmy in there, I believe, as well, which is going to be pretty nice here. The nice thing about Elf Note, I think, that I found at the very least, is that you don't necessarily have to play that hard into full loss, because if you can just search and get the right cards you need to hand, they do have that sort of Kashtira-like quality of even just the standard sort of combo pieces you play are good on the field at the end of the turn as well.
Exactly. If you play Elf Note and you get Multimate Full Lost, I feel like you can pass on a really strong board with maybe one draw.
Yeah.
Like maybe summon the Doom Pride from the extra deck and then stop it from there on. Just have a bunch of Elf Note monsters on the field is also really strong.
Absolutely. I think thinking about his play here, but is going to summon the Elf Note Power Patron here, which does have, I believe, have a quick synchro effect, which is very powerful, but we are just going to use it here straight away. Synchro summoning. Understand we're going to give Josh a draw, but maybe not the end of the world. And again, with the right hand, for example, I don't know what's going on in Marco's hand here. If he has a draw, for example, and with the right hand, you can quite easily play around a draw and not give your opponent any more draws in that case. But we do see the summon of FA Dawn Dragster here. Very powerful, generically summonable level 7 synchro here as well, able to negate the activations of spell and trap cards and their effects.
Yeah. But I think this will not be it, because we can still trigger the Elf Note Power Patron because it has been used for a synchro summon.
Adding the... Oh, I thought it was which one. It's not... Okay, it's not Tinya. It is not Lucina. It's the other one. We do see the Triple Tactics Talon's been activated here. That is going to be... Fortuna, thank you. Very impactful. We see the Pot of Sloth.
That's a really strong hand.
That's an insane
strong hand.
That is access to both engines. It's Pot of Sloth, and it is evenly matched. That is an absolutely absurd hand for Marco to play into here. That's going to be difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult here to play into.
Yeah, this is the type of hand that you don't want to see when you go for Triple Tactic Talents.
No.
I mean, I think Marco is like a bit happy that he can get rid of one of those cards, but I mean, here I wouldn't know what card I would get rid of because they're all so strong. You have two of your best starters. You have Pot of Sloth, which can draw like a lot of cards if you want to set up a strong board. You have to somehow play around it evenly. So it's a really tough decision here.
Yeah, we've already seen Pot of Sloth be very impactful in a tournament so far today, in a game so far today, because against, for example, Kultun, it's insane because the knowledge that they gain from your hand disappears as soon as you start your turn. But he's really considering his options here.
It's the same here for Josh as well, right? If he doesn't get rid of the Pot of Sloth, if we just like draw 4 cards, return 3 back, our hand is reshuffled again.
Exactly. The hand knowledge is very impactful here. That might be the way to go. It might be that you think you can play through the other 4 cards, and the Pot of Sloth is the issue here. But it's still really, understandably, very much considering his options because this is a tricky hand to have to play into, especially seeing as you might have to give a couple more draws to Full Loss here to keep going, and then you don't know what you're drawing into again.
I think you have to get rid of a monster here because the Dawn Dragster can negate a spell or trap. I feel like if we get rid of the Evenly or the Fallen of the Virtuous, the other one will bait out the Dawn Dragster.
Sure.
So I feel like getting rid of a starter is probably the choice here, which is also what Marco decides to do.
We do see the special summon of Fortuna here, able to set or rather activate a trap from the deck, which in itself is a very nice card. Seeing as there is that Synchro Monster on the field, at least currently, it is going to be able to do a negation as well. Very powerfully so indeed. Interesting to see how he continues to play his turn here. That is 2 negates. We don't know what's in hand. It could be enough, but we just don't know what the situation is with Marco's hand, as we say.
Yeah, I feel like with the correct non-engine, we can just call today here and pass turn. But if your non-engine is not that strong, you might want to put up more interruptions, which I think is what Mark was going for, special summoning the Elf Note Power Patron back onto the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does have the quick synchro effect, if I'm not mistaken, so if you leave that on the field now, that is still going to be something during the opponent's turn. Unless I'm much mistaken, I do not pretend to be an expert.
Yeah, you can quick synchro if you target the monster in the main main monster column. Then you can change the level of that monster, and then you can perform a synchro summon.
Wonderful. We do see the Elf Note Regina here coming down as well, sending that Fortuna's Graveyard to summon itself to the center main monster zone. A very powerful card as well. Interesting, again, to see how this will play out. I normally see that used against, when I'm playing against it at least, used against me during my turn, as it can do, but not necessarily being done so here.
It's one of the newer Elf Note cards that has been released in Blazing Dominion, if I'm as far as I'm
believe
aware.
so, yeah.
Yeah, it is a really nice card because not only does it enable your combo, you can also interrupt your opponent when you go second by discarding a card or sending a card from the field to the graveyard.
We did see a special summon from deck here, I believe. So I think Josh is due a draw, unless I'm much mistaken. I don't think he's taken one yet. I could be wrong. But yeah, we see the Tinya being summoned here. Very powerful card in and of itself, like you say, because it is just the able to tear a card at random from the opponent's hand is always a powerful effect. And I just find it funny it's also on the water elf no monster, because it always water cards that seem to do that.
And I think Tinya here is really, especially really strong because we know that our opponent's hand only has really good cards. So no matter what we hit, we will hit a good card.
That top deck, the single draw we got from the Folos was a Fedrolas Harmonia here coming down in response to, I believe, the Tinya's activation here. Going to be revealing the 5 from the extra deck, summoning itself, destroying one of the cards, and choosing to send the Golden Cloud Beast Malon to the graveyard as well, destroying the Regina. That is going to be tricky.
So what's also interesting to note here is that the evenly matched in our hand cannot be used anymore because we control a monster.
Of course, yeah.
So the plan to just go to the battle phase and use the evenly matched now is gone.
It is possible to, I suppose if you really wanted to, I don't see why you would, but you could fall in the Virtuous your own Fedrolas.
Yeah.
There might be a play, but we see the FA Dawntraster going back to the extra deck because of the Malong here as well. Starting his turn out with Part of Sloth, of course. Just such a powerful card.
I love this card.
I need a playset real bad. I need 3 of those.
I love this card so much. The utility it gives you going second is so nice. The way you can build your side deck now is also really interesting. It kind of reminds me of when Triple Tactic Thrust got released.
Yeah.
A lot of people played 3 Triple Tactic Thrust in their side deck with a bunch of one-offs.
Yes, yeah.
And you can do the same with Pot of Sloth here. I really like this card. And now the hand knowledge that Marco gained with the Triple Tactic Talents is gone because we don't know what we put back into the deck.
Absolutely. We have no idea what we're doing. I'd imagine at this point you put back the evenly matched as well. That's just, it's a free thing to put back.
Yeah.
I imagine Marco's thinking that as well, because you don't need to worry about that at this point. But we do see the special summon of the Fawn of the White Dragon coming out, sending the Albion to the graveyard to do so.
And there's a really cool synergy between Fedrolas Harmonia and the Fall and the Virtus that I really like. If Josh would have decided to send the Ecclesia Synchro to the graveyard instead of the Malong, what he could have done was he could have used the Fall and the Virtus, sent an Albion, pop a card, and then use the Ecclesia that he sent the turn previous to the graveyard to shuffle back another card. But we're going here straight.
That's smart. That's real smart.
We're going right into our Sword Soul engine to summoning the 3 champions of Sword Soul here once again.
Very powerful card as well, able to search my favorite card, Spencer. But we see it here. Met with, I think that's a Fedrolas of our own here. There we go. Of Marco's own, I should say. Sending the Malong as well. Exactly the same as we just saw in the last turn. If it ain't broke. And it does not seem to be, because we see the Fedrolas being summoned here, destroying the other Fedrolas, and then Malong, I imagine, sending that back to the extra deck. Considering that this was a difficult hand for Marco to play into, and he started the turn off without a great deal of interruptions, I think he's doing very well here, sending that 3 Champion Sword Souls back to the extra deck, still adding something off of the effect of that, because I don't believe that was negated unless I'm much mistaken, but still a fairly full hand full of unknowns from Josh, because we don't know what he drew from Part of Sloth either.
Yeah, and as much as I'm aware, I think that was the last card in Marco's hand, right? Because it seems like he's not holding any cards.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and the Fall and the Virtuous has been activated on the Madness. And yeah, this is what I like. The Albion is in the grave. We have the Ecclesia also now in the graveyard. We have Black Chaos now, which will activate, or place rather, a Mind Shuffle.
Yeah.
And that's everything that we need.
It is interesting to see if Josh will be able to close out the game here. He might not need to close out in this turn. If he's able just to clear his opponent's resources entirely and leave him on just a top deck, that might be enough. However, I'm not sure how well the Light and Darkness Ritual deck finds game so easily.
I mean, the Light and Darkness Ritual deck plays one of the most iconic cards that can end the game in one turn with the Black Luster Soldier
This
retrain.
is true, the multi-attack. You're not wrong. But we do see the effects here are coming out for the Black Chaos, adding back to hand from the Ritual. Gonna see how he plays out the rest of this. Again, it's interesting to see if he'll be able to close out the game or if he's just playing to build the field up. But we do see the Black Luster Soldier coming down here.
A very beautiful Starlight Overframe here. I think these cards are just so beautiful. On summon, it can banish a card on the field.
The Overframes are so nice.
Yeah.
I want one so bad. Do see, just considering plays here as well, by the looks of things. The Ritual having summoned that. I believe, what happened there? Was that sent to graveyard by mistake, perhaps? Oh, no?
No, we can now summon the...
Yeah, just getting a bit of interference. There we go, sorted, sorry.
Yeah, we can now summon the Skull Archfiend from the graveyard as well. I think this card is just so strong.
It's really... I find it hilarious how you can use it to search Habakiri.
Yeah.
That's just... you can just do that. Or well, any Ritual Master, quite frankly.
Yeah.
It's just useful in that sort of deck.
Yeah, I've seen some Mitsurugi players this week, like, on Skull Archfiend, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And yet a Black Luster Soldier here attacking over the Tistina and then attacking again, and I think this is game, yeah.
That is game indeed.
Josh Kelly is now one game away of securing his spot in the top 4, or rather top 5 this time.
Absolutely, yeah.
To get his chance to play in the World Championship, which is, I think, which is like what every player dreams of, right? Like one time playing the World Championship, I think, is everybody's dream.
Yeah.
And he's now so close in achieving it.
Absolutely. Very talented player, both of them very good players. And again, at this level of the game, I don't think either player put a foot wrong there. I think that was I think for Marco, that was a difficult, you saw the talents. And what do you do with that? That is a difficult hand to play into. And he did a very good job with that, I think, as well. And Josh played very well, obviously. Did have a fantastic hand, even without that. Not to discount his talent as a player, his skill as a player as well.
Yeah, I mean, with the resources that he had, I think both players played it out really well. Marco, game 1, obviously not standing a chance because of the hand that he drew. Yeah. But also Josh Kelly played that game really good, like really slow, because he knows he does not have to play it fast here. Yeah. Which I think distinguishes a really good player from like an average player maybe, because knowing that your opponent cannot draw a card here that will win him the game, gives him the option to play slowly, which is what he did, which is something I really liked. Yeah. And game 2 here, I mean, Josh's hand was just incredible, right?
That was an insane hand, truly. Just the worst nightmare, the worst possible outcome when you activate that card is, oh, I can't deal with that. That's tough. Yeah. But again, I think Marco did really well, considering the limited number of interruptions he was able to set up on his turn through the Fawalos, given all the interruptions that was being thrown at him, that being sent that way. Again, it's a genuine pleasure to see these games being played out, because I'm not a fantastic player, and I see this, I'm like, I need to learn better. I watch these and I feel like my brain expands because I'm watching just insane players going on.
I mean, that's why they are in the playoff, right? I mean, they've been the best players throughout the season in Europe. I've seen them multiple times playing at regionals, winning regionals, topic regionals. I've seen them even play a few times at regionals against each other, which is also really cool, because like once you start to get a good record regularly at the regionals, you will play against people that are also trying to qualify for the playoff spot.
Absolutely. I ran into Josh at a regional a few months back. I believe he was playing Vanquish Soul K9. I was on Dracotail Fiendsmith. Didn't work well. But I did not have a good day. He had a fantastic day. He entered, to my understanding, just because he wanted to win the box. Yeah. And he did. He won. Because of course he did.
That's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
Yeah. I mean, an excellent player just in general. A really good solo season.
Yeah, very much so. I think we're good to go. I think we're good to hand over to our analysis desk with Basti and Josh Kelly. Yeah.
Welcome here in the analysis corner, Josh. That was a very successful match, keeping your dreams alive, of course, trying to go to the World Championship. Walk us through your preparation process for this points playoff here, because you brought an exciting deck, a new deck as well. How did you land on that deck?
Yeah, I think in a big tournament like this, just playing the best deck. Like, I didn't play Cool Tune for Nationals. I'm sure there's a Cool Tune player at this tournament who's better than me. right?
Fair.
So I wanted to choose a deck that had really good matchups into what I expected. And the new Ritual Light and Darkness cards are so strong into Branded. Insanely strong. You have the put back to Skull Archery and you have the non-target banishes. They're incredible. And then to beat Cool Tune, the only way I could really figure it out is sending cards for cost. And Fallen of the White and Fallen of the Virtuous do that perfectly. So,
have you played against Q-Tune yet today?
I haven't, no, and I haven't seen much in the playoffs.
Interesting, because that probably would have been the deck you expected the most going into this playoff.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's actually go into the action, go into the clips that I've prepared here from your match. So first game, you did get hit with Mulchami Fuvolos. On average, what would you say, how well does your deck perform into Mulchami Fuvolos?
The deck is typically really good into Fuvolos.
Okay.
The Ritual of Light and Darkness stuff gives 0 draws.
That's nice.
If it's just a Fuvolos, I can resolve my Ritual of Light and Darkness stuff,
Fair.
end on a Fallen in the Virtuous from the Branded side, and I feel good. But with this specific hand I had, because the Ogre traded for my Ritual of Light and Darkness card,
Right.
and the Incredible Ecclesia is terrible into Fuvolos. So
that's the only part of that kind of that is hurt by it. Yeah.
And I knew Marco was playing Elf Note, which I know is particularly weak into cards like Fallen Virtuous. I had Hydralis in hand. So I wasn't feeling too bad, but definitely not the best spot to get through it.
So then, in the second clip we have prepared here, we are actually going for, I would say, the least conventional choice to do with Fallen Individuals, because you didn't destroy anything here in that case, but used the effect to summon. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is a card, of course, really, really good against Elf Node. Did you consider main decking that card here this weekend?
I think in my deck, it's not the best.
Okay.
Because I need my cards to be really high impact.
Fair.
But Ghost Ogre, when you get to play a ton of hand interactions, it is great. So it definitely makes sense why Marco chose it.
Do you think overall that Elf Node, was Elf Node a deck you were prepared for going into this weekend for the playoffs specifically?
Not a ton, to be honest.
Okay.
I think
we saw you reading a card even there in between.
Yeah, I know what the cards do, but just checking the text, right?
Fair.
But Elf Note is like an incredibly scary deck, but also, like you saw in game one, it has very awkward games, where it's very slow and doesn't play well into interaction. So I just thought no one would play it. But when it pops off, it really pops off.
It does. It's maybe the biggest combo deck in the room, like from all the options. I mean, it's not winning on the first turn, but when it combos, it kind of does, right? It's really impossible to break almost. But then on the next clip, after you locking up game one, of course, that second game, Marco had a triple tactic talent, but oh boy, what a hand it revealed there. So in the end, he thought about it for a very, very, very long time. If you would have been in his shoes, what do you think was the best choice to get rid of here in your hand?
I think here, after knowing his hand, I probably would have gone for the Pot of Sloth.
Okay.
Because if he gets the Tania Rip and the Regina Bounce on my Mind Shuffle, they're crazy impactful into the engine I have. So Sloth being able to dodge for, dig for engine that is good into his board is incredible.
Fair, very, very good, valid point. Like just keeping, like when you get that knowledge about their hand, it's the same with Q-Tune as well, right? When you look into the hand, giving up on that knowledge because you allow them to dig deeper into the deck is kind of a disadvantage, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, he did end up deciding on the Black Chaos, if I remember correctly, which of course also is not a bad choice, considering he just wanted to keep you off of that engine, because that engine just on its own is just so incredibly strong, and I'm sure we're going to see more of that throughout the weekend. But we are going to see the next clip here first of all, and it was kind of funny because both of you were playing Hydralis Harmonia. It was both a synchro element involved to this. There you were reading the Elflotinia as well. Do you think it was maybe a little bit early from him to go for that standby phase shenanigans with Elflotinia activating, because that gave you the chance to activate the Hydralis Harmonia?
I think he understands that either Evenly or Sloth will resolve.
Yeah.
So I think he's thinking here, I want to rip one of those, because if one of those resolve, I'm in a really bad spot.
Fair.
So I think it makes sense.
Okay. So we did end up seeing here that you reveal the 5 cards. Hydralis Harmonia, of course, a staple in Q-Tune since it has been released. In different decks or in other decks, and also now in this new deck, not necessarily a staple. Where that card, was that card always in your deck? Were you always playing for Hydralis Harmonia in the Light and Darkness deck?
Yeah, Hydralis feels like the best card in my deck.
Okay,
it's so incredible.
Okay. Because you just have synchro monsters in your extra deck already naturally, so just a couple more and it's easy?
Yeah, every synchro monster I play comes up regardless of if I play Hydralis or not. And it lets me access engine with the Lulu or Lilith. It's a monster to bounce with Mind Shuffle. It's a board breaker. It's a hand trap.
It's all in one card, right? It does every single thing that you could ever imagine. Also, the Pot of Sloth then did stay in your hand and it did resolve. another incredibly powerful card, right? Is that just a staple moving forward for going second scenarios in all kind of side decks, maybe?
I think it's a specific card for different decks. I think in the Ritual Light and Darkness deck, it's incredible. I wouldn't play the deck without it.
Yeah.
But I think in a deck like Cool Tune, it's a little bit worse.
How so?
Because I think in Cool Tune, if your opponent sets up a really big board, it's quite unlikely you're going to win regardless of the cards in your hand.
Okay.
Whereas I feel like regardless of the board my opponent sets up, I can win this game. So Pot of Sloth gives me the cards I need to work with.
Fair enough, fair enough. And then we have one more highlight lined up, and that is actually you then just having Black Chaos. Also, the moment you discard the Black Chaos and Marco realized, oh, he found another one, he kind of knew it was already over because it's so easy for you to then just go through the motions and make it happen. Would you say that is maybe the strongest engine now in the game? Like the Chaos cards that you have in your deck there?
I think into a board, I would say so. The Black Chaos being a non-target, unaffected vanish, and you just put 8k on board out of nowhere. It's really good.
Yeah. So which players did you face so far in your first and second round, with that tournament, of course, being so incredibly stacked? So as you are on 2-1 now, that means you must have lost a round. Which round did you lose?
I lost the first round.
Yeah,
it was not feeling good to Yannick.
Oh, okay.
We're playing quite similar strategies.
Ooh, okay, nice.
And I lost that, and then I played against my friend Jordan in the second round, unfortunately.
What a bracket so far at that point. But now, I mean, you're going to have the high pressure round 4. The win and in, basically. If you do manage to win there, you will probably be amongst the players playing for a spot at the World Championship. So get a bit of rest, and best of luck, of course, for that match in round number 4, which we are going to, of course, have a feature match as well. Maybe not with you in particular, but we will find a good feature match for you at home to watch too. And yeah, we will be back with more live coverage here from the EU WCQ World Points Playoff on Friday in Brussels. See you for that very soon. Welcome back to the Friday coverage here at EU WCQ. It is the day of the points playoff. It is the day where we're already sending 3 persons to the World Championship. And we are in round 4 now, meaning we're about to find out who one of them is going to be.
Unless they get a double loss.
Ah, come on.
Unless there is a possibility this game doesn't send anyone to Worlds yet, but the most likely scenario is that one of these duelists is going to qualify directly to the WCS, the highest form of competition. But of course, everyone wants to know what all of these players are playing. So we have prepared a little graph for you guys to show what decks are actually currently running in the competition.
And look at this. I think some players had a read on the format on this very, very closed environment of 16 players in total, that Qtune will be the most represented deck, and yes it is, but I am very, very impressed by the amount of ones on this screen. There's a lot of different decks, and let me tell you something. I'm the most surprised by one of them on the top right, which is Invoked, and I'm even more surprised that that is going to be one of the 3 old decks that we're about to feature.
Yep, we have 2 decks that are displayed as one in this tournament in the playoffs match directly for the World Championship. So unless the players aren't ready, we're going to go over there in any second. But we are informed that the game has already started and only 1 card has been activated so far. I'm not going to spoiler which one it was quite yet, but it is a card that can be considered impactful.
It is a decent card, I would agree as well, but we haven't mentioned the players yet because it is going to be 2 Italians battling it out here for the first spot, possibly at the World Championship, because it is going to be the first one that we saw in round 1 already. Leonardo Zacchetti had a little bit of a shaky start into the tournament against Yuna there in round 1, did manage to win in the end, and then on the upper hand, never punished, we have Danilo Siracusa, who has had an incredible season with multiple top 8 appearances in multiple YCSs already, but there's not much more to talk about. We want to see how they do on the dueling field, so let's go over to the table.
When the players just walked by our table with the judge informed us, okay, the game has started, 1 card has been activated. And Danilo, with the biggest smile on his face, said, it was Shifter.
It was Shifter. And another one followed in the standby phase. There is a Mold Charmy Perulia as well. This is hilarious because most of the foolish cards, or quote-unquote foolish cards, would be countered by the Dimension Shifter resolving. But the Pendulum Treasure, that one sends straight to the extra deck, so there is no touching the graveyard at any point, and it just goes straight into that extra deck face up as Pendulum cards like it.
There's really not anything foolish about that, I want to say. Let's talk a little bit more about the Invoke deck from Danilo.
It's crazy.
Chaos Origins has given us so much already. We have seen the Light and Darkness Ritual deck before. Now also Invoke. Did you have that on your radar, Basti?
I absolutely did not, and also especially by Danilo I did not expect it, because Danilo has been so strong with the Draco Tail, with the Branded strategy, all of those fusion decks. And I mean, at the end of the day, the Invoked kind of fits as well, also being a fusion-oriented strategy, but it definitely wasn't the one that I had on my list for him specifically. And we talked to him earlier, and before the playoff, before he knew it would be going so well, he said, I made the craziest call ever. Please let this work out.
Yeah.
And wow, it is working out so far with the Invoke deck here.
Yep, he needs to win 1 of possibly 2 matches that he's going to play. Just 1 game out of 2, 1 match out of 2 have to be won. And this could be the one. Starting with Perulia and Shifter, nothing to scoff at. But how much can play Leonardo through that? How much do you play through a Shifter?
Well, of course, yes, we did have success with the Pendulum Treasure, but everything else is pretty badly denied by the Dimension Shifter, because the way the game mechanic, of course, works regarding pendulum cards, the moment they would try to go to the graveyard before they go in, like they check whether they would go into the graveyard, and here they wouldn't go to the graveyard, so they would be banished before they could ever get into the extra deck. So just by the nature of things, Dimension Shifter counters all kind of pendulum shenanigans, so it is definitely hurtful for the Power Patron deck. maybe the Archmage part, depending on how big it is in Leonardo's deck, can make up for that. But looking at the list he brought here into this environment, it's just a very, very small Archmage package. It's rather a power patron deck with a couple of Archmage cards there.
Yeah, but it was basically only Medios, right? And some of the cards that are also power patron.
Just the Vandalism Assault, he plays one copy of that.
Okay.
But it's really not something that is comboing. It's just a good starter to have, but nothing beyond that.
But how much can Danilo play with just in the next turn 4 cards in the set? It does not feel like Leonardo wants to give many draw. A normal summon draw and Lockbird to give a draw for the Purulia does not feel great.
Not the one I expected, but I mean, you couldn't use it next turn, so it does make sense in the end. We're banishing Dimension Shifter here from the graveyard. And please note, this does have applications as Invocation, of course, needs or can also be fusion summoning with materials from the graveyard. And when there is no Dark Monster, that makes it a lot harder to actually make it resolve.
Yeah, and there is a very, very important card that you want to summon with Dark Invoked Oceanus. That is the good old Dimensional Fissure on legs if it's in the extra monster zone. However, you need a Dark or a Water monster, so Purulia would also work for that. And now he decides to kick us off. I think that is the new invocation.
It gotta be, yeah. But is Leonardo responding to it in any way?
That is the Magistus invocation.
I think it's the Sacred Spirit Sword Iowas. Yeah, it's Iowas. And that one actually just takes Alistair and either adds it from your deck to your hand or sends it to the graveyard or banish it. I mean, sending it to the graveyard and banishing here in that case would do the exact same thing. Yeah. But it does lead to us getting access to not the Alistair actually, but just something that looks like Alistair a lot, and that is the Iowas itself.
And that one gets us Alistair.
Yeah. If we really wanted to. So Danilo, considering his options, made a crazy call to go into this tournament with a deck that is... I mean, I thought in this 16-player environment, it is almost borderline impossible to surprise the competition. Because they are going to be so well prepared, over-prepared, like playing hundreds, if not thousands of matches to prepare for this tournament. I think Danilo may have been successful though, because surely no one except himself expected Invoked to be the pick for the tournament.
And there we see Crowley. Name Magistus. That is also a good old starter. Previously seen a lot in Dracotail Magistus. I mean, not a lot, but it was certainly there.
And it's a one-off here. Looks like we are going to respond to Crowley with the effect of SP Little Knight, banishing that SP. Oh, there is the Alistair though. Hold on. I think we used the effect of Crowley, and we want to fusion summon, and now we are, even though the Crowley is gone, still going to resolve that effect with one Alistair in the hand and the Iowas we got onto the field. And that is an old school. That is a blast from the past. Is that really a card booking a ticket to the World Championship this weekend? Invoked Raging, attacking for an insanely powerful 2,200 attack points. And in case you forgot what it does, because it has been a while since I saw that card for the last time, it's basically just a Book of Moon on Lax.
Yeah, this card is, which is incredibly strong, especially versus pendulum strategies. If you book those, it's a high chance of stopping a lot of the plays they want to do. So especially if Leonardo is low on resource, but that's a pass immediately. You have only developed the Raging properly, and the Crowley is gonna be red as well. This one is only returning, and also it's the same turn, so the effect cannot be triggered. That one is just chilling there for a little bit.
Ooh, I mean, when they walked by and Danilo proudly told us, yep, I have resolved Dimension Shifter, you could really tell that one of them, and that was Danilo, was way happier with the situation. But honestly, this does not look so bad here for Leonardo. He has a field spell already online. Oh, look at this. Of course, the Dimension Shifter hurts us even more so now, because our field spell is once again reducing the attack points of Danilo's monsters by 100 each for every banished card. So we are now bigger with our SP Little Knight. We're flipping the Rage and face down before it can be run over. And the defense points were not lowered, so we do actually get to keep the Invoked Raijin.
I don't even remember what it was, but back in the day. Oh, an Ash Blossom now as well to stop the plays from Leonardo. And he's also having something in hand to reveal for the planet.
I mean, you don't need to reveal anything. You just banish something face down, so there is another card to banish here, and then you can just you're revealing from the extra deck, and then you get to just simply search or special summon, and that's all you need really. Like, you can get any kind of power patron that you like. There it is, the face down banish. So in the matchup of decks that are truly not like the most represented today, this is where it looks like it is going into Leonardo's direction here.
That is a brand new match of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes.
This is something that has never been seen before on stream. Invoked versus Power Patron.
But one really, really, really fun thing about the Invoked Radiant that Leonardo is also double-checking there. With that interaction that he did there, he basically reset his own Radiant as well, because Radiant is just a soft once per turn. So that was a wasted battle phase for Leonardo, even taking a little bit of damage in the process, because that Radiant now is ready to set cards once more.
Oh, true. You can just take the Jupredo, put it face down, and if the SP Little Knight wants to deny that, then have fun banishing the Jupredo until the end phase. Right?
Yeah. I think that Invoked Radiant, as ancient as it is, I don't even know what year is it released. Let me double check here. Fusion and Forces was 2017. You gotta be kidding me. That's almost 10 years ago since the first appearance of Alistair himself, and now all of a sudden back onto the big stage where no one really expected him.
Absolutely not. I wonder if this has any effect on tomorrow's meta. If some people who were on the verge of bringing Invoke because they thought it was cool are saying now, okay, yeah, absolutely, I'm going to bring this. Danilo is showing the judges, I think, probably to say, hey, this is soft.
It's got to be about the same, same thing, yeah. It would have to be. I think maybe they are trying to find out whether, like, what happens if the card gets booked on resolution. Maybe that could be what the question is about.
Oh,
so like that's the only thing I can imagine, really. Or maybe if the card is.
I think the card just forgets everything as soon as it's booked. That's
maybe
how
it does.
Always was, right? So I mean, that was a play back in the day. It was a play to book your own Radiant. I don't know what for.
I mean, so the way Jupredo is worded, it says you can banish the top 3 cards of your deck face down, destroy this card, and if you do special summon 1 Jupiter from your extra deck. So is it still this card? I don't think it is, right? As soon as it's booked, I don't believe it is. But why even make that matter? Yeah. Why don't we just go ahead and preemptively use the effect of Invoked Radiant?
I mean, Leonardo
maybe it's too late. Maybe you forgot.
Yeah, Leonardo worked so hard on just getting this card out, just getting anything on the board to start playing. I think just booking there immediately is the right choice, but we're currently discarding this. I don't think it's this card still.
I don't think so either, no. From how I would think it goes down. Okay, I just got information, though, that actually we do have an appeal on that situation, which is fair. It is one of the most important matches of Yu-Gi-Oh! That they are playing, so you gotta be completely careful and sure about it. So why don't we throw it over to us for a quick moment while we talk about the situation a little bit further. So did they activate it already? I didn't see them activating it yet.
Same, but that is the problem for us. We can only see the players, we cannot hear them, because in how many games do you actually ever use your hands to explain every single thing that you're doing? I think there's some people that have that playstyle that just go,
Shifter is very, like, you can see what's going on with Shifter when they just put it onto a table or in the graveyard. Yeah, maybe you're just flickering it. You're like, this is going to happen later on as well.
Yeah, but then you're presenting it. But I mean, some people just say, hey, activate this, and then that. And then there are other people who just tell you what they're doing, which is just equally fair.
Also, I'm telling you what's going on there. Okay. We were wondering where we are in terms of where the priority is, who is allowed to do their next move, who is allowed to maybe activate a quick effect or not. And that's where the players are also disagreeing, you know? Like, they are also not certain on whose priority right now it is to do an effect, because for a quick effect on Danilo's end to be used, he would have to be, like, there would have been a priority being passed over, but maybe that's already past that point, but we're going to learn in seconds.
If the Jupredo was summoned and he said okay to that summon,
then it is on
Leonardo's prior.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I mean, we're not the judges. We didn't hear them, so they are going to break it down. They're going to make a very, very educated decision, as they usually do, and then we will find out whether. I mean, but in the end, we still agree that it probably doesn't matter, right? Because from how we understand it, you cannot destroy it when it's face down.
I think that was like one of the issues between this and that card. I think
that target as well.
That card or that target is different from this. So I think...
Well, good thing we're casters, not judges.
Right? And our judge days are long behind us.
Oh, they are. And I'm glad they are for it. I mean, getting to the casting booth here with you, of course, as a replacement. It is funnier. And we will be finding out how that is going to be. I mean, when was the last time in a big tournament where we had a ruling that invoked Raging? It gotta be a while ago.
That is true. And it's just crazy because you could also just think that cards like this don't exist anymore, right? This very soft once per turn approach on interruptions. We haven't seen that in ages now.
Yeah.
You could have just not attacked it.
Certainly.
No, it doesn't give a replay. If you attack it and it books itself, that doesn't give a replay.
No, he had to attack it, but certainly a misplay to just go into the battle phase and try all of that in the first place, right? Because you accomplished nothing with going into the battle phase. And if you would have known how all of that went down, it would always only go down that rabbit hole, then there was really no point in going into battle phase there in the first place.
No, I disagree. I think the right play is to go into battle phase, and on Raging effect you chain SP to banish the Raging for this turn.
Fair.
And then you can play.
Actually, you solved the puzzle. Yeah. That's a good point.
Probably.
Possibly.
After all of our analysis on the invoked matchup, I don't think we are the ones to definitely say that we solved it.
No, but I like that. It actually gives you a chance to also deal with the Raging, with the battle phase, so you are making use of your battle
because
phase.
The card has seen so little play in the last 9 years, people just forgot that it's a soft once per turn thing, because those barely happen anymore. So I would understand just attacking it and then... just taking the damage, but then again, what are you saving the SP Little Knight for? You sometimes players go for routes where they save up card effects because they say, okay, I can play around something else later on, and then you can't anymore.
I don't think there is really anything like that. But Leo, Danilo, going through the season, always playing those graveyard-heavy decks. I still remember sometimes posts from him on social media saying, why did they shifter me again? I would have won that tournament if they didn't shifter me. Well, he changed very quickly all of a sudden when it mattered the most, and all of a sudden he's the boy dropping the shifters here in the points playoff.
If you can't beat them, join them, right?
Really?
In the points playoff, we talked about decks with high ceiling. I think shifter is, when it comes to hand traps, the highest ceiling there is.
Actually, I just realized, wasn't that even just the very last YCS where he was in the finals in YCS Dortmund, where he got shifted by the Vankersol deck? That was just the very last YCS we had. And that was actually maybe the moment he was like, I can't have this anymore.
Gotta do this myself.
I have to try it out. And then the moment he activated Shifter for the first time, he was hooked.
Although I have to say, there is a buy missing on the Shifter. I think the only Shifter you should be playing is the Ultra Rare or the Starlight Rare. This is both fine for me.
Good point. I disagree, though. Usually you don't care, right? Usually you play commons, you play rares. That's your take and also my take usually. So yes, it is the more appreciated version of the card. At the end of the day, they're both doing the same, though.
It doesn't matter. That is true. But something with these stamped cards, that something works for me there.
Yeah,
so
I know.
It doesn't for me. I don't know why, but I love it when these cards also say something.
Yeah, no, for sure. You like to talk to your cards. That's what you want to say, right?
Yeah,
you
right.
did beforehand already, but now they talk back finally.
Yeah, finally it's not only a one-sided conversation. But also it's very odd because I don't like reading cards all the time. That's why I miss half of the effect sometimes. And then there's more to read on the cards, you know?
But that's fair. But okay, I think from the way things are looking... Oh, no, we're still working on it. Good.
Okay.
So, it's about this Invoke deck, though. It's not only about Shifter. They have some more pseudo-shifters in their arsenal now as well, right? Because they have a Dimension Shifter on Lex, you could say, which is their new fusion monster, right?
Yeah, they have Oceanus.
Yeah.
And that card is really, really strong when it's in the extra monster zone. It has to be specifically in the extra monster zone to send all of the monsters that would go to the graveyard to banishment. In the main monster zone, it has the effect that it pulls all attacks. It's like a Jubel monster, basically, so your opponent can only attack it. I think one of the two effects
Which effect is better?
One of them has more impact on the game than the other, I would say. But it's also kind of cool that all of the Alistair monsters, you know, they push attack.
Yeah.
As quick effects as well. So that's also what I found rather risky with the SP Little Knight attack there.
Yeah.
Because if that's a damage step Alistair... oh boy, that's 1k up, even though I don't know how many cards were banished.
Banished. But yeah, I mean, I think it was definitely, it must have been more than one. course, he was trying to run over. Yes, it was more than one. I'm pretty sure about that. But besides that, it probably was more than 10 as well. So I'm not too sure.
Yeah, that is... Okay, so I think we've heard that we are back at playing. So let's go over to the table to continue game 1.
So it is looking like we are able to use Invoked Radiant now on the Jupredo. And now Leonardo is once again going to banish for Crowley alongside the Jupredo before it could get put face down, and it goes back to Danilo. End phase. So Danilo, the one coming out of that conversation, happily able to use his Raijin and go into his turn again.
But Danilo's monsters are so low on attack, you can barely get over this Jupredo, yeah?
Oh no, we're going battle phase. What kind of match are we seeing here for the World Championship? They're just playing one of the most absurd games ever. You can't even run over the Little Knight here still because all of your monsters are just small.
And if you run over Jupredo, I think it gets sent face up to the extra deck, and that's not necessarily something that you want. SP Little Knight again does the same thing, takes out the Crowley. Maybe that was bait.
It really felt like a bait to me. That is a low impact Little Knight there. Getting that Crowley banished once again. That Crowley has been banished more than any Malice monster when Rico played.
That is very true.
Ooh, and we do have another copy of that sword, and it is bringing out the Iwas again.
Now, without any further interruption, I think it could finally be Danilo's time to really start playing, because you haven't normal summoned here. It normal summons the new Alistar.
Here we go. Danilo is in this, and Leonardo, I mean, looking at Leonardo's deck list overall, his engine plays in the field decently well, but from here on out, with having cards on the field himself, which disables his Mulchrami cards, there's Dominus Impulse, and there is Troll and Lockbird, but I don't know how much they help. We are going to banish the Kaliga here now for the new Alistar, and that is going to resolve as well.
Found, I think this time was the new Invocation.
Yes, he did. Oh my, and Leonardo is certainly also surprised by the deck that Danilo has brought up. Is going to have a read on one of those new cards here that he did not expect anyone to bring. Oh, we see the extended art super polarizations in Danilo's deck. That's a nice add-on there as well.
Gotta love this. You banish another Alistar. So remind me again, the way to recycle Alistar and Invocation. You had to have Alistar in graveyard and Invocation banished, right?
No, it's the other way around this.
Oh, yeah, that also makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. The Invocation needs to be in the graveyard, which we are probably able to get to this turn.
It does make a lot more sense because, you know, Invocation banishes Alistar.
Yeah. Exactly. Would have been a weird way to go about it if it would be the other way around, but that is looking like we are going for a Link summon now, and when there's two different Alistars, how about another one? Or is it maybe... Oh, it's SP Little Knight stare down time here again. We are banishing the field spell on Leonardo's end, finally making our monsters bigger than that SP Little Knight on the other side.
I was going to ask, how much spell trap removal does he have? Because this gets really annoying for him.
Yeah. So we go for the Invocation Sword now, and that is going to bring out one of the new additions to the deck.
From Chaos Origins, this card gives you recursion from the graveyard.
Invoked Soraf, that is.
And I think you can even banish it from the graveyard to fusion summon.
You can, yeah. You can do that. You can use fusion materials from the graveyard alongside that as well. And we are going to now bring out the additional Alistar. Danilo is just giving a lesson about this invoked strategy here in the final round of the World's Points playoff to his opponent. This is absurd to me. In the last couple of years, I think we never really had that wild card deck coming into the competition.
No.
And then also showing up with such a big and strong run and result. So I'm really glad that this time someone was bold enough to surprise them all and us as well and bring a deck like this Alistar Invoked deck.
Danilo Siracusa, he definitely would deserve a Worlds invite, as all of these players from the playoff do.
Of course. One of the most consistent players in Europe. second place at YCS Dortmund with his beloved Draco Tail deck. Invocation now, that's the original one, and we are going to use the Link Monster from our field. What else are we going to use? Our Graveyard at this point is our Oyster, and that is the Oceanus in the extra monster zone, right?
Yeah, and Leonardo needs to read the card now.
Super cool looking card as well. Like that card.
True.
It's a common. You wouldn't expect that card, that kind of artwork to come as a common. It's just, it's so nice.
And I don't think Danilo is the type of player who wants this card as a common, looking at his field.
Well, maybe with him qualifying for Worlds this weekend, that card just makes itself eligible for an upgrade in the OTS pack. Oh no, in Ultimate Tournament packs nowadays.
Oh, I will love that. But Oceanus is now being Dimensional Fissure on legs, as you said, and this is going to be problematic. You know, we have survived the Shifter. Now we're using Soreth.
The momentum truly is shifting after we went into this nicely with a 1 die roll. From there on, Danilo has taken control and is absolutely cruising here, as we are now also going into the hyper-invoked Ion.
Yeah, that one is being summoned by 2 fusion monsters, so you get to get rid of 2 cards. And Jupredo is being summoned back.
Okay, so that means we're in the end phase. Yeah. So we have survived at least, but we have also carefully taken care of all the follow-up that Leonardo had at least presented on the field with the field spell. But the Jupredo is still on the field, so not sure how well we can deal with that.
The thing is, Jupredo, if it destroys something, does it destroy at the same time as the card that you're destroying? Because then if you use that to get rid of the Oceanus, you should be able to trigger him and get into the extra deck, no?
Is that how it works? I'm not sure, actually. I think they should probably be both banished at the same time. Not sure either. Oh, maybe we'll find out. Okay.
But it's not a scale effect anyways, because it's in the main monster zone, so that the option for destroying something...
It's not destroying anyhow. Yeah, you're right. True. So, Leonardo has picked up a card for a turn, and this first game is going on for a while now.
Yeah.
They are really, really trying to make sure that one of them is taking the upper end. If you win this game 1, just psychologically as well, it's a huge advantage, because coming back from that game here almost feels impossible. I know these guys are the best in Europe, and maybe they would be the ones to pull it off, but if I would be sitting in their shoes and lose a game after fighting for it so hard, it would throw me off real hard.
And I think then you have like the lowest momentum going into the elimination matches.
Yes,
if you're just,
that too.
If you were just 1 game away already, like right now you're in a comfortable spot where you say to yourself, okay, I have 2 games, I just need to win 1 of them. If you've already lost the first one, that's when you have to have nerves of steel.
Exactly, and all the others come in with positive momentum because they lost their last round to secure their spot for another elimination match. But here, that might be the opposite. But that is something for later. For now, we can focus on who is actually going to end up being that person winning here in this first game and maybe in the overall match. While Leonardo is carefully looking through all these options, trying to find an answer to all of this, but it really doesn't feel easy with another dimension shifter being presented to him here, basically.
Yeah, this one is just Fissure, yeah? Spell and Trap still go to the graveyard.
Nice.
Very, very big impact there.
Actually, against the Pendulum cards? Wait, how does that work? No, I think that doesn't work. Yeah, they still get banished. Satch. Invoked Oceanus. 3,000 attack points. Not too shabby either, but here we go. Leonardo is trying his very best, bringing in that Vidolium into the Pendulum zone, and we will be able to resolve that. What is that Perulia doing there, by the way, in the main monster zone? It's just chilling on there. I want to be part of it. I didn't get a draw for my players, so maybe I can help on the field.
There was 1 draw, the normal summon of draw and block.
True, you're right. Actually, it did a trick.
That was wild.
Yeah, it was.
And now Danilo has to read the Oceanus. Understandable.
Very much.
I think we would have all been there.
I would have, for sure.
I liked what Leonardo did at the end of the last turn. It's something that I do every time I play against the Rogue deck. I have no idea how it works. It's like, okay, so in your graveyard, is there anything that is interacting with me?
That is such a classic question to ask. Also, just always checking right now, what can you do?
Yeah.
Just explain to me, what can you do? Just make it as short as possible. You don't have to go into details, but tell me what of this is able to do something to me here on my turn.
Also very important, everything can be destroyed by card effects.
Right?
Is anything untargetable?
Those are the questions we've all gone through. Not necessarily the nicest time to go through them here in that kind of a match, being so important. Okay, we got Ronaldo onto the field. Ronaldo now attacking the card we just addressed as being so problematic, attacking the Oceanus. Oh, and we use the graveyard effect of Terminus. We said spell cards will end up in the graveyard, so we can use the graveyard effect of Terminus here, banishing that Oceanus face down, dealing with it quite nicely, going into the main phase 2, going into a Link summon here. Hold on, Leonardo might very much still be in this.
Yep, we are definitely doing that. Did we use the effect of Beyond the Pendulum here?
I think he didn't announce it just yet.
Yeah. It's not a summon effect, no?
It is an on-summon effect, yes. It would be exactly that, but maybe Danilo is also thinking whether he wants to do something on the summon.
Because we have activated our effects in the extra deck.
We did, and looks like we are going to Pendulum Summon now next up.
And from the way it plays...
I mean, we got an extra card, so I would assume that we have activated the effect.
Yeah. From the way it plays, it actually does look like... It does look like the deck that people were expecting from Invoked.
Yeah.
There's not really a lot going on.
I mean, he's playing a lot of blowout cards, right? He's playing the Shifter, he's playing Perulia even, so he's just really trying to make it as simple as possible for his opponent and then capitalize on that with the rather easy, rather low to the ground invoked cards. And I mean, so far in this tournament, that worked out well. I mean, imagine invoked Ragin against Q-Tune. That card is crazy against Q-Tune. So I do see how we got here, but maybe Power Patrons are not necessarily the matchup that we were wishing for. Also, I met Danilo just before the round and he said, after I wished him best of luck, well, I'll need it, because he already knew he would be facing Leonardo, who's not also very known in the Italian community, but that is a concession by Leonardo! All of those invoked monsters, enough here for Danilo, and we got there in the end.
It really looked like he was starting to get going in this game, right? He outed the Oceanus, and then with that he started playing, but apparently it wasn't enough to get back into the game.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say a quick concession, but that wasn't really quick. And I think this is one of the games where you really, really, really want to avoid a double loss.
You want to. So the only Power Patron Archmage player in the tournament playing against the only Invoked player in the tournament.
Yeah.
And the first game goes to the Invoked player. And now,
I like Shifter a lot.
Leo, I got a question for you, because there is... like, I didn't see that card having necessarily any kind of meta play lately in the meta, because a lot of people anticipated that card to be in possibly players' side decks, and card is soundproofed. And I will not say who, but one of them is siding soundproofed, which people were talking about it against a tech card, like as a tech card against the Q-Tune deck, but actually seeing it here as a free off in a side deck is mind-blowing.
I mean, it's a decent blowout card for this matchup, right? So
I guess.
I think against the best duelists in Europe, you might need a little more help from your side deck. You really want to guarantee those Ws. And honestly, the numbers do them right. 5 out of the 16 players have decided to bring Q-Tune to this tournament.
True.
And honestly, at this point, it does not seem like the right decision. It feels like in those tournaments, if you bring the deck that everyone is the most prepared for, things are just getting harder for you.
So I think, though, when we are looking at the other pairings that are happening, or at the other matches that are going on right now, one match is Kevin Suger against Philipp Weidinger.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure there's at least one Q-Tune involved, which then might end up in the elimination matches. Then Josh Kelly is also playing, as he won our round 3 featured match on the stage previous round.
He's playing the Light and Darkness Chaos
He's
deck.
playing the Light and Darkness Chaos deck, so that definitely is still in the competition somewhere as well. So we will see who is going to be our remaining duelist trying to make it to the World Championship. But for now, there's only the focus on this match here, as we are trying to send someone immediately. Let's go back into this round 4 match. And when I say immediately, let me remind you one more time, we are having new rules for this points playoff. The person going 4-0, going undefeated in this, and that could only be one of the two currently on screen, immediately books their ticket to the World Championship. And then it is only 2 more spots left to be playing for afterwards. And Leonardo goes first with, in my opinion, maybe you have a different one, the strongest Power Patron card there is.
Yeah, I would definitely agree on that. And I think I got an idea why Leonardo forfeited the last match. I think he went into the Purification Power Patron without having a Power Patron in the graveyard, and then you can't activate the effect to search. And I think that maybe was what... I wanted to find a funny English idiom, but I can't, so I'm just not gonna. But Leonardo is going to get this Ash.
That's rough.
That's rough, buddy.
But there comes Shade. So we ain't done with this just yet. Brings the TCG exclusive to the table once again.
Old etherealized past lull.
Ooh, I didn't know that's actually a card that you're attacking.
Yeah, same.
So it was granted good enough though by Danilo to be ashed, and now we are getting that Jupredo off the field, and we are probably going to search now. Plays another pendulum zone, pendulum card into a pendulum zone, and we are going to trigger both of these right here, right now.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I think that Danilo Siracusa has a Droll and Lockbird in hand as well.
Ooh. Since the introduction of pendulum cards, I am afraid to tell Leonardo that Droll and Lockbird has always been a crazy, crazy, crazy powerful card against any kind of pendulum deck, and there it is being dropped. And Leonardo, he stopped in his motion there for a second. You could tell he was visibly impacted by that Droll and Lockbird being dropped into the graveyard of Danilo Siracusa. So how well of a field can we still put up through it?
So many of these cards that we have just seen in the last turn have just said that they're adding something from the deck to the hand. What is the way to pivot out of this? However, we've also seen that if you only have maybe an Ash Blossom in your hand or something, you can stop Danilo in his tracks quite easily, because he also couldn't play that much in the last turn, even though he got quite a bit of play. But also he had to start unideally with a Crowley versus an SP Little Knight. Very few cards in hand. Question is, how much can Danilo actually do into a half board, if it even becomes a half board?
Let's see, Leonardo is trying to figure out a solution to this puzzle, as it oftentimes is in Yu-Gi-Oh! That you just... Another normal summon of Droll and Lockbird? You gotta be kidding me. What is going on here? That is a Ling free now by Leonardo, and we are skipping the Beyond the Pendulum, because Beyond the Pendulum, of course, cannot search under Droll and Lockbird, and we want to go instead for Exceed the Pendulum right away. And I mean, Exceed the Pendulum only needs one Pendulum monster, so the Droll and Lockbird is fine to be used here as a Link material.
And this card adds something back from the extra deck, while it is technically also a deck that does not apply to Droll and Lockbird, or that does not suffer from Droll and Lockbird, and now we're setting up Pendulum Scales.
That's a Pendulum summon there into 2 of the zones that Exceed the Pendulum is providing us. And maybe now just a Varudras and Prey. It is definitely going to be a rank 12. But will it be Varudras? I think it will be. Oh, rank 10. Yeah, never mind. And there it is.
Varudras and Prey. Such a strong card that has been, I want to say, underutilized ever since it came out. I mean, there was a brief phase with Yubel decks that used this card.
Yeah, for sure.
Great times. But Varudras, the final bringer of end times, actually, has now found his way back, because level 10 is back on the menu, baby.
Well, Leo, that's... At the end of the day, though, basically only Varudras pass.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know what the set card is. That might still be a very impactful card as well, but judging by nowadays standards for a combo deck, that is not necessarily overwhelming, and certainly something we could possibly break here.
But it is something versus 4 cards only, because we have already played into 2 hand trips.
Oh, let's go in. Alistair time. Ladies and gentlemen, this deck is all about Alistair, and now we even have multiple versions of him.
This one just attempting to special summon itself.
Oh, he is reminiscent. And that is immediately going to be answered by the Varudras. And we're not only going to negate, but also destroy here on Resolution, using both materials. And hold on, we can of course still also use the quick effect of Exceed the Pendulum on the opposing turn now.
We're gonna get a monster from our graveyard back. Danilo cuts the deck of Leonardo, and he is now going to draw 2 and discard 1, I suppose.
That is Nervado that we just brought back there. Discards the field spell.
Ginaldo is going to the extra deck. So we're getting the field spell back. So resource management on point for Leonardo. And now Danilo.
Summon Alistair!
Yep, every single time you stop this deck and it strikes, you think you got it, but then there's another Alistair out of somewhere or the hard draw invocation. However,
it always was like that, right? When you stopped also the Magical Meltdown, they always already had the Alistair. There's plenty of memes regarding this card, but this meme may go to World today.
But Basti, what are we doing now? There's 3 monsters on our opposing side of the field. They have decent stats.
Maybe...
What are you doing?
Super Polymerization. We saw it in his deck.
Now, there has to be something better in his engine. You can't only rely on Super Polymerization when you're breaking a field.
I mean...
That can't be the case.
I get what you mean, for sure. I do agree. It would be cool that there is something better. I think the ceiling, actually, of also the Magistus cards in his deck could be really, really decent.
Yeah.
And that's maybe where we are heading towards too.
And
maybe we saw game 1 that there is Crowley in there.
Maybe we're going for a good old-school Purgatrio play.
I was thinking of Purgatrio as well, because that is with the piercing damage and everything, but he doesn't play that.
Oh, because we would have the Ash Blossom in the graveyard to actually exit. It would have been... Oh, we are so old. That would have been cool.
We are very old, Leo. But that now is going to be...
The Virtuous on the Alistair.
Oh. That's crit. Wait, Invocation Sword that we have just used actually only works with monsters you control.
Yeah.
It is not working the way that the regular Invocation was working, which we also have though. So even though the first new version of Invocation will stop, the good old Reliable still will be able to fusion summon here ultimately.
You could also use monsters that are banished and put them to the graveyard with Sword. But if you only have the Alistair banished, only have the Radiant banished and nothing else, then you cannot do that.
Yeah, that's true.
So what do we have?
Okay, we do use the Alistair.
Just to get the effect ready, add it back to hand, shuffle Invocation back later. But what are we going into? None of these cards in this extra deck, they look like the craziest breakers ever. I think one good breaking card that the deck now has, the Hyper Invoked Aeon.
That could be a cool one for sure. Okay, we're using the Droll and Lockbird from our opponent to again go into the one that we have seen in the previous game, into the invoked Sorath.
That one sets up a really good Aeon play. So for Aeon, you could use Sorath in the graveyard and then banish it.
Oh, Leo, what a timing. Leonardo reading all of those cards in one of the most important matches of his lifetime. He brings back the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. In the last game, he brought back the Perulia, and now we can just go into maybe another SP Little Knight. It seems like Droll and Lockbird and SP Little Knight. Well, if you have that, but I think there is a lack of synchro monsters in his extra deck.
Yeah, fair enough. But that would have been cool. I would have really pretty much enjoyed that. And now,
okay, now we just go for the Alistair, the Invoker. Yep. Yeah, exactly that guy. Are we using the on-summon effect? I mean, surely in this deck we are going to use that, as it is a pure Invoke deck.
I mean, the card basically most of the time just becomes Alistair, and that's all it does. If you fusion summon, you're actually going to be able to discard a card and then add another Invocation. Invocation isn't hard once per turn, right?
It's not, no. It really isn't, but Dominus Impulse now being used from Leonardo Zacchetti, stopping Danilo in his tracks. Now we are getting back the Invocation because we have used the graveyard effect of the new Invocation to get back the old Invocation here. And we are using it again.
So what?
One more time. Let's take it for a spin. And this time that is going to be one that we haven't seen yet. And that is Baberon.
Another card from Corey that actually gets to search you. a Viracum, which is a nice negate, or a Gamma Summon, which is a trap card that lets you summon a bunch of monsters again.
The funny thing about this one is, it is a fire, but how does it not require a fire material? Like, that seems illegal to me. That would have been the new Purgatrio for me. But no, it isn't. But we are instead going to use the Albion from Leonardo's graveyard there as well. That's massive. Getting that out of rotation already.
So we actually get another search here with the Alistair as well, since we summoned a fusion monster.
And, yep, we have Red Up on that invoked Bay Baron, and we are now certain about what it does. 2,450 attack points, also something that can just help here in the battle phase.
And did we search the Viracum, Divine Spirit of Artifice?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. So, Danilo, is there really a way through this? It's not much that Leonardo is presenting him with here anymore. So, if we find that impactful turn here, if we can go for it here at this very moment, this may be his game to already lock it up and make it a swift 2-0 in his favor.
At this point, Danilo is going through motions so quickly. We have some doubters here who think that Alistair is not going to be able to pull it off. By now, the field still looks big from Leonardo. So it would be quite impressive if he could actually go for a one-turn win here.
With invoked out of all decks.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me. But that is the moment where not many people in the audience and probably at home are even able to understand what's going on, because those cards are so new and they were not kind of unregarded by most people. But we are going for SP Little Knights, so yes, we are going to further break the field, but we're not going for game here this turn.
Every single time, I think now he's got it. Now the deck is just going to really power through. For both of them, they just make SP.
Leo, that's hilarious. We just activated the effect of Alistair to boost the Bay Baron by 1,000 attack points just to get it into the graveyard. That's hilarious. But still, the old school effect applying of the card, the OG effect, that little trick that usually comes in the battle phase, sometimes even in the damage step. But here we bring out, just with getting that extra Alistair into the graveyard, that so powerful fusion monster that we have been mentioning so much, that Oceanus.
Yep, and that one is going to make sure that if you are running over that Pendulum monster, it's not going to see the extra deck. So you are setting up a little bit of a floodgate, another set card for Danilo as well. But how good are you going to be able to protect your Oceanus?
We will see, and it will be banished now. We're banishing the Exceed the Pendulum, and we're also banishing that Power Patron Pendulum monster because it was destroyed by battle. It doesn't go to the graveyard, but gets banished instead. So never a timing for it to hit the extra deck. And now Leonardo. This is the turn where we need to make things happen. This is the turn where we are required to turn this game around. Otherwise, Danilo may just be running away with it. But I'm sure Leonardo is capable of doing it, as we have another copy of our field spell. And that's a good start.
We haven't attacked directly, but still we were able to deal some more damage. Oh, now the Invocation Sword is being activated, and Aeon comes in and is now going to be able to, I would say, banish 2 cards, right?
From the field and our graveyard, up to the number of monsters used as material, and we use 3 materials, so we can banish 3 cards in total. And Leonardo, he almost looked like he was packing things up, but I think now maybe just going through the last options that are available to him, trying to figure out whether there is a way to stay in this game. But that turn was huge by Danilo.
First of all, Danilo is allowed to take a little look into the extra deck and rip some cards of his choosing, so a targeted extra deck rip. That's a very Kashtira Unicorn style.
Oh yeah.
Just a lot better because you actually get to choose multiple cards.
Or Crackle as well, more recent cards comparable to that. The Kyotune Synchro Monster, banishing all 3 of those. The Ling 2 is gone that we didn't get to go through on our last turn. Oh, Leonardo checking once again. Is there anything else about this? You have already banished 3 cards from my side. You have also looked into my extra deck and banished 3 more. Surely now there's nothing else, and I don't think there is, actually. I mean, wait, you can change the attribute of things as well. I don't think that's necessarily important against this deck.
That can come up in some matchups, I think, and also sometimes you can fuse from the opponent's side, so you can manipulate their attributes. But Medius the Pure is a start. How far can we extend with it? Through the Oceanus.
Well, that is pure. We do bring out another Power Patron straight from the deck, and it's big, so we may as well just be able to attack over things here. And there's Terminus too, and Terminus will end up in the graveyard because it is a spell card and not affected by Oceanus, and therefore we can just use the graveyard effect to banish one of those monsters face down even.
And he can't love to see that because Danilo made sure that he banishes the Terminus from the graveyard from the last turn.
Yes! And here we go. Use Terminus. And banished it is. And does Danilo have cards in hand? I don't think he has, right? We're really down to the wire here. Nobody really having much to present anymore. Also, the field that Leonardo has isn't big, but Danilo needs to find a top deck here too.
But I mean, Danilo has Invocation in the graveyard and he has Alistair banished, so that is already some engine. This is what Invoke was always known for.
Yeah.
But now Leonardo gets to actually play the game, and that is something really, really scary. However, his resources are diminished. Even some extra deck rips will stop him from comboing off. However, we are only in game 2. If Leonardo gets this back, we actually might get to the scenario where there's going to be a double loss.
That's crazy. Okay, Link 2 is coming out. That is the Purification Power Patron. It's small though, so not necessarily something you're relying on in terms of attack points to like hold against the invoked monster presented on the other side of the field. But we are going to be able to bring a Dark Fairy monster. We can link summon here as well with the effect of the Purification Power Patron if we like. Oh, now we use the on-field effect of Leonardo.
Does draw 2, discard 1, no? No.
Nope, it is banishing one face down, destroy that card, and special summon one Junora from the extra deck, which has now hit the field. Junora is there. Oh my. Oh, you can really see Leonardo is shaking. He knows there's not much time. He knows he has to somehow win this game. And Danilo, of course, also not necessarily happy right now because he needs to win, but he also needs to win in 10 minutes somehow.
Yeah, for Danilo, I think the goal is just to win this game, to go out 2-0 and get your ticket to the World Championships. This is what these players have been working for all year, and now Danilo is just praying this opponent cannot build up a reasonable board because the battle phase was used. He will not lose the game in this turn, and he has a huge monster on the field in Hyper Invoke.
SP Little Knight looks into the
That is
graveyard
tough. I think
here,
that takes out the invocation.
Might be, yeah. Follow-up, possibly taken care of with that SP Little Knight. That SP Little Knight in this game, like how many SP Little Knights have been there? They're everywhere.
It feels like they haven't summoned anything else,
yeah,
actually.
It really doesn't, and that is not Invocation, but that's been
Invocation
new
Sword.
Invocation, the Invocation Sword.
Do we not have a Alistair banish? I think we do, right?
We
regular
do have Alistair banished, yes. Oh, now the graveyard effect of Fearalize, and we are going to bring back the Junora. Maybe we have more ways to clear the graveyard here. We're now below 10 minutes, and this turn is taking a long time here for Leonardo, but also it has developed quite nicely, to be fair. He has worked through all the stuff that Danilo presented to him. We are just going to go into Underworld Goddess, leaving Danilo on 0 cards in top deck mode.
And Underworld Goddess, does she only negate monster effects in the graveyard, or is this everything in the graveyard?
It is only monster effects, and we do resolve our invocation. We get the Alistair. Oh wait, is it only monster effect?
Activates a card effect that special summons a monster from the graveyard.
Oh yeah, no, that never would work. So we do get the Alistair. Alistair searches invocation. Danilo going for his options now. He's revealing all those cards right now.
No, I think we are invocating those out. Are we going for another Hyper Invoked Aeon? That is so much attack. That is banishing a lot of cards again. Just taking out resources. Get the Impulse out. That could help our opponent. Get the Goddess out, perhaps.
Also, I mean, Goddess is a light, so we could never use that anyways because we have used Dominus Impulse, and Danilo Siracusa is going to the World Championship with winning that second game with a deck that no one had on the agenda. No one is expecting to be even in the competition, and he's here 4-0 into the World Championship directly.
Have you ever seen Danilo in a room with Alistair? I haven't. I'm just saying that
It's
might
him.
be a coincidence, but I think it is him. Danilo with the craziest deck of the tournament. Shows in this last round of Swiss going 4-0 through the playoffs why he chose this crazy deck.
Mind-blowing. You probably can hear right now he's celebrating with his friends, jumping up and down, and everyone's just hugging him. And I mean, he deserves.
Yes.
All of them pretty much deserve that are here in the top 16, but him especially as well. Like, he had that crazy of a season, never really... it felt like every YCS he entered, you could already put him into the top 8 bracket, which is crazy to imagine even with so many players nowadays being at a YCS. So it's actually ridiculous how consistent he has been. Usually with those fusion-based decks, still with a fusion-based deck, but a completely unexpected one this time.
And nobody knew what was coming with those cards. Just a bunch of commons from Chaos Origins flying in here with the Oceanus, for example. This card is so incredibly strong. And if you do not understand the deck that your opponent's playing, if you never even factor it in your playtesting, I think you are presented some threats. If this was like the most known deck ever and people were more prepared for it, there's a good chance Danilo wouldn't have made it this far. I think this factor of playing a rogue deck might have helped him a lot.
For sure, but also something I want to mention, because in the beginning, I basically gave you the question, what's the better approach to go? Do you go with a consistent deck, or are you trying to go with a high roll combo approach? And Danilo kind of took the third option that there is, and he just went with a rogue strategy, but completely built and focused on the format that he's presented with. He expected a lot of Q-Tune, he expected a lot of Branded, and he picked a deck that is just outperforming those like crazy. And also now, we talked about Soundproof. He's the one playing triple Soundproof in his side deck as well. His deck seems perfectly built for this environment.
And I mean, we have seen what this deck does versus the Branded deck just in this matchup, right? There was the Albion in the graveyard. Invocation, we are using that to summon our best card, and especially versus a deck like Branded. And Oceanus, if you're just putting that down on your first turn, the deck really has very, very little things to do, because your usual outs against cards that are problematic for you, like Fallen into Virtuous, that's not helping when everything would go to the banishment. You can't send anything to the graveyard for cost.
Okay, so to get you briefed on how this is looking now, we got Danilo into the World Championship. Of course, meaning 2 spots only available now in the playoff. That means, as we explained at the beginning of the day, 2nd place to 5th place will be 2nd place against 5th place for 1 spot, and then 3rd place against 4th place for another spot. So we are going to have 2 elimination matches still remaining. But for now, of course, we want to hear from the one person that already does not have to play any other matches, that is qualified for the World Championship. Let's throw it over to Charles and Danilo.
Thank you, Basti. Danilo, well done on making your way to the World Championship.
Doesn't feel real.
It feels insane, I bet. Yeah, well done. You're very happy, I can see. You're very well done.
I played awfully. I played so bad this round.
Clearly not.
The nerves got to me for sure.
Did a fantastic job. I want to talk about some of the plays that we went through during that game, because I think it was a really cool game to watch. The first thing I saw immediately, straight away, the Shifter into the Perulia. A great start for you. Shifter, how does that feel in this deck?
I'm allowed to play thanks to Invocation Sword. So if my opponent doesn't play, that's good enough for me. Even if I don't have to full combo, it's fine.
Wonderful.
As long as someone one fusion, I'm good.
No, exactly. I understand Shifter is one of those cards which sometimes, if it just hurts the opponent more, that's worth it. And that's the case here. Wonderful. I love that. Then we have one of my favorite interactions here, because I'm a big fan of the Magistas cards, and we see the Crowley being banished by the SP, but then the fusion still going through to summon Raijin. How impactful do you think Raijin was in this game?
It won me the game, for sure,
That's crazy.
It for sure won me the game.
That's insane. And look, the card from 2017, as the lads were saying, absolutely insane that card did so well.
Also, I would like to say something. Invoke this first deck I picked up when I started playing again. Back in 2021.
Oh, amazing.
So this feels full circle.
Oh, amazing. Oh, well done. That's wonderful. And then we move on to what I think is probably, what I would say is the MVP of this game, is the invoked Oceanus.
Yeah.
A lot of the gameplay revolved around you getting that into the extra master zone. How impactful do you think that was to the strategy here as well?
It's win condition of my deck, so it's amazing.
Wonderful. The next bit I wanted to talk about was we got the Fall of the Virtuous. It's more just the your first turn in game 2, because you sequenced everything perfectly. You used each and every interaction in the right order, in the right way. It was one after the other, and then once again we ended up on Oceanus eventually, but it was just the recycling of the invocation over and over. Is that something that you think is key to the strategy?
Yeah. Like using as many times as you can invocation is for sure like a really huge swing for the game. So.
Wonderful. Well done. Amazing work. Have a fantastic time in Tokyo. That's it from here. We'll see you in the next bit.
We now have some very exciting coverage coming your way here because we have 2 finals remaining, and the winner of both of these final elimination matches will be securing their place at the World Championship Series in Japan. So we've got this one and another one. And between those matches, we have a little announcement for you. So make sure you guys stay tuned after this, after you find out which of our 2 duelists is going to be making their way to Worlds. Josh Kelly versus Kevin Suga. And they're ready to kick things off with a dice roll, guys. Who is going to roll first? Josh going to roll first with a 6. Kevin. That is with an 8. Are you going to go first, Kevin? Kevin is going to go first. And so with that, I'm going to hand you over to your amazing duo, Charles and Leo, to take you through this WQP final, the first of 2. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to the first round of the WQP finals. Said the wrong thing there for a second there, but we are back with another game from Josh Kelly and Kevin Suga, playing, of course, the incredibly powerful Branded and Light and Darkness Ritual, and I'm actually not sure what Kevin's on.
I think I talked to him yesterday on the train. Should be something like a cool tune. So we're going to see a pretty meta matchup. I can't wait what it's going to be, but I also can't wait to see which players we are going to send to the World Championships in Tokyo to represent Europe. So let's go over to the table and get it started.
Here we go for game 1, Josh versus Kevin here. I believe it was Kevin who won the die roll there, so I'm assuming he'll be going first on the Cool Tune strategy here.
I would very much recommend him to start off the game. In this matchup, it's so incredibly important to win the dice roll, because that Chaos Branded deck, it does tend to push through hand traps a little bit at least.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're starting off with Cool Tune, you can look into the hand, you can see, you can estimate how many bricks there are for your opponent.
Or we might have a situation like we had last time where it's just a stellar hand and difficult to deal with. But we don't know just yet on that. We're going to have to wait and see how Kevin decides to play out this first turn of this game.
I like it so far. He's not autopiloting that hand, but then also at this point I'm thinking maybe this is something too bad. This does not look like he is very happy, and it is a pass after one set, Kevin! In the most important game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Of your life. You cannot set one and pass and not be punished.
Truly unfortunate. Again, might not be the end of the world here, but we do see the Branded in High Spirits being played here from Josh during the draw phase, I'm imagining, to make sure to avoid any potential draw issues there.
I would say that Kevin is not in too high spirits right now.
I would have to agree with that, unfortunately. But again, we have seen games so far this tournament where even if you don't necessarily have a fantastic hand, you can still pilot that hand well to at least make it through to your next turn. We do see the Ash Blossom coming out here to stop that Branded High Spirits from resolving as well.
And so far, that is a pretty chill 1-for-1 trade. Triple tactic talents. And this is why Kevin took so long to decide if he wants to Ash this, because Josh probably just went, hey, main phase, Branded in High Spirits. What you gonna do now? You know what's gonna happen when you Ash me.
That is truly quite difficult there. We do see the, was it the draw 2 there, I think it was?
Yes, draw 2, and now we start ritual searching.
The Ragged Ritual, right? I know it's Ragged in the name, that much I'm aware of. But we see the revealing of the Light and Darkness Ritual from the deck, which allows you to add a card that mentions it to your hand. You can add any of them because they all mention it, and that's the whole strategy. So it's so powerful in this deck. It's great in most ritual decks, but in this deck specifically, they all mention this card.
And I think that it is actually, that is Celtic Mystic. That is a card that we haven't even seen in all of the deck lists. This is really, really cool. It might be Celtic Mystic, not Celtic.
I think both is fine.
Yeah, I will mix it up.
Yeah.
But the Ragged Ritual actually just also allows you to reveal from hand, so it's not like a pre-preparation situation where if you draw the mirror, you lose the game.
Yeah, it's not a hard brick anymore. We do see the summon of that Celtic Mystic here. A very powerful card, has an effect very similar to a forbidden card, that Grateful Charity. It's just that it locks you out of more than one extra deck summon after you use it.
That is even for a powerful deck like a branded tech deck. It's still fine. But honestly, in German, the card was always called Elfenschwertkämpfer.
I won't try to pronounce that.
Go ahead.
Ich spreche sehr wenig Deutsch.
Oh yeah, okay, well that's fine. But the Celtic Guardian, such an iconic card, and I'm really happy that the cards are reimagined here.
Revealing the hand here with the activation of the effect, seeing one of those beautiful extended art cards. I believe that was the Dark Magician of Chaos there. Yeah. We do see the discarding of the 2 cards there. The Summon Skull coming down, that is the one you don't want to see your opponent using.
Yep, that is gonna send the Light and Darkness Ritual to the graveyard, and that is then gonna give us the Blackluster Soldier.
Absolutely. And then obviously the ritual has the effect where you can add itself back to your hand. And at that point, you can just start playing and summon something here, because it can banish from the graveyard as well to get those powerful ritual monsters onto the field. And if you go with something like that Dark Magician of Chaos, Black Chaos it's called, I think. Yep. That can just deal with that face down immediately, because it either contest it and it has to activate, or if it can't, it's just gone.
Yeah, and also the contesting is not going to help too much, right? Because that card is unaffected by card effects. So Black Chaos is truly one of the cards to break boards or set up boards, because you are actually going to be able to activate your Mind Shuffle from deck. It's a huge card.
Absolutely, and we do see that ritual being added back to the hand along with the Summon Skull here as well. Just waiting and seeing. Josh isn't rushing through things. Like I think it was you mentioned before. It's about not rushing through. Even if you think you're in a fantastic position, rushing can cost you the game. Yeah. So he's being very careful with how he plays. And we see the Albion being activated here, essentially an archetypal Upstart Goblin.
Yeah, that is true. People have even started playing this in Sky Strikers, because you can send the Fallen and the Virtuous, and you just have one more Upstart Goblin, which is sometimes actually needed.
Again, considering his moves here.
Also, keep in mind, untimed.
Yes, absolutely. So there's no need to rush either way. But it's nice to see thoughtful gameplay from these extremely talented players.
Very much agreed.
Examining his hand here for a tribute. And he can, of course, go for the graveyard as well. Doesn't just have to be specific monsters, any monsters that can meet or exceed the level requirement needed.
So the Fuvalas, we do have a variety, a plethora of spell cards in the graveyard. So if we go for the Dark Magician of Chaos, Black Chaos, we can add back any single one of them if we want.
Absolutely. We don't have the Mind Shuffle active yet, but that's not necessarily a huge problem if you are in such a commanding state as Josh is in at the moment. In fact, we do see that set card. I don't think we know what that is. Yeah. We do know what that is.
No.
And we don't. So that might just be the Mind Shuffle already there.
I think he revealed it earlier with his hand.
Oh, did he?
That was a trap card. But honestly, you can just add back talents if he wants to. But we are going for another add back of the Light Darkness Ritual.
That will attempt to banish that face down card on Kevin's spell and trap card zone. Yeah, like you say, that powerful effect, which I often forget to mention as well, is the effect to add a spell back to your hand. Any spell, you can add back the talents, you can add back a cold bite, you can add back a superpolymerization. Anything spell that is in your graveyard that can be added back to your hand, which I think is all of them basically. Yeah. You can do that.
That is pretty much true. And now we are using the Fallen and the Virtuous. That is a targeting card. This one still resolves properly, so banished face down.
That will do it, though. That will do it.
But what is in Kevin's head? Because he has just been sitting and watching, and he hasn't done anything to stop anything. And look at the strength of this Archfiend card. Found its way back into the graveyard because of the Light and Darkness Ritual, and now you're just taking the Dragon that Devours the Dogma and you're shuffling it back to the deck for a free body. That is absolute madness.
A truly insane card here. Like you said, we don't know what is in Kevin's hand. You can only assume it's a hand full of non-engine. You have to assume that at this point.
Yeah, but he would have used it, no?
I don't think you have to at this point. I think we're at a point in the game where Josh's field isn't necessarily that threatening here. It's a small amount of damage on the field. We know that he can't summon from the extra deck more than once this turn at this point. There's not a lot going on here. I don't know if he'll be able to find game this turn, and even if he can do such a... Oh, of course, the Celtic Mystic can tribute itself to act as the ritual to summon from hand, so that is going to be more damage. Oh, we do see the Magnum coming down here as well.
And that would be game. That would be
that would do it.
8,000 damage.
Unless we see something to stop that.
Oh, and he doesn't even have a Magnamut of his own, Kevin Suger. No, I haven't seen the Magnamut activate its effect. However, it could have also just been an announcement. Kevin says, all good, we can go into the battle phase, doesn't want to do anything. Now, the big question is, what does Kevin have to stop any of these shenanigans? Maybe a clip end of main phase, yeah.
Seems to be the case, yeah. Interesting that he didn't attempt to start that, because it depends what is in the hand, obviously. But you can try and summon something. Mind you, if there's no side frames, there aren't any level 2 tuners in hand to be able to get the Trap Maker with, so perhaps not. So being used with the Ash Blossom here, going for, I think, just the Crackle.
Yeah, he has to make Crackle. I thought this card vanished from all of the extra decks, but there is no mix in the mix and no record as far as I can record, so you cannot go for RS or Remix.
No, absolutely not. I think the Cool Tune extra deck is actually quite sort of generous. I think you can get away with a couple of like tech spots here and there. So I think having this Crackle here, just for the sake of having something on the field every now and then. And again, sometimes I don't find the effect of Crackle to be that bad even. Against certain matchups in certain decks, it can be turn-ending. Yeah. If not game-winning, can definitely be turn-ending.
Against this deck, I wouldn't say it is.
Oh,
because
no,
there is basically nothing in the extract that wants to be used. There's a full branded engine and Fallen, and the Virtuous is being activated to pop the Crackle.
If Kevin can't get something else on the field to block damage here, this might be curtains for this game.
That would be an immediate game win for Josh, having 1 foot in Tokyo already.
Let's just see how Kevin decides to play this out here. Again, not conceding yet. That makes me think there might be something else in hand that we don't know about.
Crackle also has a effect that summons it back from the graveyard.
This is true. This is true.
However, once there is the Blackluster Soldier on the field, it just runs over a monster and gains 1,500 attack points and can attack again.
That it does, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Crackle can just summon itself back.
We do see the banishment of the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon here, which honestly, if you think you can get through to the next turn, a pretty good thing to get rid of.
Yeah. That is true. Now Josh needs to give it. That happened to me as well quite a few times when I played versus the decks. What, this card just comes back immediately?
Yeah.
But now is the Blackluster Soldier blocked from attacking directly after attacking one monster? Is it like you can
I think you can only... it's not. I think it just attacks monsters more than once, if I'm not mistaken.
You can make another attack in a row. That's what it says on
see.
the card. So I think you just run over Crackle and then just attack again.
Which is an even worse situation for Kevin if that's the case, yeah.
Even more damage, even though this is already enough for a game. Let's see if Kevin has another card.
Tearing cards out of Josh's extra deck. I don't know if it's going to be actually that impactful here.
Blackluster Soldier attacks, gains the effect, and Kevin scoops it up. Josh Kelly with game 1 of the WQP Final 1 here. Almost in Tokyo already. I think you can smell it.
So close, so close. I have had the opportunity to speak to Josh a handful of times. I think he's a very talented player, very nice guy as well. I've not spoken to Kevin. I'm sure obviously he's fantastic. He made it here. Yeah. And it's just, again, I keep saying this, seeing these players both play things through, the talent you can see, the skill on display, even when you have that hand, that tough start to the game like Kevin had, didn't scoop, because even with that, there's no guarantee you can't win that.
Yeah, definitely. But then when your opponent deals more than 8,000 damage, there is a point where you have to pick up your cards. But I really like it, especially in untimed scenarios, scooping preemptively is
There's no need. There's no need, absolutely. Yeah. Play it through. Play it out until the game's over. Until the game's over, absolutely, 100%.
That is true. Kevin,
sorry, Karen.
Also a phenomenal guy. He taught me the Swiss pronunciation of coffee.
Do tell.
Coffee.
Ah!
It's very close to the English one.
I was going to guess that, to be honest.
It is very close. But the entire Swiss community, I had the pleasure of commentating the Swiss National Championships this year.
Oh, wonderful.
And they are very, very cool. I even played a Swiss National Championships, and it's funny how such a small country in terms of citizens and a smaller community can have such a competitive landscape.
High concentration of Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Yeah, that is true, and they are incredible at the game. So like Swiss Nationals, even though it was only back then for me 200-something players, one of the toughest tournaments I've played so far.
Absolutely. I mean, 200-player tournament is nothing to turn your nose up at. That's a good amount of people, and as you say, when it's the best of the best, you know, competitive, thoughtful players who are trying their best to play. However many people there are there, it doesn't matter as long as it's difficult, that game, you know.
That's like a 16-player tournament, right? Where you have the top of the crop.
Absolutely.
And all of these players would have deserved it, but now we have sent Danilo Siracusa to Tokyo already. He's on the plane right now. He's probably going to skip the...
Against his will.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he just has to go now. But we will send 2 more players, and that is going to be one of these players, and then either Yannick Ackermann or Leonardo Sacchetti.
I think they are done siding now, just sorting things out, so I think we're going to put it back over onto the feature match table.
There is, I'm just looking at the deck list for Kevin, and there's quite a few cards that do look like bricks, something like a Manadium reframing in the main deck.
In the main? Oh, that's bold.
I like this because in this tournament you kind of need to high roll.
You have to, yeah, you really do. This is the thing.
So if you can start playing...
This is the thing as well, it's like, even if you, like, it will be devastating to not do well in this tournament, even though you've already done so well to get there. But even if you don't get that placement, you have the whole tournament for tomorrow and the next day as well.
That is true. Maybe that's something where I wouldn't necessarily want to play the reframing.
No, but my point being that, like you say, today is where you do the high roll day, tomorrow consistency.
Yeah, that is a very, very nice approach. I do like that as well. Let's see, Clip Normal Summon is going to get us something. It's always pretty nice, rather secure when you know that this one resolves. You can special summon out the Rotary. I like that because that is not playing into any sort of drawn Lockbird shenanigans. You know, the first instinct everyone would have is to summon out Rekko or Mix or something to just get the search engines going, but no, get in the Rotary so that you are not getting drawn Lockbird before you got your double spell search.
Also perhaps indicative of a already quite powerful hand where you maybe just have all the things you need. We do see the Magnum coming down here targeting, I believe that would have to be the Q? Oh wait, no, they're both light types, so it could be either of them.
Yeah, I think it targeted the Rotary.
I see.
What is the point of responding to the Rotary with the Magnamut?
I don't know about responding, but I think just using it this turn either way is useful.
I think trying to get it out of the way before a potential Zaylen. Ooh!
That is... I don't know if that's a good hand or a bad hand. I don't know the deck well enough to know. I know the Griffo and the Super Poly are very good.
I think double Ritual in hand is pretty much terrible. That's not what you want to see there. But Griffo and Super Poly, they do tend to do a lot of work. Plus, you are going to have a Fallen of the White Dragon in hand at the end of the turn because the Magnamut is going to resolve probably.
Absolutely. And as well, there's that power in that Magnamut of it kind of nullifies the Q from even being a factor because you just don't know what the top deck's going to be after that.
That is true. But maybe you can try and rip a card. Just imagine you are finding one of the ritual monsters, which is not going to happen because Josh already has them secured, safe and sound in his hand.
This is very true. But it would be upsetting if perhaps the ritual got taken. Well, no, you can put it back with Summon's Gold, so maybe not the end of the world.
So now let's just say that the players don't know what the others is having exactly in their extra decks, because against a deck like this, I think I would start playing around something like a Theseus.
Yes.
Because in regular branded decks, I do think there's an argument to be made that they are not even running the card anymore. But what are you doing against the Super Poly here?
We do see the Fedralis and the Fua being shown from the top deck here from Josh. Both, honestly, kind of solid choices. It might be worth... I mean, it doesn't really matter, obviously, whatever you do with the other one, but it's what one you're going to get rid of here. Probably get rid of the Fedralis, I'd have thought, but I don't know that for sure.
If you're going to shuffle anyways... Yeah, I think get rid of the Fedralis just in... now you know there is more Dragon targets.
Yeah.
Against the Cool Tune deck, I would say, hey, after siding, maybe they want to take some Fedralis out. Maybe it's just one Magnamut target, even though the card is decent in the matchup.
We do see that JJ Cool Tune being activated here as well, giving access to that extra normal summon as well as the powerful effect to tribute a tuner that you control to summon one from deck.
Yeah, the big question is, what are you going to do now? Because you can't even do the mix setup, right? That is not really going to do something for you, because if you are, I mean, first of all, you have already used the clip effect to special summon out a tuner from deck. Second of all, even if you go for a remix, super polymerization in draw phase is just gonna take everything that you have.
It might be that you just kind of end Zalen, end Zalen, something to chain so they can negate something, because you know that at the moment there's only one thing available in Josh's hand that can play, and you just got to hope that in this deck, which Light and Darkness Ritual does have a handful of bricks in the deck, you just got to hope that they don't draw anything playable after that.
So I think what you have to do is you have to use Mix and Search for something like a follow-up, because you can't add Clip. Then you use JJ to summon out Rekko and perhaps add a Mix. You should have two Cool Tune Synchros in hand, or maybe just one. I don't know if the JJ was searched through that. You end on one monster, and then your opponent is going to have in the end phase a Fallen of the White Dragon and the Super Poly in hand. So no matter what you do, Super Poly is going to take away a lot of your resources. You have to play on one monster for as long as possible. Yeah. So I think it's going to be a good thing for Zalen, and then you can resolve a Mix, try to get into a B2B. Even that would be kind of hard. We're going into Remix first. Oh, I like that, because we have the Ghost Spell in the graveyard.
Yeah. This is by no means a bad way for Kevin to start off this turn 2. In the, I think that's in the end phase.
Yeah. Oh. I missed that. Ghost Spell actually negated the Magnamut. I was thinking, what is the Ghost Spell doing there? But we missed that direction.
You can add from graveyard as well, can't it? Of course. Oh my goodness me. So we do see the Mind Shuffle activated during the end phase here, because you can do that. But then there is the Fallen Virtuous saved in Kevin's hand until the last moment here, knowing that the opponent had Griffo and thinking, wait a minute, let's hold on to this for a moment, because you don't necessarily need this given what you know is in the opponent's hand.
And now Josh has nothing anymore. I think what you can very much do is, as Kevin, just immediately throw the Remix to the graveyard on the next turn, add back the Ghost Spell as well, and end on one funky monster, just to not give a Super Polymerization. And Josh looks like he's scooping. That is not a playable hand for Josh Kelly, so both of these players have had one absolute whiff when it comes to their starting hands. And we are going to see a Game 3.
Now, statistically speaking, this is making me think that Game 3 is going to be insane. Because if they both had a dreadful opening hand Game 1, Game 2, maybe Game 3 is where they both just have everything.
Yeah, has to happen. I mean, for a Cool Tune, it is going to be a lot tougher if you cannot throw 8 different hand traps at your opponent and just completely stop them from playing. I think it's going to be really tough to find a way back into this game, because Cool Tune traditionally doesn't play well into fields. Yeah. I want to see what the full combo of that branded Light and Darkness Ritual deck.
It's interesting. Like. Yeah, I've not seen the full combo myself, but I know the full combo for both of them. I guess it's just both, if you just draw both engines. I know that the branded cards can bridge into the Light and Darkness Ritual cards via the Crimson King Synchro Monster. Yeah. I don't know if Josh is playing that or just opting to play both engines independent of each other. I'm not sure on that case. I'd imagine, I can't quite make out from here, but either way, clearly a very powerful strategy to be able to combine the two together.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's also other ways to play the Light and Darkness deck. That is, for example, with what's it called? Oh no, I'm blanking.
You can do it. Go on. I believe in you.
I'm blanking. Azamina!
Yeah!
Right? Because you have so many ways to go into the Dark Magician of Destruction. Of course, you just need a big spellcaster and a spell activated, and then you can find your way into the other engine as well. With a good old Magician Soul, send Diabellstar, and then you go over Selene, summon back the Diabellstar, as you did it in Mitsurugi. Another ritual deck, actually, funnily enough.
It seems to work well with them, I think, yeah. The Azamina version of the deck does seem to be the more sort of combo-heavy version, from my understanding.
However, the players are ready for the most important game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Of their lives, so let's send it over to the table for Game 3. Josh is going to be he's going to be allowed to start. There are so many new cards from Chaos Origins. that don't even make it look like you want to start after siding sometimes. Pot of Sloth is a highly anticipated card that really, really gives you an edge when you're going second, because you can basically pick and choose your hand. Last handshake of sportsmanship. Both players are ready. This is what they have been grinding for all season. The precious moment of which you could come out of victorious. But who will you be? Because one of those players, no matter how much they deserve it to go to Tokyo, one of them will lose.
Well, I'm sad.
Sorry.
Starting off with the, I'd imagine, draw phase Griffo here, as again it lets you dodge around the draw and lock bird, potentially ending your turn here. Setting the Manchuva from deck, activating immediately, and attempting to use the effect. As you activate it as it's flipped up, it means that it is not able to be Ghost-Ogred here.
Yeah.
Avoids a lot of stuff.
However, you're playing versus around the Gravekeeper hand trap.
You make an excellent point.
Yeah, that is only works when you are activating it immediately and then activating the effect, because it has to be on card activation. But barely anyone plays the Gravekeeper's Watcher, so I think it's safer to play around Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
Absolutely.
That is quite the impactful card. Now look at Josh, he is all ready.
Again, taking their time, considering their moves. There's no reason to rush here, there's not timed, and it's good to think it through as you're playing.
You don't want to make any plays that you are regretting afterwards. And this is such a rare scenario. Both of these have only played 4 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Today. In the entire weekend so far, only 4 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes
I can imagine they've played a lot more this weekend before they got
That is a
here.
good point, yeah. But I mean, it just started, right?
Yeah.
But usually at those high-stakes matches, people are exhausted.
Oh, we do see an Adir's Servant coming out here.
Wow, that is absolutely huge.
It is a fantastic starter for the strategy, but it does also stymie some of your plays.
Yeah, you are locked out of the extra deck.
Yeah.
For the moment, however, it does set you up with quite a bit, and I think that this Chaos version of the deck, the Light and Darkness Ritual version, it does not need it that much.
No, absolutely not. This might be a really fantastic hand for Josh here. Like I say, it doesn't necessarily need, like you say, doesn't need to get to extra deck all that much, as long as you can get the pieces you need where you need them. With Branded, obviously, a lot of that can be in the graveyard. Like with the Despian Lulu Lilith here, sent to the graveyard, going to get that effect as well whenever that goes off.
In the end phase, you're gonna get a Spellcaster monster from the deck that has same attack and defense. Now we're, of course, going
like Spenta.
Yeah. Is that so?
Yeah.
Oh,
1,000, yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
Gonna send.
That's why I like the Champion Sword Souls, also at Spencer.
Yeah, that's. Oh yeah, that actually is a very valid point.
We have the Fall of the White Dragon being summoned here, sending, of course, the
Dogmatica Ecclesia.
There you go.
That one is looking for Fleur Delis. So
Ooh.
we are just way back in our Dogmatica package.
Interesting.
I would have liked to see some Dogmatica Punishment Action post side as well, because that card is so incredible versus Cool Tune. Just being able to get rid of multiple monsters as well, or just pop one and then follow up.
Now, was that the original one, or was that the Lightning, the more updated one?
I think that is the.
I can't quite make
one
it.
From.
I think it's the alternate art for the original one. Yeah.
Light and Darkness Ritual is being activated for Josh, and does Kevin have any answers? So far, all of those cards, they play really well through hand trips, actually. Griffo is being...
There's like a couple that really hurts it, and the rest of them doesn't really care about it. We do see the Magician of Dark Magician of Chaos, Black Chaos being summoned here. I'm going to get that name at some point. Adding one of the spells in graveyard back to the hand, of course. Going for that Nadir's Servant, so more follow-up for the following turn in that case. And just sitting there, unaffected by anything that's not targeting it, and able to swap out at a moment's notice with the Manchuva, which can search the other ritual in the moment that it's Kevin's draw phase.
Now I understand the full potential of the good old Lulu Lilith, because now you can summon out your Ecclesia anyways. Sometimes it is much better to summon out the Ecclesia here. Oh, you can even summon Cartesia. Okay, the card is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So now you have full setup. Even if you couldn't summon from the extra deck this turn, you have so much setup. You're going to have a bounce for a banish, With the Blackluster Soldier, you're going to be able to go Albion Mirror Jade or Chaos if you want to destroy multiple cards. You have Fallen into Virtuous setup. So what do you not have on the side of Josh?
This is everything that's not from the extra deck, which with this deck is still rather a lot.
Yeah. That's right. Kevin takes a deep breath before he draws a card. He hasn't used any of his interactions from hand. Does he have a full engine hand? Because that does help at least a little bit to play into this.
Cool Tune does play through interruptions rather well, but I don't think they necessarily play through removal that well. I think this is the issue here.
You can negate my card effects. I'm just going to still synchro summon from hand because those are conditions and not card effects.
Synchro Dracotel. You know?
Yeah. However, if you just pop my monster after it searched something and I don't have extras to a good rotary, then I'm kind of cooked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or if you remove the rotary summon monster as well, then it's getting like really, really dangerous. So Josh is accessing his deck for a Mind Shuffle, I would say.
Kevin taking his time, considering his plays again. It would be unfortunate if he didn't have a single piece of non-engine he could use there. But just very possible as well.
I mean, even if he has something like Fallen and the Virtuous, right now the Mind Shuffle is undestroyable, indestructible.
Is, but it returns to hand for cost, so the moment it activates, you can just destroy it straight away.
That is true. But that's the great thing about this Light and Darkness Ritual deck, right? You are basically, your opponent needs to force you to do it.
Illusion Gate!
And that is one heck of a card. This card basically wipes the entire field except for the Mind Shuffle and the Black Chaos. Now, Josh has the... What can Josh do here?
I believe you can... I think you can Ghost Spell this because it can summon from graveyard. Maybe not Ghost Spell. There are ways you can interact with it. But it does cost half of Kevin's life points here as well. It's a very hefty cost for the activation of this card. Definitely worth it if it can resolve and go off here.
I think he's fine with paying half the life points. Life points are more of a resource in this game than ever.
Yeah.
So we're going to see how this pans out.
Just once again considering their moves here. I think Kevin is the one thinking here, because I think Josh has let that go, unless I'm mistaken. But I think Kevin's considering if he wants to chain anything here by the looks of things.
Maybe the chain to this would be something like a Fallen and the Virtuous. If you're targeting the Dark Magician of Black Chaos.
Oh, I think, oh wait, no, sorry, it might have been the Cartesia activation.
Yeah.
In which case we do see the Hydraulic Harmonia coming out here. Once again, just an incredibly powerful card in and of itself.
Are we sending them along? Because that would be a auto Mind Shuffle. Kevin might actually be onto something here with Breakers, with the Hydraulic Ammonia.
Yeah, this might be the way to go.
So what are we sending? We also have the Pegasus that we are revealing. That is a card that helps us. It doesn't protect us.
It's good, though. It's a very powerful card. And we do see the Fall of the White Dragon being popped there as well.
Oh,
the
and
fusion's still going off because there is Fallen of Albaz in the hand.
Otherwise, he would have gone for a Grunganiol, which also helps. However, now we're going for a Dragon that devours the Dogma. Another card on the field that is not affected by anything.
Yeah, that Illusion Gate just did nothing. Paid half his life points for nothing to happen. That is truly unfortunate.
Because Illusion Gate needs to destroy some cards in order to summon something back. And now we have unaffected and a card that is unaffected unless it cannot be. Unless it is targeted, and that is definitely not what Illusion Gate does. So just dodged the bullet there.
Absolutely. Was that a pass back?
No, I think we are resolving the Dragon that devours the Dogma,
Yes.
pushed back the Pegasus, and added back, I think, the Albion, but now normal summon Clip. After Josh has lost some kind of interruptions, right?
Yeah.
He lost the Cartesia and the Fallen of Albaz from his hand. However, if he has, that is crazy because he had the Fallen of Albaz in his hand, the OG. If he has a Fallen and the Virtuous, and I think we searched that last turn, he can activate that to send Rindbrom and then effect Rindbrom, summon back the Fallen of Albaz. Even though that would have also worked with White Ring because he could just summon Ecclesia and then Ecclesia summons out the Fallen of Albaz from the deck. That Clip gets us out a Reco. Now, what is up next on the chopping block? Because Kevin now needs to go through all of his names. He needs to start building up a field, basically.
This is the thing. I think it is still a difficult situation because there are two very towers-like monsters on the field here, which are going to cause... Oh, of course, Fleur-de-Lis coming out here as well. Goodness me.
And that is going to negate a special summoned monster, I believe, which Rekko is.
I believe from the... Yes, from the extra deck?
I think you can summon it if you have something from the extra deck.
If a monster... Yes, absolutely. On the field and not your opponent's field, yeah.
Then you negate a special summoned monster?
I think just one...
One phaser monster,
yeah.
Okay. So could have used that on the clip as well. Decided not to.
Fleur-de-Lis, what a card to be seeing here.
Yeah. Absolute gorgeous alt art.
Lovely art. And the super polymerization, the overframe, beautiful artwork, discarding the near servant, and yes, I think we do have the ship monster of Theseus here as well.
Josh is playing a deck as pretty as it could be with all of the overframes in the world, and Kevin is finding it harder and harder to play through this field because nothing he is doing seems to be working. Rekko and Mix have been removed from the field. Sea Monster of Theseus, the strongest card in the game, has just been summoned, and you still have gone through basically nothing, right? There is, of course, the Fleur-de-Lis. That has been used already.
Oh, this is the rotary here coming out for the secondary or a bonus normal summon, I should say. Going to be summoning. I don't see quite what it's revealing.
It's a clip.
Clip, I see. Thank you.
Shows clip, and now Mind Shuffle is being used. Heads back. Do we have Fallen in the Virtues? Is there something Kevin can do to stop this from happening? Can he disrupt the Mind Shuffle loop he's currently thinking about? He has 4 cards in hand. I think that is Fallen in the Virtues actually in hand.
Yeah.
That could put a stop to the scenario.
And there it is, the Fallen of the Virtuous here, coming down, slamming onto the field here, and targeting that Mind Shuffle, stopping that the shuffle of those ritual monsters from coming out here as well.
Wait, but the Fleur-de-Lis was... Oh yeah, we can also chain this to... Oh my goodness, that is insane! By Josh, he's chained the effect again onto the card activation. Bounce the Fleur-de-Lis, because you can also bounce any level 7 or 8 monster from your field to your hand, and then summons out the Black Chaos again. And now Kevin is checking, is this once per chain? Is there anything I can do?
Insane. Get both of them out.
The Blackluster Soldier comes out now, and the Mind Shuffle is of course not going to be destroyed just because of the protection of the Dark Magician of Chaos, Black Chaos.
I am aghast. That's the only word I can think of at this moment.
I did not know that before, but now I love it. Josh is sitting there with a lot of confidence, but this seems like there is not really a lot of interactions happening anymore. Rotary is going to be summoned in the resolution. Yeah, now you get to actually add back. You can even add back super polymerization. That is so crazy. And a banishment on the Rotary.
Yeah, the Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2, just on the off chance there's something that can negate the recent activation of the Black Soldier, going for the Dark Magician, Black Chaos. That one, Black Chaos, that one, to add back to hand as well. Goodness me, the Rotary is gone. Used 1 normal summon, used 2 normal summons. Is there another one available here? Is there a JJ Cool Doom?
Josh has shown he may not be a servant in hand. This is probably a, dude, I have everything. I even have the craziest of follow-ups in the next turn. He added it back with the Dark Magician of Chaos, Black Chaos. Kevin sitting on 2 cards in hand. This is such a wall of monsters. Almost unoutable. The spell trap cards also undestructible, unbanishable, Dogma, unaffected, Theseus, Aura.
Where on earth is the raw sphere mode when you need it?
Yep. That one is also not playable anymore because you have normal summon.
This is true.
A lot.
Yeah. Just going for an attack here. I mean, again, there's not really any point in conceding here.
Yeah.
Just because they're not timed, you might as well see how far you can go, play the game out. I'd say you never know. This is a tough situation, but hey, you never know. You just don't know.
Yeah. Maybe your opponent... I don't know. There has a lot of things have to go wrong for Josh at this point.
Maybe
so that
your
he doesn't
opponent does just go insane.
That it might actually happen.
It's a lot of pressure.
The cards are so shiny.
This yeah, it's dazzling, confusing, you know?
But the Blackluster Soldier is already threatening game here with the 4,000. Black Chaos is being summoned out.
Also a very powerful card. Does have a similar effect in that it is difficult to remove from the field as well.
Yep, it is just unaffected. There was Mind Shuffled out. In the end phase on the Albion effect from the Virtues is being set by Kevin. The odds are not looking great for the Swiss man. Black Chaos on the field, threatening to just banish both of these cards, then attack for a game. There's 9,500 attack points on the side of Josh. He can just pull the Black Chaos trigger and say, hey, I want to banish 2 cards. That's exactly what he's doing. Kevin now needs to respond with the Fallen and the Virtues. You can target the Blackluster Soldier, but then Mind Shuffle is just gonna get you out of that sticky situation. Kevin is now trying to consider, can I pop the Mind Shuffle? Does that help me with anything? Both are having the same result if Josh lets it go through.
Do see the Mind Shuffle tag out here, taking the Black Chaos back into the hand. Do we have the Dark Magician of Chaos, Black Chaos in the hand at the moment?
Yes, we
do.
Absolutely do. And that one is going to fly in to protect the Mind Shuffle from the Fallen and the Virtuous. Kevin, the last grasp, the last straw. Is there another card he can use?
Sometimes you just have the answer for everything. Sometimes you just have that hand where you have the answer for everything. Those cards are being banished now by the effect of Black Chaos. We see the Dark Magician of Chaos, Black Chaos being summoned to the field, able to add a spell card from graveyard to hand. At this point,
what can you do? Josh Kelly, moments away from securing the second spots to go to the World Championship. He has the Dark Magician of Chaos, Black Chaos. He has the Blackluster Soldier, and he has Dragon that Devours the Dogma. 3 boss monsters from different decks. Moments before battle phase, 4,000 life points is not even close to enough to withstand the onslaught of attacks that Josh is going to unleash upon Kevin. But he has a cool tune clip.
It's something. It's something that keeps him in the game for a moment longer, and you have to try. But there it is. It comes down, and there's the handshake. Well done to Josh Kelly. Through to Worlds.
The next player we're going to send to WCS in Tokyo, who's going to represent Europe for all of us, is Josh Kelly with a splendid performance, with the new Light and Darkness cards showing how absolutely insane this deck can be, and once again proving that any board is breakable if you have a super polymerization.
You're not right. Again, Zen, just Zen.
Yeah.
You just Zen through it and it's fine. Well done to Josh. That's absolutely fantastic work. So happy to see. Commiserations to Kevin, but again, played phenomenally, did the best you could, and you can't really ask more than that in this situation.
That is true. He has played to his win conditions, but that game did not go his ways, and Josh had just kept incredibly calm the entire match. Throughout the entire thing, he just sat there and knew everything was under control. You know, game 2, bit of a rough one, but in the end, he made it. He made it to Worlds, an entire year of grinding, playing tournaments every weekend, traveling throughout Europe to go to Opens and other big regionals, to YCSs, to your nationals. All of that preparation, all of the hard work put in, now finally pays off by going to the WCS, writing Yu-Gi-Oh! History and absolutely confirming that you are one of the legends of the game.
I'm just having the biggest smile on my face seeing all of the people here to support him as well, applauding him and saying well done to him, because he's a lovely guy, as I say. He's well liked in the community from what I understand. But yeah, just fantastic. We're going to hand it over to Basta now for the player interview and match analysis.
Congratulations, Josh Kelly, on to the World Championship. How do you feel, my friend?
I feel amazing. That was the most stressful game of Yu-Gi-Oh! I've played in my life.
The most intense one, of course. The highest stakes as well, and your friends were already applauding. So another round of applause for Josh Kelly going to the World Championship here. Let's go. So your pick in the end worked out. That's Ritual Chaos deck. Did it exactly what you wanted it to do the entire tournament and this match as well?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Even in, I had all those bricks in my hands in those games, but the cards are just so powerful. Like you saw game 3, there was a Veiler in my opponent's hand the whole time and just never got activated.
Yeah, like you're game 3 going first combo, it seemed so assured against anything, right? Like, you played in the draw phase already playing around Drone and Lockbird a little bit. Also, they couldn't use Ghost Ogre because you already on activation used the effect of the trap card. So that was very, very impressive. And let's get into the gameplay now from that match. Starting off, of course, with the very first game. And that actually, I think the moment you get your Chaos cards going, it's just, there's no way back. You're just winning from there on always. Skull, Archfiend of Chaos, is such a crazy card, isn't it? Just always having you the resources. Also, what would you say, are you playing a rather smaller or a bigger package regarding the Chaos cards? Because your deck is a combination, of course, of branded and the Chaos cards. Is it a bigger or a smaller package?
It's a bigger package. The Chaos cards are the main kind of engine in my deck that win me games, definitely.
Fair enough. And then we go over to the next clip, as that was basically... Game 1 wasn't as contested because, of course, Kevin also didn't have the greatest of hands going first. So that sequence there locked it up for you. Using the Black Luster Soldier effect to attack again was kind of hilarious and funny. The OG effect of it, that was pretty nice to see. So what were your matchups throughout the weekend? We talked to you earlier already, and you played against Zero Qtune. Was this the first Qtune actually that you played?
Yeah, this was the first Qtune, yeah.
Which was kind of the reason you also brought your deck, right? Because you thought it has such a good Qtune matchup.
Yeah, but I did play against 3 branded, and that is my best matchup.
Oh, really?
So definitely, yeah.
So everything worked out as planned in terms of matchups. That's crazy. But another branded then in round 4, it must have been.
Yeah, yeah.
Sick. All right. Next highlight, we have a little more going on in that one, as I think Kevin did pretty well to hold the Fallen the Virtuous there in his hand when you then in the end phase played with the Griffo, because you looked into your hand previously. So that Fallen the Virtuous, the other cards, I think you had both Rituals in that game. Your hand was not great, right?
Yeah, this was a really difficult game state because I almost know that Kevin has Fallen the Virtuous here because he didn't end on his Zarlan to try and negate my Garifo.
Fair, fair.
But I just have to high roll it because my hand is so bad and he Fallen the Virtuous is me and I lose. But
and
I think it was worth a try.
What was the top deck you got there? Did you even check for the top?
It was the Fua that he put.
Even after shuffling. Of course, yeah, you knew. He knew, you knew, so there was not much to do there.
I shuffled my deck and with the Garifo, and I still drew the Fua. Yeah,
another Fuva. Not the timing for it. But then, honestly, game 2 was... game 2, then he won quickly after that. But game 3... a moment where you definitely had to take a deep breath when you activated that Illusion Gate, right? Because that was quite the card to activate into your full field. But the sequence when that came out of it, what did you chain to the Illusion Gate so that he was unable to use his Hydraulis?
Yeah, so I know Illusion Gate's an incredibly popular card.
Yeah.
And my plan was, I'm going to make sure there are no monsters he can destroy on my board.
Yeah.
So with the branded stuff, I had to set up multiple ways to get to Dogma. Luckily, I drew a Fallen of Albaz.
True.
And then the Ritual of Light and Darkness stuff, Illusion Gate does nothing against, so yeah.
Also, that was, funny thing to see there, because when you don't destroy any monsters with Illusion Gate, also you don't get to summon, which is quite hilarious, and that's what you successfully did there by just turning all of your monsters into that one dragon that devolves with Dogma. So the Illusion Gate that initially seemed to be maybe turning around that game didn't really do that much in the end ultimately, but then another, in this game 3 situation here, another card that you brought into, is it in your main deck or side deck? Tell me about it, the Fleur de Lis, because that's also a card you don't necessarily see super often, but it is in your side deck?
It's in my side deck, yeah.
And why did you decide to play that card?
Floodly is so good against Qtune in this deck.
Okay.
Because if I just bounce my Black Chaos with my Mind Shuffle, the Ritual monster,
true,
then my Mind Shuffle is so vulnerable to Ogre or Fallen the Virtuous. So you always want a way to get another high-level monster on board,
okay,
as you saw I did here. And also, it helps play around Fragilis, Ghost Ogre, and Fallen Virtuous again on the Fallen of Albaz effect. Because when I summon Fallen of the White in my opponent's turn, I can just summon the Dogmatic Ecclesia, search his Fleur de Lis, and it doesn't lose to those interruptions.
So even though it is a branded card, it kind of more so secures the Chaos part of your deck, right?
Yeah, all the branded cards, the idea is I really want to make my Chaos card work.
Fair enough, okay. We have one more clip from this match that you played, and that is when you perfectly worked around the Fallen and the Virtuous that Kevin had, and he was kind of surprised, and he also had to reread the card there at that very moment, because he of course changed it to you using the effect and putting the card into your hand for cost, and then you just changed the upper effect of it, right? Run us through what happened there.
Yeah, so Mind Shuffle, you can't use both of the effects in the same chain, but you can use a second effect as many times as you want in a chain. So I had kind of predicted that Kevin has an answer for my Mind Shuffle, so I want to bait him into using it. So he loses resources, and exactly here, I'm pretty sure he's not going to know this ruling because Chaos wasn't very popular in the playoffs.
True.
So I know if I bounce my Black Chaos, he's going to be like, all right, that matchup was vulnerable, I'm going to destroy it right now. And that's exactly what happened.
Worked out perfectly fine. So, Josh, last year, you were pretty close to qualifying for the World Championship already with you getting top 8 in the main event of the European Worlds qualifier. Was that the moment you immediately said, I'm going to try very hard, I was so close, next year I'm going to do it?
Yeah, that moment I was like, I felt like I was going to make it. And I was like, I can't get so close and fail again. So I went for it this year, and yeah, couldn't ask for much more.
Now here you are going to the World Championship. Any words maybe after that? Another round of applause. You deserve it for sure. Everyone loves to see that you're qualifying also, of course, for the UK, representing UK then in Tokyo at the World Championship. But any words maybe to the viewers at home that maybe feel inspired by you having that successful run this year here into the World Championship?
I think what I've learned this year is that there's always so much you can learn. Like, I've made it to Worlds this year, and I can remember loads of mistakes I made in tournaments this year. That, like, after reviewing all my games, I realized, like, even in those games, I think I made small mistakes that I can still improve from. And you can always learn from everything. You can always improve, and always have a good group of friends to back you up, you know?
That's the people cheering here, of course, for you. So very, very cool and fun to see. So once again, of course, congratulations. We will see you in Tokyo, but there is more to be played for, as we only have found out about 2 people that we are going to send to the World Championship. One of them right next to me is Josh Kelly. Danilo Siracusa also qualified, but we have another match waiting for you, which is going to be played between Yannick and Leonardo. So one more spot open. We shall see who's going to make it, but also we have a cool announcement that is probably going to be very interesting to a lot of people watching. So let's make sure to check this out.
As the temperature ramps up in this room, so does the excitement, because we now have our World Qualifying Points final, the last match of the day, and only one of the two duelists in front of me will make their way to that World Championship. It's going to be very exciting to see what happens in this match in front of me. I have Yannick Ackermann and Leonardo Sacchetti, and we are ready to do a high roll. Who would like to roll first? Yannick's going to roll first. What do we get here? We get a 7. And for Leonardo, an 8. Okay, Leonardo, you're going to go first. Leonardo is going to go first in this amazing WQP final here. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Basti and Charles, who are going to be your commentators for this final. Boys, take it away.
One more match to be played, one more person to be decided. Who is going to the World Championship? Who is joining Danilo? Who is joining Josh? One of the two you already saw on screen there is going to be the one making it. And actually both of them with a very consistent season. Of course, otherwise they would never find themselves in the playoff, but more new faces, I want to say. Nobody with like a big result yet. They both haven't won any big tournaments, but that might be their big entrance and their announcement to the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene here this weekend.
Absolutely, like you say. Very exciting to see this match play out now as well, because both decks are... I think they're both so high-rolly in what they can do as well. And I think it was, I don't know if it was you or if it was Leo said earlier, do you want to do consistency or high-rolly in this in the playoffs? And I think high roller is what has gotten people as far as it has.
Well, it does look like it. On the one hand, we do have the Power Patron deck. We saw Leonardo now twice already on feature. And then on the other end, I don't think we've seen that deck much. I think once only by Pierre, but it is the branded strategy being piloted by Yannick. Who of them is going to make it? Let's find out. The last match of the day, the last person going to Worlds. Let's get it started.
Moving into game one here. I believe it was Yannick who won the die roll going first here.
I think it was Leonardo.
Oh, was it Leonardo?
Yeah.
Ah, I was wrong.
It was 7-8 as far as I could tell. And we have seen decent combos by Leonardo already, winning him multiple matches. And it is Leonardo starting the action with the card that connects all the pieces of the deck basically together with Media's the Pure.
Absolutely. Very powerful card. Also very good just in terms of your longevity in the game, being able to summon itself from graveyard later on in the turn or on a different turn as the case might be. Summoning that Nevado from the deck, allowing you to go into more and more of your plays here as you go forward.
That is absolutely true. And branded, not necessarily a deck known to play an insane amount of hand interaction. Like, originally the deck barely played any. You really had only cards like Super Polymerization, Forbidden Droplet, and then sometimes even more quick play spells like the Radiant Typhoon Vision even. Is the version that Yannick is running going into that direction, or is there more hand interaction in there as well?
There's not a great deal of hand interaction from what I can see here.
Okay.
We can see some in the side deck. In the main deck, I can't really see a great deal of non-engine in general.
Fair.
But we do see powerful cards like the Branded Retribution in the main deck, which again, it's high rolling, because if you're trying to just hopefully go first, that's hopefully going to be more useful to you than going second. We do see the Beyond the Pendulum coming out here as well. Also a very powerful card for the pendulum-based decks in general, allowing you to search the deck for I think just a pendulum monster, unless I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I mean, let's face it, Leonardo, he has played 2 matches on stream here today already. The first one went really well against Yuna. The second one then was the one that he lost against Danilo in already basically a Worlds qualifying match in round 4, where in the end Danilo was the one coming out on top. Is he going to be able to leave all of that behind him here? Because he is the one that did not win in the last round. Interestingly enough, I think Yannick actually, he also came into the playoff. It says 3-1 here, but I think he was 2-2 actually, as the one person sneaking in to top 4. There immediately the correction. Yeah, he was the lucky person basically, because with the new system, with Danilo going in as first place already before we go into the final matches, that meant fifth place could actually come in, and that 5th place in that case was lucky Yannick with a score of 2-2.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, obviously there is a luck factor here as well, but not to take away from the sheer amount of skill and dedication all of these players have put in. All of them deserve to be here. All of them deserve to go to Worlds. But at this point, we have to decide which of them is going to be.
Certainly. And Leonardo, it feels like every game that he has been playing with this deck, he got a little safer, a little better with it. He told me earlier, this is actually only the first week he is playing Power Patron. He found out the deck is insanely good and he had to go with it. And he then told me also, I should have played this so much earlier. This deck is so good. I should have played this from the get-go, really.
It is a very powerful deck. Setting the counter trap from the deck with Non-Finito. Activatable this turn if needs be because of Non-Finito's effect. And I believe it is just a non-mitigate, just stops kind of anything here, which is very powerful here. We have seen, I think, the discard of the triple tactics talents here, unless I'm much mistaken. So I think at this point, probably just confident in the rest of his hand ability to play through any interruptions that might be coming, or just that there aren't any.
Well, it looks pretty good already, and Yannick did not really even blink so far, so it doesn't feel like he's going to hit us with anything the later stages here. Rather just taking a quick read there, checking out what that trap card has to offer there, and he will not like what he got there as a little lecture, as that is just such a powerful all-arounder.
We do see, I think the effect, not the effect, sorry, the Exceed the Pendulum, I'd imagine is being summoned here. Yes, it is indeed a very powerful card as well. I mean, there's not really weak cards in the deck, is there?
They're all powerful cards.
They're all powerful cards, but I'm going to keep saying it because it makes me feel better. But we see that being activated here as well. I think Ginaldo coming down in the other Pendulum zone here as well, which the Power Patron cards are so powerful. They are so strong because them being like continuous spell type effects that you can activate, you'd think, okay, I'll just destroy them. But then they still plus off of that.
Well, that's never a good approach against that deck.
No, not at all.
They're so resilient. Like, when I check them out, or rather, when initially reading them, I was already thinking, okay, there is something about this, but when I then had to play against it for the first time, I realized, well, this never stops. It is, whatever I do, they are going to do their thing.
Yeah, absolutely. You need specifically non-destruction negation.
Yeah.
If you don't have that, it's not going to be enough. You might as well not interact with it. It's crazy to see how powerful these lore cards are as well. All of the cards in all of the Medius archetypes seem very powerful, work well together. I, for one, cannot wait for the 60-card Medius pile with just all of them.
Just whatever you draw, that route you go.
Yeah, exactly. You get it. Or if you draw Medius, take your pick.
Well, all the options available. Also, multiple of those decks were in our playoffs, as we also had the Elf Node deck in the playoff, being piloted by Marco Parenti, and there also was another Archmage deck in the playing field. That one was more of a pure Power Patron version. But I mean, this one here by Leonardo also mostly consisting out of the Power Patron cards with just a couple of Archmage cards.
It does seem to be, I think, one of the more popular builds of Power Patron. If only because it does get you that non-finito, which gets you that powerful counter trap. Yeah. So for the cost of like an extra deck space and a brick in the main deck, it gets you that extra level of ceiling to your strategy. Totally. Which again, it's this whole playoff is about ceiling. It's about high roll. It's about trying to do the best you can when you've got that chance to roll the dice and see how well you can do.
Shade the Obscure, making another Obscure appearance here on Featured Match. Leonardo basically always went through that card when comboing, and that is once more the TCG exclusive that is just so good for all the Pendulum enjoys. And I said to Leo earlier in Leonardo's first Featured Match, what if Electromite would also be around for all of that? That would be a crazy boost to the deck, though.
I think clearly we don't need it at this point.
No, we don't.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are some people who are very happy about that. But yeah, at this point, the deck is doing so well. It might be that thing that it just needs to bump it just that one extra level higher than it already is. But again, does it need that at this point?
True that. And we have now established Shade the Obscure on the field. I think we used its in-hand effect to special summon it out, and now we also used the on-field effect, and we did destroy another Pendulum monster card. and we are getting another pendulum from our deck, face up to our extra deck.
That we are indeed. Going to be summoning the Japre... yes, no, maybe?
We're not sure.
Considering, thinking.
And there it is.
Ooh, we do see the second Nevado being summoned, making that Varudra side, I can only imagine. There we go.
Of course.
All of the rank 10 Xyz monsters are so powerful as well, and having access to all of them just as and when you need them in this deck is very nice, the touch to have. But even something like Mercurium the Living Quicksilver, another TCG exclusive which has almost an Abyss Dweller type effect on it. So you can play this deck in a very sort of combo heavy, let's just layer the interactions, or you can play it in a sense of trying to win straight away with floodgate effects, or even trying to burn the opponent down. It's such a versatile deck to be able to do certain things with. But again, we see here from Leonardo that type of deck which is layer your field.
Yeah, and I'm curious on how we are layering it in a way that we may be able to also play around cards like Super Polymerization. We go into Baguska and immediately link it off there?
That's interesting.
What are we doing there? I was like, oh, that's another pretty decent end field piece there with that Baguska, but no, we link it up right away for the Purification power page.
I think just trying to clear a spot on the field, maybe? I'm not sure.
Possibly.
Or maybe there's a secret tech. Maybe Baguska has a graveyard effect that none of us know about.
We will find out about it just here.
Do you see that power page? That power page in Link 2 effectively being like an archetypal SP, IQ Master Arena rather, which is very powerful. And
it's hilarious.
Yeah. Seeing here linking into all the Charmer Quartet in Bloom, an incredibly powerful card, being able to, as a quick effect, so you can do it during the opponent's turn as well, summon 2 monsters with either the same type of attribute from the graveyard.
So that's how we get the Baguska back, right? That's the only way to do it.
Oh, you're smart. You got a good brain.
I try. Sometimes there's a little bit of light coming through. But, I mean, you can basically just bring back 2 monsters with the same attributes, so that's...
Oh, wait, that's crazy. So you can do a Varudras and then get the... That's nuts.
Yeah.
I love seeing this kind of play, because it's just something that my small brain would never have thought about, and I'm going, wait, that's crazy. We do see this, I assume the special summon here of the incredibly crazy, the Virtuous quick effect tribute itself off. See if Leonardo wants to respond to that anyway.
Oh, called by the grave. It all was even safer than it looked. Even if Yannick had any kind of interruption, it would have always been answered with that called by the grave. So, yeah, 1 card less for Yannick.
That's why he was so happy to discard the triple tactic talent at that point, because you're like, hey, activate something, go ahead.
Sure enough, just do it. But Yannick still seems confident in maybe breaking this field, as he does normal summon out the Guiding Quem here.
Guiding Quem, a very powerful card in the strategy, has been for a long time in the branded strategy. Just normal summon, special summon, use it during the opponent's turn. It does so much for the deck, and waiting here to see if it's going to resolve here, or if Leonardo wants to do something to try and stop that. We see the quick fusion from the non-finito to summon the Diactorus here. Oh wait, no, sorry.
That's Apelia.
Oh.
That's neat. That card has been in and out of fusion decks for a long time, but here, even when the extra deck is so tight, because you're including all kind of different summoning versions like fusions, link monsters, also even sometimes some synchro monsters in there, still that one sneaked in there as one of the probably like card 14 or 15 that made it into this deck.
Oh, almost certainly. Again, there are so many options you can put in your Power Page and extra deck, from the train that burns the opponent down to even like the Mercurium, the Living Quicksilver. You can do so much with this deck. But yeah, we see the Dragon's Bellow coming down here. Seeing the Fall of the White Dragon sending the Dragon that devours the Dogma to the graveyard here to summon itself.
This is smart, because with Leonardo chaining this right here, right now, even before the Quem activates, we are playing around Super Polymerization massively, because if we allow the Fawn of the White Dragon to hit the field, that Super Polymerization can be chained, can in the process also get rid of the Quem, making sure that that would resolve. But here, all of that is denied by it already being negated the moment the Fawn and the White Dragon is on the field.
We do see the Archmage counter trap here being activated to negate and destroy that Fall of the White Dragon, immediately removing that threat from the field as well. We haven't even used Varudras. I don't think we know what that set card is, and we have not used the Charmer Quartet in Bloom here as well. There is still a lot of interaction Leonardo can play with here.
It's crazy, and Yannick thinking with only 3 cards remaining in hand whether there is any way through this. Leonardo, in the first 2 matches that he played, he was comboing, but I think this is really as good as it gets. He was able to finally full combo in the match where it matters the most, in the match that possibly grants him entry into the World Championship.
We do see the branded, I think, Regained coming down here as well.
The opening here.
Opening, sorry, thank you.
We're negating it, but we're also destroying the Quem as we on resolution can decide so. And we will just get 2 for the price of 1, essentially.
What a card. What a card.
Oh, and Yannick is shuffling his deck. Is that a good sign?
Well, he does have talents in his hand, so it might be that he's trying to draw 2 at this point.
Well, that would be a good card to activate here. Oh, he does have triple tactic talents. Leonardo, or does he? He has Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring locking up game number 1. Leonardo is in the lead with a huge combo there by the Archmage Power Patron deck, leaving almost no room to breathe in that game even there for Yannick, who was losing that die roll and then not looking good in that first game, sadly.
Sometimes you just have everything and sometimes the opponent just doesn't. And that, unfortunately, for Yannick is what happened there. But obviously, massive well done to Leonardo there. Did a fantastic job. Piloted his turn very well. Yeah. Again, the surprising thing for me, discarding the TTT, that to me is unconscionable. However, if you are confident enough that you just don't need that powerful card, well, go for it.
The rest of his hand was caught by the grave and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, so you can't even really give up on those cards either. So it's probably, it was the weakest card, which is crazy to imagine. But also, he was at that point so deep into his turn, so you could almost rule out that the triple tactic talents will be live that turn. So I think it was just, honestly, somewhat of an easy give up, maybe even, just considering the way the turn played out up until this point. So he was ready and happy to give that card up. Let's have a little look into the side deck. Is there anything spicy coming in here on any of their
side
ends?
Deck for Leonardo? Actually, yeah. There's DD Crow.
Ooh, old school card.
Which actually might be useful against the branded deck.
For sure.
That's really good. Got Santa Claus, also a very good card. I like that one a lot. We have the standard stuff here as well, but just to check out the Yannick's deck as well. In the side deck, we have the Ash Blossom in the side deck, which I can see the logic behind that.
For sure.
Because it's not necessarily the best card to have in main if you think that you can play into a more Charmy well. You don't need to deal with it. So yeah, I can see maybe signing this in now just in case to make sure you don't get any more Charmy draws 100% here.
Also, a lot of people are not main decking the Mold Charmies, so it's smart to then have the answer for the Mold Charmies only in the side deck because you don't expect that many Charmies in the main deck anyway. So yeah, does add up, does make sense. Anything else that's standing out?
For going first, I think the triple tactics thrust and the mistaken arrest here are probably. I think the mistaken arrest is going to be the main thing here.
Probably, yeah.
Because that pendulum deck is going to struggle against that.
Maybe it will. Like, if he sees it, I'm sure he will not be thrilled, or Leonardo will not be thrilled being on the on the receiving end of that. But only 1 game away now for Leonardo. He can smell Japan. He can smell sushi basically already. Japanese food. He's already almost halfway there with 1 step into the plane on his way. I mean, Worlds is not that far away anymore. It's like only 1.5 months from now. So
it's really not. It's not far off at all. Yeah. It takes place around my birthday time. I'm going to watch it on my time off.
Ooh, that sounds about right. Everyone at home definitely should make sure to also tune in for the World Championship, the most prestigious event there is. Last year, Europe certainly had a really good showing at that World Championship with a 2nd place finisher through Tom Kleingräber. And first after Swiss, Yuna was. Yuna not making it through the playoff this year, but of course there is still the main event to be played, so there might be the chance for her to go back still. But going back, we are to this game. We need to find out who's making it. So game 2 starts now. Who can make it? It's also a case of, will there be a German going to the World Championship, as Yannick is the only one that could still make that happen? Or will it be a 2nd Italian following Danilo's footsteps to the World Championship through Leonardo?
Certainly be interesting to see. We do also have our resident Brit going through as well from Josh. But we have, yeah, it's interesting to see how this plays out here from, I'm assuming Yannick going first. Maybe not, but I'm assuming that's the case here.
I would assume so as well. It looked like they were done already, but now they are also done with their shuffling. So who can it be? Will it be Yannick with his branded strategy that will definitely be able, hopefully, to play a little more than in the first game? Let's
Seems
find
a
out.
solid hand from the small peaks of cards I can see here, but the normal summon of Aluba, the Jester of Despia here, very powerful card, just able to search out your branded fusion, which, I mean, hey, we don't know what is in Leonardo's hand, but it might be the dreaded Blossom, you know?
Well, at this point, I think there were times where normal summoning Aluba would always result in branded fusion. Nowadays, though, as we can also see here, it's not even necessarily the first choice, as this will be branded in High Spirits instead, which immediately gets activated by Yannick as well.
Make an excellent point, revealing the Ecclesia here from the hand and the Grand Guignol from the extra deck as well, sending us to the graveyard and able to search here. What a wonderful card that is. What a great card.
At this point, I'm questioning whether players are even playing those branded fusions anymore, because you see it so rarely. I think Yannick is, he's playing the one copy, yeah.
And I'd imagine it's there. I don't see why you wouldn't have it there.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if you have a better line you can go with that doesn't involve it, it's there as like your power one-off. You don't necessarily need to use it all the time.
For sure. I think there is nowadays just simply sometimes better options, which seems like a crazy thing to say.
It does.
Imagine talking back to a branded player 5 years ago and telling them,
you'll be
you know what? Branded fusion, you don't want that card. You don't need that card in your branded deck.
Quite frankly, it's mid.
That card, though, not mid at all. We see Mulcharmy Fuvalos trying to deny any kind of deck and extra deck shenanigans on Yannick's end. But as we have already brought that Ecclesia into the graveyard, at least through the effect of Fallen of the White Dragon, we're not giving up on any draws here.
Absolutely. Ecclesia, I think, being able to search for a Dogmatica spell, unless I'm much mistaken here as well, on summon.
Well, or something that is always treated as a Dogmatica card, like Fallen and the Virtuous. I think I already saw double Fallen and Virtuous in Yannick's hand, though, so not sure whether that's necessarily the card you still want to go for.
Why not go 3?
Well, okay, yeah, sure.
As a treat, you know?
Just have all of them, and yeah.
Reduce the activation here, yeah.
Let's get that Fallen and the Virtuous. He was considering the Quem for a quick second, but it did end up being that card instead.
I think that might be High Spirits in the hand, actually. I'm not sure.
Might be, yeah. There's
it might be
4 spell cards.
No,
total,
sorry.
yeah.
There is more than one there.
Oh, and I mean, when you have multiples, of course, you're always going to activate that first copy on your own turn now. I think we would have anyhow, for sure, but now we're even more assured to do that as, yeah, there is 2 more Fallen to the Virtuous.
Fascinating as well. Very nice, very good. Getting that extra Titanic Light into the graveyard as well, just such a powerful thing to be able to get in there. So much. That's why I like Branded as like conceptually. It's like, hey, let's get all this to the graveyard and then get our main phase 3 on the go.
So, Charles, is this a good or a bad thing? We have successfully played around the Mulcharmy Fuvalos by giving 0 draws, but this is our end field. So is that good or bad?
I don't think it's bad in the slightest. We have the Ecclesia, which can't be destroyed by battle by extra monsters, which doesn't always come up, but it doesn't not come up either. We have the Branded Retribution. We have the Fallen of the Virtuous. We have graveyard interactions here. It's not as if this is nothing. I find that Branded often ends on a field that doesn't look like a lot and ends up being a lot more than you think.
For sure, and something you really don't see as often is searching Fallen of the White Dragon in the end phase with one of those very powerful graveyard effects of your fusion monsters. Usually, you just go ahead. Oh my!
The Lightning Storm being slammed onto the field here. How will Yannick respond here? Using Fallen of the Virtuous on one of his own cards. Maybe there's someone from the graveyard? Either way, there's a way to just to destroy one of their own cards, I believe here, sending the Rimbram to the graveyard to be able to get that extra effect. And we have the Mistaken Arrest!
That was one of the other spell cards, and there is a small applause going through the crowd. That's probably the people rooting for Yannick here, as that could be the card keeping him here in this game and ultimately in this match as well.
Like I said, it doesn't look like a lot, but it does plenty enough when you get to this sort of stage of the game. But we see here Leonardo really considering his plays. Again, these are untimed matches, no need to rush through. consider, take your time, be thoughtful about your players. We do see him thinking about, we have the pot of sloth as well.
He's not making any excuses. And that is where the difference between Droll Lockbird and Mistaken Arrest comes in. You are still allowed to draw cards. Was one of the weaker pot of sloths, though, I want to say, because there's only one card remaining on the side of Yannick, though.
Would it not have been an idea to maybe use that before the Lightning Storm?
You could have, for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe you were thinking that they have an answer to it, possibly. I don't know. I definitely agree with you. It's an interesting decision to go that way around. Maybe our hand is so crazy that we don't even really need the pot of sloth to do too much.
Yeah, that might, if anything, have been maybe ash bait at this point. You just don't know.
Could very well be. So Yannick just clarifying until when Mistaken Arrest will be in effect. And of course that will be until the end of your next turn after this card resolves. So the entire turn that Yannick will play will also be impacted by that. Here comes Shade, the Obscure special summoning itself after activating that Power Patron scale. And that now is going to lead to that Quem being summoned out there through the effect of our Grand Guignol.
We do indeed see that. The Grand Guignol is such a powerful card in many strategies. I've even seen it being used in like Fairy Tale decks with super duper polymerization.
Oh yeah,
it just gets you
that's a fun one.
Yeah, it gets you a free Lula Lilith on the field, which it's just pretty strong. It's just pretty good. But we see here again, considering plays, and again I keep saying it, but there's no need to rush on this at this moment in time. We see the Rinbrum being activated here, though, by the looks of things. Maybe. Yes.
Yeah.
I think.
Let's bring it out. There is no Fallen of Albas in the graveyard, but there is Fallen of the White Dragon.
Which might as well be.
Could turn into the desired Fallen. Yeah, Ecclesia first, and Ecclesia is going to use its effect right away. I think we're just trying to make it happen now. Yep, Fallen of Albas.
There we go.
Is there any answer from Leonardo?
Discarding that spare Fallen of the Virtuous, fusing away for, I'd imagine that's a Lebellion here.
Go for Lebellion? We could. That would provide additional interruption then later on.
Mixuzia would be an interesting choice, but I don't think it can go for Mixuzia. But yeah, we have the Lebellion here being summoned from this wonderful little interaction
This
here.
is expensive though, right? Because we have already discarded a card for the Fallen of Albas.
Yeah.
Now we could possibly, if we are using the effect of our Lebellion, discard another card. At least we get a card back with the Quem too. But yeah, we're discarding that
They
Fallen
are
of White
only
Dragon too.
spare cards at this point, to be fair. They are repeats of what have been in the field and graveyard already.
True.
It's maybe not something, if it were an Ash Blossom, you might think twice about this, but at the moment it's not that bad. And seeing as we get that fusion here, this might well be enough to clinch the game for Yannick here, because I believe, unless I'm much mistaken, you can go for a Mirror Jade here as well.
We should be able to, and that is
there
what
it
Yannick is looking at, leaving the Lebellion on the field, just using materials from the graveyard.
And we have that Cartesia coming back as well, so even more potential plays here.
Absolutely. Leonardo, only 2 cards in hand remaining, but the Nervado is still on the field. But Medius Vapure is the normal summon of choice, and the best normal summon the deck has to offer here.
It's pretty good. I think one of the only normal summons the deck can do. It's not a very normal summon heavy deck.
Absolutely not,
the
no.
level 10s. But we see it summoning the Nervado to the field here as well, which again, it's a tough spot. I think we do see the Cartesia being activated here as well, going for another fusion. What are we going to go for here?
This is not Chaos.
Mixuzia, the Confounder, a very powerful new TCG exclusive card. Basically, it's a fantastic super polymerization target, but also lets you quick effect, banish itself and a monster in the graveyard to fusion summon during the opponent's turn. Summon the hyper-invoked Aegion here as well. Able to just get rid of Leonardo's field and packing things up.
And getting rid of the hopes of Leonardo to win that game as Yannick wraps it up with that interaction and is still in the running here, still able to keep it competitive. We will have to go into that very last game to find out who of the two is going to be the smiling winner, the one booking their golden ticket to the World Championship, to honestly the most desired tournament in the world, right? Like that once-in-a-lifetime experience of just going to Worlds. I mean, I've been there as a caster, but I can only imagine how nice it must be as a player. That's just the pinnacle of Yu-Gi-Oh! Being part of the World Championship once.
You did a great job, by the way.
Thank you.
As of course all the team did. But yeah, no, you're completely right. And again, it's not just that. It's also the fact that it is in Tokyo as well, which is, who doesn't want to go to
Just
Tokyo?
a trip to Japan, the home country of Yu-Gi-Oh! As well.
Wonderful. Get to go and check out some cool stuff while you're there and then play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! What a treat. What a day.
And you're basically treated as a VIP as well, because we're all like, oh you're competing at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship? That's the coolest thing ever.
What a life to live.
It is.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely insane.
And it's such an exclusive tournament as well. I mean, you of course, as a viewer, realize that by watching throughout the weekend here with how little, how small of an amount of people we are sending. The overall tournament then in the end is only going to be like 24 people or something. So it's like really just the best of the best and just the most condensed amount of people there competing for the title in the end. So it's really only getting there already. Just to see the pure factor of being at the World Championship is already such a huge accomplishment for your career.
It is just like the most hardcore locals that has ever existed. Or you just go and there's one guy there on his pet deck like, wait, is this not locals? No, that is insane. It's wonderful. It's a truly wonderful thing that we're able to like send these fantastic people who well deserve to be able to go at this point as well. They've put in so much work to go to here, let alone to go to Japan afterwards. Even getting to this stage is such an incredible achievement as well.
Yeah, and so far it has been the one-off decks in representation of our deck breakdown. It has been the one Invoke that made it. It has been the one Chaos Ritual deck that made it. It could be another one-off with that Power Patron deck that Leonardo has brought onto the stage. It could also be one of the 4 or 5 branded decks represented. We shall find out.
It's very exciting stuff.
Will it be Yannick or will it be Leonardo? Let's find out. Do we have a way to play? If we combo with that Power Patron deck, chances are pretty good that we are winning, but we gotta find a starter for that first. And also, Yannick, of course, could have a say in things with, immediately stopping his opponent in standby phase, and there's a good reason to do so, as Yannick drops down Molchami Purulia to hinder all of the possible outcomes that Leonardo can produce in his Power Patron combo.
Just spying Yannick's hand here on the monitor, you can see more than one Molchami. Couldn't make it. The one I recognized that it was a Molchami though, and a Super Polymerization as well. So this is going to be difficult game for Leonardo. Not unwinnable, obviously. Tricky though. We do see the activation of the Nevado, and then the it's something lull.
Fear
Realize. Thank you. The Fear Realize lull here as well been activated. Wonder if we'll see some interaction coming out from Yannick here, or will it just be saved at the moment?
So far,
another. So almost every. We have the Call by the Grave coming out here because the Power Potion deck can play around the Purulia, giving just 1 or 2 draws at most, but it struggles into for a while or so. Immediately getting rid of that threat here and summoning the immediate support to the field.
That's sick. Leonardo saying, I really don't mind your Purulia, buddy, because I'm summoning from the deck here anyways. I get my Meteors Pure, which is now going to get another monster from the deck. But that Molchami Fuvolos, let me tell you something. I have something prepared for it, and you won't like it. And the thing is now, you spotted multiple Molchami cards there in the hand of Yannick, so maybe there even is another one which now cannot be activated anymore, as there is just simply the restriction of only having 2 Molchami effect activations per turn.
Absolutely.
So that might be a pretty rough one here for Yannick.
A fun fact I found out about the Molchamis is that they are not used, they are activate. So if you negate the activation, you can do it again, which is rare for monsters.
Oh my! Triple Tactic Talons also in the hand of Leonardo.
What a hand though. This is the difficult thing here, is that although this does only leave Yannick on a draw and then a Super Polymerization, that's a Super Poly, that's not nothing. That's something you can play around, but it's going to be difficult to do so at this point.
And I mean, when you discard the Albion, you can also use the graveyard effect of Albion, getting further cards into the graveyard, which could then still do things. So Yannick not out of this just yet, but losing that Sphere mode there is, of course, a huge factor there.
That really is, I think, the main issue here is losing the Sphere mode, because the other things you can play around Sphere mode, unless you haven't summoned enough monsters, you just can't play around it. It's so difficult. But we see the effect of the Geprado being activated here to summon the Jupiter from the extra deck as well. which I think allows it to attach a material to itself optionally.
You could, yeah, you could have done that. Just with the resolution of the effect, also attach something to it. But we're going to link it off anyway, so no business really in doing that. But what an opener for Leonardo. Having combo X's backed up by Call by the Grave and Triple Tactic Talents is really as good as it gets.
Yeah. I think Triple Tactic Talents has been, for me, the most impactful card of this entire tournament. It seems to come out at the most opportune moments and just completely upend the game state as it stands on its head. So the Shady Obscure is summoned as
we're
well.
summoning from the hand. Hold on. We're actually finding a way to bring Yannick into this game by allowing him to get a couple more cards here drawn, or at least about one more card through the World Champion Perulia.
This also perhaps signaling to Yannick that Leonardo's hand is not stellar. I feel like if you have a very good hand and can play through interruptions, you would let your opponent take a couple of draws before you Talents hand rip them. I think going for the Talents first is you need to check, can I keep playing? So maybe signaling that he's not got the best hand here as well.
Yeah, good point for sure. Might absolutely be the case. But now how many more draws do we have to give for this? I mean, with Shade the Obscure, there is no real other way to bring it out. Like, you gotta summon it from the hand. There is, like, no other way to do it. But I don't think any of the other cards really require you to summon from the hand. So that should be the only draw that we have to give. Also, I mean, if you Pendulum Summon, make sure to not Pendulum Summon from the hand, maybe, as that would be giving another draw. But that is now finally going to open up things with Beyond the Pendulum. The nowadays, modern days Electromite, you could say, linked to Pendulum related, gives you access to 2 Pendulum Scales for the price of only cheap 1,200 life points.
Truly a fantastic card for any Pendulum focus strategy here as well. Also, Shade the Obscure has that similar effect of just being able to like search the deck and whatnot as well, unless I'm much mistaken. They do a lot of fantastic things. All these Pendulum cards work so well in tandem with each other, and us getting Shade the Obscure over in the TCG really boosted this deck into a place where it just didn't quite get to over in the OCG.
Certainly, and there is the Pendulum Summon now that we were mentioning. And we are amassing level 10 monsters here once more, so that is already looking like a Varujas. We want to make sure, though, to not necessarily end on another Dark Monster next to Varujas, maybe, to play around a possible Mud Dragon in the extra deck of Yannick. But first of all, Leonardo is just enjoying some more card draw. What's better than drawing a couple of cards?
Not a lot. Not a lot. It's a wonderful feeling. Yeah. But we see here, I believe, a Pendulum Summon here coming out for... I've got to imagine it's Exceed the Pendulum at this point.
Of course it is. Will we be able to set up the same thing that we did in the first game? Will there be another quartet? Maybe bringing back a Baguska, maybe even bringing back a side deck option there, because you could side into other cards that you want to be using together with that so powerful new Link monster. So
the interesting thing about the monsters that Quartet summons as well is that you don't need to worry about polymerization for them because they can't be used for material.
Oh, you're right. True.
So if you there are certain cards you can summon with that, which if you want to do so, makes them completely safe at that point.
That's fair. Doesn't look like we're going into any rank 4 shenanigans this time around. We just make the Varujas. But I'm sure we're not just going to leave these 2 monsters on the field there. Is there maybe another Link monster?
Surely a way to remove one of those Dark Monsters. Ideally the Ginaldo, I'd imagine. Jabrado? Ginaldo.
To be fair though, the branded extra deck, do they have space for Mud Dragon nowadays? It's so tight. Like, does Yannick play it?
Yeah, fantastic point. Let's just look.
I don't think he does.
He doesn't from the looks of it, if this is everything,
There is no Mud Dragon. He's siding Garura, which helps, but also I think Varuras is a Wyrm, and the other 2 Dark, or all of the other Dark monsters that are on the field, I don't believe are Wyrms, so that doesn't help.
Having said that, you don't need it to destroy, or not destroy, to remove only your opponent's cards, though. Obviously, the strength of it in the branded deck is that you use it on your own things as well to, like, remove something along with one of your own monsters as well.
If we get to a Fallen of Albus or Fallen of the White Dragon, then everything looks a lot different, of course.
Having said that, leaving Exceed the Pendulum on the field is already an issue because of Mixuzia. That's just a spellcaster and a non-spellcaster.
Oh, you're right.
That just gets rid of anything here. And it's wondering if Leonardo has thought about that and is going to remove that Exceed from the field.
We shall find out, as Leonardo is still not done with his turn here just yet. And Yannick just sitting there hoping, praying, Hopefully a good top deck, maybe something that makes this possible, because for now we know about 2 out of the 3 cards in his hand. One of them is the Super Polarization, another one is Albion the Shrouded Dragon. How much can we do with those 2 cards available?
Once again, both players taking their time, thinking out their turns. I do really love seeing that. It's good to see the players taking their times and considering their next move, because it's important to understand what you're going to be doing and how each of your moves is going to affect the ongoing game state.
Well, if there ever is a time, it truly is here in this match, as this is the highest of stakes. The stake is the World Championship. One of them will be able to enjoy that, and the other one will be watching from home if they don't make a run in the main event later on this weekend.
It's a good point. It's worth noting, again, this isn't the end for these players either way. There is the main event of the weekend. There is another chance to be able to get there and go. And the players of this quality have a fantastic chance to be able to do so. I think that's a discard of the Dominus Impulse there to summon the non-finito. I mean, I guess you're trading... It has a very similar effect for the counter trap, but it's a counter trap instead. So I guess at that point you're trading the counter trap for the non-counter trap.
Yeah.
And the non-counter trap is going to lock you out a certain effect as well. So I can see the logic behind it at the very least.
I do agree. Setting out that trap card surely ain't bad. It can't be used on the Super Polarization, but we know that there is no other real play so far besides that. So on the one play maybe that they find, should be an easy decision to just use the new Archmage counter trap.
There's still so much here that is Super Polarization-able.
But I mean, are you so mad about getting Super Polyed on Non-Finito and the Beyond the Exceed the Pendulum? It's not as bad, right? Like,
yeah,
is that an issue?
I think this is the thing. I think you have to kind of consider what you want to get rid of here as the Super Poly. I think there are 2 ways to play around Super Poly: is not give them things to do it with, or give them too many things that they can't really make the choice at that point. And it seems, if anything, it's the latter here from Leonardo, because there's so many good options here to get rid of that you're left with something either way. You're left with something powerful either way, look at it.
Here comes the Purification Power Patron again. That card certainly has been included in all of those Power Patron decks since the release of Chaos Origins. Just casually going through it. You called it the Power Patron IP Masquerena, which is kind of fitting, but we are just going to use it here once again to link climb further. And we are in a similar situation from what we were into game number 1 into the quartet.
Again, it's difficult. This is a very difficult place for both Leonardo and Yannick here. Leonardo knowing that the opponent has all these powerful breakers in the deck, even though sending back that sphere mode has given him 2 draws. It's very possible we see that come back at some point. But the Charmer Quartet in Bloom being summoned here is hopefully a way to play around that if it's not activated in draw phase.
Charmer Quartet in Bloom is a light monster.
It is.
A light spellcaster, so not necessarily something we can immediately work with.
Spellcaster, non-spellcaster, Mixuzia.
Yeah, you're right,
So you can just get, at this point, Yannick has the option of Charmer plus Varudras or Charmer plus Non-Finito.
Oh wait, actually, that's crazy actually.
Yeah, it's a crazy card. It's really good.
So maybe the field that Leonardo settled on ultimately, when he was trying to play around the Super Polymerization that he saw there since the very beginning, when he looked into the hand with the Triple Tactic Talons, where it almost felt like he was already wrapping up this game, he found a line to play into it somehow.
It's a new card as well, and it's TCG exclusive, so it's not necessarily as known. But there we see the Super Poly coming down, hitting the field, discarding that spare Mole Charmy, and fusing away the Charmer Quartet in Bloom and the Archmage Non-Finito. Oh, sorry, not the Non-Finito, the Varudras here. Removing them from the field for that Mixuzia, the Confounder.
That is crazy, and it was revealed to Leonardo in the game before that. He knew that card is in the extra deck of Yannick, so he should have definitely been aware and maybe found a line around it. But now that monster is sitting pretty there in the extra monster zone. And
it doesn't do a lot during your own turn, but if anything, it is just a body on the field to do something with. It is something there. You can fuse with it, you can use it as material, you can do other things with it. It's mainly an opponent's turn effect, obviously. But we see the branded high spirits coming down here as well.
Oh, last two cards in hand are a certain good combination of cards. All of a sudden, Yannick seems to be online. And Leonardo, you can really tell by how he's looking at this. He knows that this is such a crucial moment of his Yu-Gi-Oh! Career. And that super polymerization was already revealed to him. And still, it may be the reason he's losing here.
I think it was just a matter of either forgetting about that card or not understanding how the fusion materials work on it, which is a real shame. Is a real shame. Again, I think maybe the only misstep he's made the entire tournament. If not, you know, it's just so unfortunate that he's played into that at the moment. But we're going to see here how Yannick decides to play at his own turn. We still have that counter trap available to Leonardo here as well. So there is still a place to make it through this turn, survive it, see how it goes, because we know everything that Yannick has. The hand is revealed, everything's gone. It's just now a matter of, you know what you have, let's see how they clash, and let's see which of these players can come out on top.
Well, but even if we negate this from the White Dragon here, there is a dragon that develops with Dogma in the graveyard, there's Titanic Lad in the graveyard, there also still is the Albion the Shrouded Dragon in the graveyard, so it feels like the long game will always be won by the grind deck here, which is the branded deck, of course.
Absolutely. And Mixuzia being on the field as well, during the opponent's main phase, you can quick effect a fuse. So there's just so many ways to use things here. But we do see that counter track coming out and negating and I believe destroying the Fall of the White Dragon here as well, leaving just the Mixuzia on the field, which is kind of plenty, and also again with that main I keep saying main phase 3, the end phase here for the branded deck, able to do all these really interesting things as well.
And there we go, graveyard effect of Albion the Shrouded Dragon. We may not get a draw for it, but still we get maybe something like a retribution into the graveyard here if we want. And then that Shrouded Dragon will no longer be in the graveyard, but I think we will be fine with that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We should be okay in the end. And I mean, that can lead to interesting combinations, because when you send, for example, the Retribution here, then in the end phase with the Titanic Lad, you can summon out a Quem. Quem could then send something else that you want to add back with the Retribution, and that can just snowball and give you plenty of options in the end phase then. But for the moment, we're just sending Branded and High Spirits to the graveyard.
Wouldn't be surprised if you sided out the Retribution going second, to be fair.
Possibly, yeah, that's definitely something that is possible. Certainly, and Leonardo.
I didn't see any traps in the deck as he was fanning through. Just attacking for, I think, 27 on Mixuzia, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, just a nice little chunk of damage on there, and then leaving it on the field for the opponent's turn, where, again, he's still going to be there to be able to do some powerful plays.
Mixuzia, the Confounder, is that going to be a new staple in all decks that run Super Polymerization? Yannick certainly is making a case for it here in that deciding match, and that new card from Chaos Origins may as well be his enabler to the World Championship.
It is a truly fantastic card. Insane to me that it was released in common. There are so many cards that were released in the last set.
So many! Like, also from the match that Danilo played early on, all those Invoke cards were all common as well. Like, that set just brought so many powerhouses into the new format that we're playing now this weekend.
It really did. Even, I'll go as far as say the Melfi cards. I know it's not maybe this format, but in the Genesis format, they do so much. They're really powerful. And the fact that they're all just commons and supers, as are the old ones, what a fantastic way to get someone into the game as well.
It just fits the theme. And now Yannick, apparently in the end phase, going to search for Fallen the Virtuous, and has the Titanic Lad still to be used. And we will make good use of that by bringing out the Quem here, as it looks. Yes, there we go. So what are we going to do with the Quem now? Do we just send a regular Fawn of Albas maybe, which we can then bring back on the opposing turn? That could work.
I think you do. I think you can do that, yeah. That might be the way to go, because like you say, that's just an extra point of interaction during the opponent's turn. And considering that Leonardo's kind of starting on nothing, that might well be enough. Just removing whatever you're able to summon immediately might be enough here.
I mean, they still have the field spell, and they also still have one scale available to them, so we do definitely have to make sure to get rid of that.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it could also just be Cartesia or Ecclesia. Both of them would successfully replace themselves and get back into the hand for further follow-up. And it will be the Cartesia here. Sweet.
Very solid choice. Again, this is the point where I think Branded really likes to be. It is grind game. There's no way to close out the game here, and there may well not be a way to close out the game on Leonardo's turn either. This is that incredible grind game that this deck has.
Okay. Finally, Leonardo seems relieved that the turn of Yannick is over. We bring back the non-finito, but it sure enough is gone the very moment after as we use the Fallen of the Virtues, but we have surged, immediately triggering Quem, bringing back the Cartesia, replacing the Fallen of the Virtues as well. Basically as if we have never activated it in the first place.
What an insane way to end your turn.
Yes.
You end your turn in a better place that, like, you start your end phase and then you plus. That's insane.
That card truly may as well, even though we have released so many incredibly powerful cards in the last couple of sets, maybe this card's still the best card that has been released in the last half year, I would say.
Oh, absolutely.
It's so good.
It's used in so many decks, even not a branded deck, just using it in anything for like a generic removal spell.
Look at this. We're using both our Titanic Land from the graveyard and still the Mixusia that was on the field to go into our... we're having all Alistair decks qualifying today. It's crazy. Alistair is so back in this.
The I believe it's called Hyper Invoked Aeon.
Yeah.
Truly an amazing. And we see the concession for Leonardo there. Yannick takes it and is going to Worlds.
And you saw it. He was doing the gesture towards his friends. He is actually in such an interesting fashion, in such an unexpected fashion, making his entrance there to the big stage. He is going to be representing Europe, Germany, his friends, everyone at the World Championship in Tokyo. Like, oh, that tongue that he was like, almost like foolish. Oh, I stumbled into this with the super polymerization coming in sneaky there with the new tech card, with that card that his opponent did not expect.
No,
all the hard work paying off, the most pressure that there could be after already going through the 4 rounds of Swiss. Him sneaking in 5th place and then making it all happen here in that pressure skill. Going second in game 3, your opponent has triple tactic talents and Called by the Grave, gets to resolve both of them, and you still win.
Truly fantastic play. Again, this is why these people are here. These players are so good at what they do. Their deck building skills, their ability to predict what their opponent's going to do. They are so talented, they're so skilled at this game, and there's little wonder how they made it this far in the World's Ground.
Yeah. And Yannick has been someone that has been playing a lot of Mitsurugi throughout the entire season. That was usually his deck of choice. He accumulated a lot of those points that he needed to be in this playoff here with that deck. But now realizing it's not the deck that can bring me to Worlds anymore. And sometimes you have to let go, right? Yeah. Sometimes, for example, we saw Rico here in the playoff not letting go of his Malice deck, and therefore also in the end not making it, maybe because he couldn't let go.
Yeah.
On the other end, though, we saw that Yannick was very much able and capable of letting go of his favorite deck of the format and still making it happen with a new deck that he may not even have that much testing time with, but it was enough testing time in the end. Branded is going to the World Championship. Yannick is the one piloting it, and we will see more of him, of hopefully that insane gameplay we also saw there at the World Championship in Tokyo. And yeah, it was so like... The way he reacted, also just looking over to his friends, being like, that was funny, wasn't it?
It's nice. It's nice to see. The thing I love most about coming to these events and seeing this is this part towards the end of the day where you see these people so happy for their friends and cheering and screaming their names and congratulating them and giving them such a hug. I love seeing this stuff.
Yeah, and I love how he did that. He is definitely ready to celebrate, and I mean, as they are ready, why don't we throw it over to Leo and Yannick?
Hello guys, yes indeed, our next player we're going to send to the WCS in Tokyo is Yannick Ackermann! Congratulations, my friend. What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling amazing. Like, this is the dream come true, but didn't really expect it going into the event, but yeah, I feel good.
That sounds nice. It's kind of tough to be going second versus the Power Patron deck. Yeah. What were your thoughts when you lost the dice roll?
I thought it was over, to be honest, because I lost him in Swiss, where he was going first. And then when I got called by it in game 1 and stuff like that, I thought it was over. But in game 3 with Super Poly, can still beat him.
Yeah, your Super Poly actually cooked really hard. We're going to go over this in a few seconds. I'm going to show you actually the first clip. Let's talk about game 1. There was one scenario which I found rather interesting, because you were summoning the Fallen of Albus from hand. Your opponent let that go through.
and you had the Quem on the field. Quem already had the Predator plant counter. Did you not see it that you could have chain blocked the Fallen of Alvas there? Or did you choose to?
No, I didn't really think about that because, I mean, I thought it was negated. I really didn't think about activating the effect just to chain block the trap. But I don't think it would have really mattered, no, because it just negates the synchro.
Yeah, I think at that point he still had the Varudras and he still had the Charmer, so I think whatever you do against this field, you also had a diminished hand that is not going to get you out of there. And then we also had a talents into a last resort talents. At that point, I think you were kind of through the field. Do you think if you find something good of talents, you win the game?
Yeah. Also, I think I even misplayed in that game because I could have gone to end phase and just added with Dogma, and probably even won after I got ashed on talents, because he doesn't really have that much follow up. So I was thinking maybe I could even do something in that case, but just.
Was it at this stake also the pressure getting to you? Were you feeling that on stage?
Yeah, for sure. It's my first feature match ever, so I was really nervous, and that's why I also just didn't see like some things.
I mean, now with you getting to Worlds, I think we're going to see you a whole lot more. Let's actually go into the next game. Those two other games went a little bit better for you, right? When did you come up with the hyper-invoked Aeon technology?
When we started testing branded, and Mixusia got announced, we realized that when you make it like, you can change its attribute. So obviously Ion comes to mind first. We looked through all the fusions, and this is just the best to make with Mixusia. You can make Mixusia with like Cartesia, obviously, and then you can banish like I did there, the Lubellion and the Mixusia to make Ion.
I mean, you also did it in like game 3. Is that something that comes up almost every game?
The Mixusia into Aeon? Yeah, I would say that comes up pretty often. It's like a last resort interrupt when you only have like Cartesia setup. You can always go Cartesia into Mixusia and banish your Grangugnoll from grave plus the Mixusia or your Lubellion or your Quirites. So any light fusion basically.
So it's better than Chaos?
Yeah, for sure. I would say it's like the new Chaos for the rest of the game basically.
Right, and now let's set the stage for game 3. You know, you got looked into your hand, everything looked bad. You got cold bite on your Fuvalos, your opponent ripped away your Sphere Mode. What were you thinking when you saw the sandboard afterwards?
At the start I thought like it was over, and then I looked at the Link 4 and realized it can only not be used as fusion material when you use the effect, which he didn't do at that point. So I realized I could just make my Mixusia, and then like as I did play from there with the High Spirits playing around the Monster Negate, and he doesn't have any follow-up, and I just beat him when I get to end phase.
Yeah, let's just look at that one last time, the last moments of this game. You broke the field and then you ended on the Mixusia against the MVP of the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's the best card in the deck.
Well, Branded was already good before, but now you're also going to see Mixusia as the best card in the deck. And this was also nice. Why did you not pop the field spell but the non-finito? Was there a reasoning behind that?
I thought, what does the field spell do when it's his turn? So you can use the effect, banish the last card he has in hand, summon something, and like I did in this scenario, chain Mixusia to the effect, summon, banish everything, and then I just win. So I thought I would just pop the monster on field and not give him any chance to go into like SP or weird Link 2s that he can maybe play. So just,
All right, I can definitely see that happening. Yannick, we're all, I think, incredibly proud of you. What a performance. You made it to the WCS. Any shout-outs you want to give?
I want to give a shout-out to my girlfriend who's watching this, to my family, and shout-outs to Julius, my goat, who tested with me for the event.
Shout-outs to Julius, the goat. One more time, everyone in the crowd, give it up for Yannick Ackermann! That was it for the points playoff for today, and we're going to give it over to Ed for some signing off words.
Thank you very much, Leo. So, congratulations to the 3 of our World Championship Series qualifiers from today's tournament. But That's only 3 out of the 7 world's positions that we are going to be giving away this weekend. This was day 0. Remember, we've got days 1 and 2, Saturday and Sunday here, to crown our European Championship and see who else is going to be making their way to the World Championships. It's going to be a very exciting weekend, and we got loads of great coverage. There's going to be loads of amazing feature match duels, and also we still have Genesis format as well, which you guys will be seeing. We'll be having a lot of chats in our nice lounge that we've got here, catching up on what we're seeing in the Genesis format and things. Speaking of, we are going to be ending this stream here, but we have another stream that is currently going alongside parallel this. So if you want more Yu-Gi-Oh action, go and tune into the last couple of rounds that we're going to have of Genesis format as well. If you guys want to tune in for the main event, that'll be Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. local time here in Brussels on both YouTube and Twitch. We will see all of you there because we're going to have an amazing weekend. See you there.